based on the positioning and the way the various teams worked around them. Similar example, actually, to something that happened in Game 5 of T1 versus Genji. So in this fight, we're going to be focused on Gumayusi right at the start. So he's right in the middle of the screen here on Zai. Watch the light over the wall, try and get CC on him. And what I want you to pay attention to, actually, is when the CC does land on a Gumayusi, how does T1 prevent other people from following up? They couldn't avoid the CC, but they don't let anyone else get into the fight. So we're going to roll it right here. And what I'm going to call attention to as we watch this again is Keria. Rather than saying, oh my god, other AD carry over here, find and engage, he actually decides, how do I prevent them from getting on my carry? So he will end up CCing kind of everyone in a beautiful
maybe this is why NA and EU
and making it so
fucking loses.
Realistically follow up on Guma in a good way. They one-shot Chovy, they win the fight, and Pays
they keep saying like, oh my god, there's a squishy here, oh my god, the ADC is over here.
This whole segment has been about how
and then their own ADC dies.
Even though it may seem like a good engage for Delight to go in on his and use all of his spells, his W, Q, and his E. Wouldn't it be nice to have any of those spells right now to use on a Faker? Because once you don't have those spells, Faker's kidnapping your AD carry, bro, and the fight's over. So that's what
Faker does. Oh.
He Q3s, he ends up killing Pays, and it's just a total difference in the way these teams are killing the other AD carry while managing to protect their own. It is beautiful to watch. Yes, Ruler and Gumayusi are amazing, but their teams are amazing at enabling them.
What I think is beautiful is basically how
what point?
What are you doing? I think that is where the similarities lie when it comes to the actual team fighting. Their ability to enable those carries to really shine, and this is where players like Knight really stand out to me. Knight and 369 really are the cornerstone of what make JDG so phenomenal, and Faker is exactly the same for T1.
And are these two
teams very cool, man.
They just
very cool, man.
The
what's the healing from? What?
I think they have
Lee Sin gives heal.
And that's why they're here. I think the series between Genji and T1.
No, just not a Shen heal like a huge chunk. Like what the fuck was that? Oh, it's Sona. Never mind.
I think it's not only the fact that
it's Sona healing. Never mind.
It's how quickly they're able to act on it as well. It makes it so difficult for you to actually try and play your team fights out because you think, oh, well, I'm going to go for Nautilus, Ari, I'm going to go for these heavy plays in the Cassante. And I think they still will be high priority today, but the fact they're not actually getting to do their job against
while you're still recording
is why we're seeing them just play out these fights, make it impossible to win against them.
I'd love to track the team fights we're going to see today.
Streaming?
Because it's all about all those details and everyone has to be on point, not in the least in the mid lane. So let's take a look at that mid lane matchup where Faker and Knight are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
I still feel like JDG is kind of eh.
In our upper bracket finals, two legendary mid laners take to the stage. The undisputed
oh god, Ramus. Oh god, LeBlanc.
And the golden left
no.
LPL, Knight.
Onto Peanut now, just trying to fight the Poppy. Chovy though, he's gonna make his way through. Faker's still alive for the moment. He'll survive!
That was sick from Faker!
Nothing short of greatness should be expected from these caliber of players. In what could very well be a preview of the finals, Knight will look to add another chapter to his Magi Soul Stealer.
The stuns don't work on the magic casters. You stun them, they still go pop.
Enable his team to dominate the opposition. This featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
That's some bullshit.
What peak League of Legends looks like.
It will be the first time that Knight and Faker face off at an MSI or Worlds tournament, and it's just one of those matchups that
where
to see as a Legends fan, right, Dagda? Because they are both heralded as such important mid laners who have evolved their styles, I think, when you look at Faker.
I think the big
I'm
one,
looking
is
for
when you look
booty.
towards the matchup, it's Knight actually finally stepping up onto the international stage. We haven't got to see him do particularly well on the
I came looking for
compared to what
booty.
we see domestically. I think especially when you look at picks like the Ari and the Syndra, these are two that he's been so strong on, and we've been promising for so long that it will get to the international stage. Now we're starting to see that facilitating style, and when you won his title with Top Esports in summer 2020 against JDG, it was his performance on the Syndra that made the difference, and it's him doing it again here at the MSI stage that's making that difference once more.
Mechanical proficiency is what Knight has been known for so long. He's been regarded worldwide as mechanically one of the best mids in the world.
I need a
Nessus.
Nessus.
The ability to showcase that internationally. Right now, though,
I need
Knight that we were promised. We're getting to see the peak performance that he can deliver, but that's not to say that Faker is any slouch himself. And I think that what's really important is how Knight and Faker have kind of evolved relative to their teams. Faker in recent history has evolved more to be that facilitator, and while he can have those carry moments in a meta that is all about AD carries, he's not afraid to stand aside and allow Gumayusi to shine. And we see in these team fights, as strong as Knight is, he is setting up for Ruler to be the superstar of these fights.
And I think as you kind of hit on there with Faker, the fact we're kind of seeing Knight swap into
Why do they have portable forge? That's some broken ass bullshit.
Oh my god, Faker has that orange color makeup. Oh my god, you look like Donald Trump.
Impossible for you to play the game, but now he's actually starting to get out
Donald Trump is more orange.
and kind of set up both him as a carry and
this makeup is ass. Who uses this orange makeup?
It's not makeup, it's Photoshop.
Bro,
and we saw it in that clip, right?
and Knight looks white as shit for some reason.
And he just hits every
I mean, he looks
okay. Because he's China.
Before this massive matchup, and I think the thing
So you're saying Koreans
end
are
up
black?
differentiating Knight from Faker today will be how often they can impact the rest of the map. It has been years since we have seen legitimate, reliable 1v1 solo kills, and it's going to be more about can you tilt the favor in the matchup in Zeus's favor or in the favor of Gumayusi and Keria.
And I think that's where we're looking to see what exactly does end up drafted here, because I think K'Sante, huge party. Nautilus has been massive party for T1. We're starting to see Knight bring it out as well. But that Ahri is so important for Knight. I think these are going to be the main focus when we come into that mid lane, is going to be making sure you can have your side of the match.
This is broken. What the fuck?
Since we have 2 minutes left, I'd love to hear predictions. We don't do it that often, but I think this one deserves it. You can write it down on your whiteboards and let me know.
Why
though? Take the cow. What the fuck?
Yeah, so I believe while we've talked a lot about the team fights, what I think the biggest difference maker between T1 and Gen G was that T1 never allowed Gen G to get to those 5v5s playing in the area that they feel confident in. So I am actually going to be predicting 3-1 to T1. I think that
if I do
their
this,
dominance outclasses that of JDG,
and I do that,
and I think that those team fights that we're excited for, T1 is not even going to allow JDG to get an opportunity to have.
I think JDG have a stronger early game than Gen G do.
Sox
I don't
looks
think
like
they're
an
actually going to
MP
give
from
them that
the
opportunity
80s.
to get the same level, and it is going to come down to that team fight where they're punished around their objective setup.
What the fuck are you talking
about? 3-2 JDG.
5 games.
This looks like it.
JDG is going to win MSI?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the international experience of T1, as well as, weirdly enough, their experience.
Yeah, people now keeps liking to overestimate.
I think the meta fits them. I do think it's going to be a slog, though. I think this is an incredibly good team in JDG. I've been back and forth on this. Yesterday I was JDG 3-2.
Everyone wants 5 games.
So I think it's going to be a great series.
I love that they're so loud. Audience, what do you think? Is it T1 today?
No, everyone just likes to overestimate China when they haven't won in the last 2 games.
Or is it JDG?
I'm pretty sure they won last MSI.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
MSI doesn't even matter.
Both of these fan bases travel.
And
they win, no, it doesn't matter.
Both of them, and I think a lot of the neutral fans, it's just like Christmas Eve for them, just seeing this matchup and the context we gave earlier about wanting to win those international titles for each side. So many
Why are they so thick
on the Rift today, and a meta that could give us one of the best of 5s we've ever seen, and I'm really speaking it to existence because I want to see it between these.
It's gonna be a banger.
5 games, it has to be. We're so excited. It does it for us on the desk. It's time for the match.
Who is quick drama?
For Knight versus Faker.
Oh, there she is.
Versus LCK, JDG versus T1.
What? Oh my god. I got my builds ready. It's time to. It's time to.
Wait, I just noticed. The stage is designed like downtown.
And then.
Ladies and gentlemen, the MSI 2023 Costa Desk. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler and Azael, and we are immediately into the game 1 draw.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And yes, indeed, the matchup we've all been waiting for.
I'm just here,
Oh, Anima Squad, Chris.
Definitely still in the tournament.
this last year.
Yeah, boy.
Man, this is exciting. And already, a whole bunch of bans have come through. Chronicler, do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, I want to specifically talk about the JDG bans. The
Last
ban
whisper.
makes a lot of sense.
100%,
Still,
100%.
yeah, still can't give that over to T1. I love the Cyan ban specifically.
Infinity
though.
Edge
The
should be
Cyan
better.
strat makes it
Give
really
that to the
hard
cow.
to
Give the animal
make sure that
squad to
T1
the
doesn't
cow.
get the explosive early game. They're looking for it very adaptable.
fuck.
Even if you can deal with it, it can warp the
Are you
game
sure
in
you
a
want
way that
Kais?
doesn't allow
Every
you to
time I
play
use
neutral
Kais out,
early game.
Animal
Absolutely.
Squad,
I mean, we've
he
even
doesn't do
seen
shit.
people try to answer it. We saw, you know, bringing the
Oh,
Gwen
God.
down to the
Because
bot side.
Oh,
dive, and even
Animal
still,
Squad
did
got
not
a lot
work,
of
and we
tanks
are
already.
flying
I mean, a
through
lot of
big
ADCs
bans.
already.
Yeah,
So
Annie
like,
already
adding her
installed.
is nothing.
Obviously, an incredibly strong pick at the moment, something that Faker was playing a lot in their previous
Bruh,
series. But of
he's
course,
not
Knight
feeling
was a
shit.
stranger. But then
Oh.
Cassante
Animal
and
Squad, you need
Nautilus
tanks. That's why
immediately locked
you
in.
need more tanks.
This
Oh.
They're dead already. Never mind.
I mean, it's very likely double solo lanes that have been locked in for T1. You know, we haven't really seen as much of
It's
Nautilus getting flexed towards bot.
fucking
Of course,
Mecha
they're trying to do
Guarantee.
something a little bit tricky going for that. Ruler
Speaking
going
of
to be getting his
Mecha
Jinx.
Wukong is here,
Aphelios
baby.
is up. You have to feel like Aphelios is going to get locked here
What?
with Lucian already banned away, Jinx already taken.
Wukong.
Unless they want to go towards, you know,
Yeah,
something
T1
Animal
we
just
don't
Squad.
really see as much
protect
as.
the
And I was actually
ADC and
having
the
some,
dealer.
conversations backstage.
Protect
talking
the
about
Teddy.
this bottom lane,
Oh, wait a
Aphelios
minute.
versus Jinx, which is going to be inevitable. I have a feeling that Ruler is just happy to handshake that every single time. And
Oh, now
Gumayusi
they're
like,
gonna
"Oh,
ban
wait a second,
Lulu."
Aphelios, I'm down to handshake that every time. So guys, if you want variance in the bottom lane, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe next tournament, I think,
Yeah,
is the real
maybe.
answer.
Lulu.
And last time we watched these two teams play, actually, the first 3 games were exactly the same bottom lane.
One highlight
Probably
what,
a Annie.
JDG have here so far extremely
There could be
strong
a Annie
team fighting
support.
core. There is some flex potential, but I do expect the
Bro.
Annie to just go towards the mid lane.
Oh, you're on
and
Twitch.
For
Flex.
T1, still a lot of flexibility. We've mostly seen the Nautilus go mid, but
Twitch.
Nautilus Aphelios is a very strong bot side combo
these
that you
nuts.
can end up going for nonetheless.
Yeah, Rumble has been popping up more and more. Owner already
All
played
right.
once in the jungle, so they do know that has the flexibility to go mid, to go jungle. Is becoming a really powerful pick when the game has been so much around 5v5s, fighting around objectives. It does give you a lot of that.
Wait,
really
actually, why do they
try to
ban
look
Rumble?
towards those early
I think
heroes,
Owner's gonna play
especially,
Rumble.
Malphite and the Gwen. So, I mean, Gwen obviously a little bit of a
What?
protection ban here.
Actually, it's a
Cassante,
jungle
one
and
other tank top
it's,
that could
it's a
lock
flex
in.
pick, right?
Yeah,
369.
I think I saw it mid.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Yeah,
It could also just be
jungle.
Cassante top, which you would
Owner doesn't play Rumble
We're not
though.
certain exactly where these solo laners
And
are gonna go.
Nautilus is picked.
I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing
For
the
Faker
jungler
already.
locked in here for T1, and then keep kind of unclear what is Carrier going
They're
to
just gonna
play.
pick
Is it going to
Lulu.
be Cassante mid?
No, Lulu is
it
banned.
going to be Nautilus mid?
Oh,
and
damn.
Not give
Oh.
and it will indeed be the
Okay.
pickup here, so looking like already
Faker
a
and Owner's
double
fine.
frontline double AD composition.
Owner's like, yeah, boy.
Expecting Thresh to come through. I do think Jinx Thresh can be quite strong.
He turned to the camera, yeah, boy.
Denial pick away there from Carrier, but it'll be interesting to see where they want to go. 369
That boy.
Gragas, I think, would make a lot of sense here.
Still somewhat flexible as well,
Oh.
given the fact that these
Zeus got last
hasn't
pick.
been clearly shown, but we expect.
No, Zeus is...
Yeah, it could be any
His
support
His
as
Zeus
well.
skill
pick
can
already.
be a
So there's a lot of options here. I mean, that is
support.
one of the interesting things about the draft is that both these teams are obviously relying heavily on flex picks. So there is still, all the way down to this 5th and final pick, some potential for things to be moved around. If the Braum gets locked, obviously it is
Braum,
it is Gragas top. You know,
Jinx.
things kind of become very clear at that point.
I love the Braum.
their
I think that
picks are
already
not
T1 has a very
picks
strong
yet.
team composition that's
Still
going to rely a lot
flexible.
on just starting front-to-back team fights.
They go
Braum
pick
Well, it's a
basically
high-
like
so much of the
JG.
power, can just stand in
There's
front,
a high
block
chance
the
that
initial engage, and
Faker
then on the
is
re-engage,
Nautilus
we've already
already.
seen that JDG is extremely strong.
Yeah, see?
And this seems to be a confirmation that it will be Nautilus mid, fresh locked in, and we know what Carrier
It
can
could be
do on this pick.
Cassante mid,
We
it could be
we actually
Nautilus
saw
mid.
this out of
I'm
the
like,
other
bro.
LCK representative yesterday.
Nautilus
Four
top.
looks
Dun,
made
dun.
an extra one
Nautilus
on
jungle.
the
Oh,
Nautilus
yeah,
this
boy.
time head to the Thresh instead of the Blitzcrank. Definitely one of
Indra
Carrier's
top.
best picks that he's ever had. Remember when the buff came in and
Range top.
it just
Yeah,
got there
boy.
eventually? Yeah, I think Carrier was a large reason why that got nerfed
Zeus
pretty
cannon.
immediately.
Yeah, well, it turns out when Carrier plays it, it's point and click, and then it's just really not a fair buff. So, you know,
Zeus
unlike
cannon
this,
was-
there's a tremendous amount of engage on both sides.
was
So,
Zeus
you know,
before
is
it became
double time
Pikachu.
team on the T1 side, but we have Annie, we have Gragas, we have Wukong, we have so many ways to start fights on both sides. So vision control is going to become incredibly important. Playing around that fog, that darkness is going to become incredibly important. And the Braum, you know, is going to be nice for face checking in these situations where you're trying to clear out vision. So will be interesting to see how T1 is going to be able to play this out.
Yeah, also the Braum kind of plays as a great denial as well because
Yeah.
they had the Gragas on their side, and so you can't set up that door to block all of the explosive casts that are
Yeah,
going to be
yo.
coming through.
Yeah, they made it.
We've done it.
Wait, who was that?
Oh,
you can go back on fucking Twitch. What does that look like, Licorice?
That looks like a white guy. What?
Well, we'll just have to see how it is going to go. Prepared now, gentlemen, to get onto the rep
apparently
game number one. Last time these
Licorice.
two teams met, it was T1 favored. There has been a lot of time.
I only saw for like half a second. I'm like, wait, what?
JDG.
What?
Very much looking forward to seeing whether they can hold on to their undefeated
I mean,
streak here at MSI.
I mean, this is just
I was like, I only saw it for half a second because I was looking at other tabs.
We've been waiting for
And I was like, hey yo, is that Licorice? I know that hair.
T1
that
much
bomb hair.
behind this squad, and now going up here against JDG. It's gonna be a
What is that cheese? Look at that cheese.
It's all been about team fighting. You know, Jat and the desk were talking about it. They're showing the breakdowns of how these two teams, you know, really do peel for and enable their marksmen so incredibly well.
I thought the potions are enough.
Trying to pull it off against each other. So the push and pull, do you become more aggressive? Do you use all those tools to dive? Do you save them to peel? I think is so interesting.
And Chronicle, I got a question for you. Do you think that T1 have five-headed this? Because you mentioned it's all about the 80 carry. Why not just pick an extra one?
Yeah, they do have two.
Ruler is nothing without the hands.
Do have to give up a little bit of damage.
He can like get his ass wiped.
That in the longer
So the hands is missing.
Apart, particularly T1 can't get either Guma or Owner ahead.
Wow.
Talking about that, Kindred, also want to highlight Owner has
Easiest
gone
joke
for
of my
PTA.
life.
Very aggressive early game room. You have a couple of
Okay,
choices. You can go for
okay.
Conquer, we've seen lethal tempo. PTA specifically means that like in the early levels, level 3, pre-6 skirmishes, you get so much more power than you otherwise would.
Well, yeah, and especially in the early ganks, right? Your Q is basically an auto reset. It functionally works like that, so it is pretty easy to proc PTA on these ganks. And it'll be exciting to see what he can get done in these early levels. Can he actually start to collect these marks, which is going to be very important for him.
Yeah, why the Chinese crowd so noisy one?
So much engage on the
Just turn this place into a library already.
Really difficult to actually get a lot of damage out effectively without putting
Even the
yourself in
finals, man.
Yeah, that's actually why I really like the UI update. So now we can track and see when he gets to that very coveted 4 marks.
The figure almost always puts the War of Raptors.
Just completely.
I would say it's 100% of the time.
Counter game towards Kindred is a game in unto itself.
Absolutely, and like you were saying earlier, you know, the lack of AP on the T1 side could potentially become an issue. We see 369 is playing grass. You know, I am expecting him to probably go more of that tank route.
Boy.
Navi, of course, now
hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, Owner immediately blast cones his way over there.
Are you sure you win this, bro?
Back, but already,
Oh god.
he's into the brush though, and nice.
Oh!
He comes around in first blood for Kanavi.
What a flash from Kanavi, playing it so slow, and then early flashing into the brush. There's no vision there for Owner. Knight is already there on the roam.
He should have just bet when he flashed out.
And that's such a high variance play. Yes, if you get the kill, it works out with Kanavi. Keeping the presence of mind, spots the wards, gets the damage down, and then is able to make his way over.
Owners E run now?
Shoved in, gets to the play
I
first,
thought
has
it's
the
like
shortcut.
one more
And as
hit
a
you would
result,
pop the E.
JDG picking up a big...
He ran out, but he went into the bush already. And then Annie come over and stun.
What's happening? And Kanavi is just playing this really, really calmly, just moving over towards.
But he procs the PTA before. He should have proc the PTA with the E passive. He would do an even bigger burst. Instead, he do it like separate, so he has to hit 6 times.
Like 1 hit away.
He could have just do a double stack like Vayne, and do a massive burst instead.
Faker, of course, was trying to get there, but it's just how it's going to work if you're in the enemy jungle. Owner overly aggressive, but
I feel like Faker should have warned Owner that he's gonna rotate first.
But it needs to work a little bit better than that.
And it does look like he actually got 1 mark. So one of the scuttles was able to pick up the mark off the scuttle, which is always really nice, getting that first early mark kind of for free.
Feels good.
Exactly. So going to be feeling good about that. And already moving out here around mid, looks like it's just going to be a recall though.
They're even on CS still.
Towards the top side of the map. Really glad that we're up here checking it out. This is where all the high octane action is going to be going on.
We need to make sure that we know that they're both getting their grass procs. You know, you got to make sure. And
the jungler's pathing is completely mirrored.
Comes in, this top lane matchup not expected to have anything going on in the early game.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but you know, the better trades are, you know, sometimes you can whittle them down, create an advantage, and these are more the explosive side of tanks, and it's not just an Ornn in this line. So maybe we'll see some action. Sante has been known to get some solo kills in his
Every now
time.
and then. I like your optimism, absolutely do. Kanavi making a little bit of a peep into this bottom lane.
Look at those biscuits.
Back away. Waves are just going to crash here once again. And having a look at some of the CS numbers, it is T1 favored in that department, but still that first blood working out for JDG. And I don't think this early game is going to be super relevant.
Victor's like, yeah, boy.
It's on cooldown, bro.
From that top side of the map. It's Ruler on Jinx. And
He's like, hello, motherfucker.
he played this champion quite a lot. Pretty good at what he can do in the later stages of the game. Going back to some of my
carry on this hook. Oh, it's a disaster.
It's going to be interesting to see, you know, are they actually going to be trying to challenge towards some of these early dragons, or is it going to be more of that play towards Herald? And T1 is a team that...
Why is your avatar freaking...
Heralds are a big priority for them oftentimes. They're so adept at actually setting up for these. They love to get the early swaps up towards top lane. Love to try to play for that.
Because I changed.
Gold lead.
And early objectives have definitely favored T1. Not a lot of focus on Dragon and things like that here for JDG. They like to wait until mid to late game. They generally just get a Baron and win. That's kind of how it's been working here at MSI. And we'll see whether that is going to be the case, because T1, they very much enjoy Baron. Baron is
who is the ruler of bot lane?
And that's when you know there's going to be action. So if you've only got a little bit of battery on your phone, right, and like you're watching the stream and you need to have like this
maybe you're
time
almost
to
out of
turn
data.
the video on, you know, you're almost out of data. It is 20-minute mark is probably your best bet.
There'll be a team fight.
Yeah, that will be it. That's when you turn the quality up, you know? It's perfect.
And one way or another, I do expect to see the first fights break out specifically towards Herald. I do think Dragons, with how a lot of the games have played out, early Dragons don't matter nearly as much. We've seen teams kind of forgo that in favor of trying to get the Herald early.
He was like, okay, the CS.
Getting actual gold onto your AD carry, right, by the use of Herald.
Mostly top lane.
Who with the right weapon set can obviously just, with a Herald and maybe 1 or 2 kills, get a turret from 100 to 0. Can be a really good start.
I don't understand frustrate Annie.
Rome up missing. I think having Brom at that Herald skirmish makes the game so much harder for T1, because otherwise there are a number of targets on JDG. I think you can try and 100 to 0. With Brom there, that doesn't really seem like a possibility.
But I do like this from Kanavi. Level 6, just clones over the wall, drops a pink, so knows that he is unspotted. T1 may be suspicious, but not even using Tibbers to actually scout out the river there. So this is going to be secured now. Owner, of course, is on top of it, so not going to be able to contest it. Knight just using this Tibber as well. This is becoming really common, just using it for prio.
Just burning down the Nautilus. It's a very frustrating thing to deal with, yeah. Tibber's got super tanky, and I think that's one of the biggest issues here. You need to bring your jungler over to claim that 50 gold.
Oh!
And Zeus will be fine.
Well, that's
the
cute.
dodge. 369 not going to be able to knock him onto the turret. And as expected, immediately after JDG
probably force a flash.
T1 now starting up Rift Arrow there. We do see, as mentioned, missing roaming up does have level 6 available here on the Brom, but I don't know if they'll quite be on time here. Yeah, I don't think they'll make it. We still see
369 has no mana.
Carrier over here as well. Does have the lantern available if you want
It got no mana, bitch.
Full lane swap though, as Gumayusi and Carrier are moving up.
Oh, hero is 300 gold. The fuck? I thought it was 200.
He's on white gun, right? You know, so he does have that proper weapon set up. You know, if they want to drop it, they're looking for the engage.
Yeah, big old flash forward, misses the last Q.
What's that? What's the push?
369 flashed out of the way.
That looks so scuffed.
Not out of danger just yet as T1 push this minion wave towards the turret. Owner still with that Rift Herald.
Hey, yo, Owner is a level ahead.
Try and get them first turret blood.
Kanavi is here though, and missing is on the roam, but Kanavi taking really
okay, now he's doing the right combo.
He gets over the wall with the warrior tricks. A very cute little play there, but now 369 is left to the wolves, and he's underneath the turret.
That's
he's
a nice dive.
Down. Speaking of wolves, he's going to gobble him up, and now plates are falling here on this top side.
And right now, with the right guns available, T1 can just chew through this turret in a matter of seconds. That's going to be first turret blood. And
Red,
T1
white.
With this early Herald and the swap towards top side of Gumayusi and Carrier able to get an early gold lead.
Yeah, it's
Red,
huge
white must
for
fight.
T1. It just felt like JDG didn't
Carrier has no mana.
Get a turnaround on a Carrier, but an easy flash will get them out. Can they even stop the charge? No one is actually really responding to this. They are farming plays on bot side here with Ruler.
Is Ruler Chovy?
Trying to even this out, but very clearly 369.
Oh damn, nice buff.
Yeah, So 369 wanted to stay under the tower, right? Like he was hanging around. Mystic had moved up. Kanavi was behind him, and I think they were expecting that the dive would come through straight onto 369, and then Kanavi would kind of jump over the wall, you know, look for a turnaround.
Hey, the new static shift, it also the build path is also that ADC item. What is that? Moon Quiver.
In the midst of all of it, we then had, you know,
you need Moon Quiver to build into the new static shift.
On that top side of the map,
Is it a
biggest
mistake?
thing is the fact that that turret.
I think it's just a legendary item.
But Ruler was hanging out there towards that bottom side, like you say, didn't manage to take the turret, so the gold trade in favor of T1, but it was a
got
big
Kraken
investment.
already.
JDG keeping him down there, making sure that he could deny a bit of gold and pick some up for himself. So as you can see, still not anything over like a 500 gold lead or something like that.
Because he got the kill on Gragas.
The Ruler is basically tied with Gumayusi, you know, in the individual gold because he actually got solo gold on the plates where it was split up on that top side. So yeah,
Hey, doesn't Gragas counter?
But Ruler really going tit for tat with the enemy.
Yeah.
Also, you know, Owner still only on 2 marks, wasn't able to mark 369 when it went for that topside dive. Did pick up a second scuttle, but still going to be
No, I don't think Kindred will be the problem.
Short range scenarios has such a lethal comp. Now posturing here towards the mid lane.
I feel like Kindred is just there as a secondary carry.
Will spawn and wondering whether that will be where our second fight does break out. Neither mid laner really has been too involved thus far.
Nope. It's just been Knight pressing his Tibbers button whenever it is off cooldown. I absolutely
Zeus is 100 CS already in 10 minutes.
the game as you can.
Bruh.
Fantastic
He walked
stuff.
over early, you know, he got helped
No,
out his buddy.
Yeah, that was before Tibbers was even available. And then he starts micromanaging. Now he can walk to both sides.
Owner focusing top. It's the good old days.
But never mind. 369 here.
Yeet.
Possibly going to get dove again. There is the all-out. Just delivers him to Owner.
Oh.
Fantastic cast, but there is another.
Oh.
369. It's not enough. Just takes a drink, gives him a thumbs up, and he's absolutely fine.
Beautifully played there by 369. Even gets the flash out of Owner and does survive. And now Kanavi up here to the top side. It's Zeus' turn to get out.
Wait, he got the stack already, right?
Was still there, but both of them now
The Grom stack.
backing. Some great
That's
defensive
right there.
play here by JDG so far.
And that's also with Owner investing a flash, right? Not actually being able to catch up on that. Did get the Grom. He's now up to 3. But if they get the kill on 369, they can possibly threaten the turret. Instead, because of him staying alive, Kanavi immediately rotating up takes a lot of the
all those
aggression and tempo out
MR
of that
boots.
fight.
Absolutely, and just to touch back on the Knight versus Faker matchup, one of the nice things about playing against these tank matchups on Annie is you can actually farm so much first strike gold with the Tibbers. So he's almost farmed like a kill's worth of gold. He's up to about 250 gold on his first strike, you know, only through this laning phase. So it is quite nice, and it's one of those things that can sometimes be overlooked. Guaranteed gold pretty much every time. Nautilus cannot poke that off.
Yeah, we've seen so many different builds from the Annie. Of course, over in the LCK, it was Rod of Ages the majority of the time. Here at MSI, we've seen so many Ludens, things like that. But for the perpetual Tibbers playstyle, nothing is better than Leandri's.
Absolutely, and it's a lot of frontline here for T1, so I do think Leandri's going to be great in the team fights. It looks like
Ruler is right
for the second
there.
T1 not looking to give this one away. 369 is coming out of base. It's going to be about mid lane prio here, and then both teams will try to play through into the river, but it's T1 that has the vision advantage for now.
Managing to get into that river, get some wards down where they can. JDG always gravitating towards Ruler. Hook goes just wide onto missing.
Yeah, 369 does have a flank angle here. Has not
Oh, that hook is so close.
Not showing on the map.
But Ruler has.
No, he's looking for some sort of flank angle, and again, that is YT1.
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbers massive combo, and immediately the Thresh is going to go down as well as the Kindred. Knight takes out Faker as well, and JDG destroyed 3 before they could blink.
And T1 lulled into a false sense of security. Beautiful flash
Wait, I thought
Tibbers
there was
there
only 2
from
people.
Knight. He's been
the one
calmly farming, waiting for the right moment. Goes
As
in,
Faker is right
gets a
there.
decisive win, and JDG get the dragon.
And Knight both starts and ends the fight in one
Knight just
move
flashed out to
there.
every team fight.
What a play from him, finding the initial engage. Kanavi coming in to follow up as well. JDG.
Oh, their ward is cleared already. That's why they didn't see.
Jinx ult across multiple. Braum ult there as well. The CC layering was perfect from JDG. There was no recourse for T1 in this fight.
That's a happy night right there on your screen.
Oh, he knows.
An incredible Tibbers play, and as the dust settles, that is now JDG with the gold advantage.
And really crucial there is that they made sure that Owner didn't get to play the game, right? If Owner is able to get a
if he's ever out of CC, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they can prolong that fight, they can try to re-engage, but because he gets 100-0, no recourse, JDG win the first 5v5 of the game.
And that's why the CC layering is so important, right? Because Owner's even on Merc Shreds. If you actually mistime that at all, if you're just spamming out all of your stuns, your knockups at the same time, he's going to get that Lambs or Spite off. And yes, there is the Gragas ult to answer, but that is still going to play the fight. That is still going to buy time for Guma to perhaps get something going.
And when you've got Cyclone and Tibbers and things like this, these stuns are not massively high-range AoE, so the cast can ruin things a little bit in certain stages there. JDG, you're going to have to play it out well, and we've already seen that they can absolutely do that. Bottom side outer turret does fall in trade for Shirley here. That is going to be collected by T1.
And you do have to be a little bit concerned about this potential nice ult there, just trying to stop the bases. Of this potential Ocean Soul, because again, you know, it is 369, you know, expected him to be going tank, he is going tank, he's playing Grasp, he's already got his Sunfire completed. It's pretty much purely physical damage on the T1 side.
Go, what?
Well, Faker engaging
What was that?
and immediately he is just
He wanted to press Ruler.
I
know what he wants to do. Because Ruler's right behind Missing.
Yeah, Faker really overplaying his hand there.
No, oh wait.
Easy chunk onto Missing.
No wait, he cannot press his ult.
Quickly. All of a sudden, the Braum passive stacks up during that. He's stunned up, has no way back to the tower. It's a freebie for JDG.
And Faker doesn't have a Mythic yet.
He wanted to Q Braum and then out Ruler to knock up 2.
Keeps blowing him up before he has a time to respond. That can take quite a while, and if this Nautilus isn't a reliable frontline, I think a lot of the comp from T1 falls apart. If JDG just gets to hard engage on Faker, on Carrier, or on Zeus, blow him up in a matter of seconds, then the rest of T1 isn't able to play forward.
I think part of the difficulty is the follow-up from T1. You know, Zeus can try to get into the backline, Faker can go forward, drop the Nautilus ult on Ruler, try to look for a hook, but then it's going to be Kanavi, Knight, 369, Missing, all stepping forward and pushing back the Gumayusi and Owner. And if they can't get into the backline, actually follow up on that ultimate on Ruler, I think that is going to be the real challenge.
But his team is AD.
A lot of pressure on Zeus to be able to find an angle to follow up on what Faker is doing. Because a lot of these T1 members don't really have the ability to do that with their kits.
Yeah, it's not really much of a 5v5 style composition out of T1, right? It feels a little bit more like that pick comp. You can separate.
I mean, what is the secret tech behind Abyssal Mask?
Whereas JDG, you press your R buttons together except for Gragas, and then
it's basically you get hit, you get mana. Right?
Also credit to Missing. I think he's been playing extremely far forward on the Braum.
I think so.
T1 can't really engage on me. If they try to, then throws your shield up is completely fine. But it also means that they keep tabs of where everyone on T1 is. And if you can't start a fight with Nautilus Hook or a fresh backline, it becomes really hard.
That's why it's like you fight against all the AP mages, and then they all scream, I got no damage!
And I actually really like Missing going for the locket here. You know, I do.
Is it like that Kempunk chainsaw bullshit again?
Have that locket there, have that additional shield, that protection.
I think it's just a value item.
So important. And they have really set him up for success.
It's like Umbral Glaive back then.
This is a build we're seeing a lot of these days on.
No, it's like Kempunk chainsaw.
that thing was never a value item.
Well, bit of an engagement here as Kanavi's just going to get out of there. Presses his Warrior Trickster button. He's going to be absolutely fine, so no worries there. T1 moving back into this river once again. A dangerous zone of the map for the LCK representatives.
The top and mid are not even close. Yeah, the top is coming.
Again. Think back to the last fight.
You think they're close? You think they don't want to fight the LPL?
Yeah, he's teleporting in once again. It's going to be Faker getting caught out. This time he has a lantern and he's going to be able to get to safety. Not a whole lot invested.
Hey, Kanavi has no ult.
Cyclone from Kanavi, I believe, as the hook is going to connect there onto Missing. And there's another Flash Tibbers right on top of Gumayusi. This time, they're not going to be able to get any kills, but T1 have to back all the way off.
Exactly. Guma loses his cleanse, and he's down to about 20% HP. He's going to try to heal up off the Wolves. So we'll see if that can actually buy enough time here. Dropping Herald mid, trying to buy time for Guma to heal up. T1 clearly still interested in trying to contest this Dragon.
Yeah, and they're going to teleport on top of Shirley here as well to get themselves back into this one all together. Faker going to turn up with a full health bar. Shirley going to buy them.
Faker's going to hook.
Priority here. Another hook is going to connect.
Wait, Ruler's right there.
Going to come through onto 369. Lanton comes out yet again. JDG just holding their ground.
Braum is broken, man.
Missing's door is so powerful.
Everyone is basically still full health because the backline can't actually add anything but either a Brom.
Oh, what the fuck?
From Faker, immediate cleanse from Ruler there, though. It's like he didn't get CC'd from that passive, but another one comes through. Carrier, he's gonna land his own. They're just one-upping one another here. Zeus underneath the turret, he finds the Q onto missing, and everyone's gonna sail up, and now the max range hook from Faker. They take down the turret, but it trades for
Oh, he got the...
another hook's going to connect because, of course, all of them do. But T1, they have lost one, and Carrier misses that hook there, so I guess they're human.
Call him DJ
Khaled, because that's another one from Carrier. Hitting hook after hook in the mid lane there.
He's
but
good,
it's JDG, who
he's
are up
chilling,
the
man.
here, and they're going to be the ones with Pryo moving down into that bot side river, missing
I think
his
it's fine to
low,
give
but they can just
the
start this
dragon.
up, and if they get this third dragon this early on, this is really problematic for T1.
And by the end of that play, even though T1 was re-engaging, they weren't able to get a kill. Faker died, and 369 just rotated towards top, was able to crash multiple waves into the turret, and by the end of it, JDG is still able to pick up soul point here this early on.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, cool hooks and stuff like that. Like,
No way.
Ruler was like, Ruler was like, I know it's a T1 variant, they're going...
Yeah, I mean, the hooks from Carrier were great, but they just don't really...
Ruler was like, I know they're there.
First of all, Faker just respawned. What the fuck?
Then Faker going really deep here, does land the hook onto the Braum, but the tower is on.
The tower is killing him, it's not Ruler.
Reset is popped there by a Jinx as Ruler gets another kill with the final rocket.
Faker's not that tanky yet.
And you can tell that JDG very well aware of T1's Baron tendencies, because as soon as they took that dragon...
No, that's not JDG, that's Ruler.
They fired Jinx all over at the Baron. They say T1 could be rushing this. As we know, time and time again, they have done that in the LCK.
Yep, they are absolutely not surprised whatsoever. As T1 now moving into that top side river. Zeus moving down as well, and it looks like T1 are setting up for it. We'll see whether it is going to be a Baron start. I would expect not.
Yeah, you never really know.
Yeah.
Do note, Owner did actually hit his 4 marks, means that he has a little bit more range to work with, and we saw damage lacking for T1 in the previous fights. This should hopefully allow them to stand up to JDG a little bit more.
It will definitely help, but I mean, the problem is, you look at itemization in mid lane and bot lane, you know, it's a full ZL
JDG's
Ruler. Knight is already on 2 full completed items. Faker just has 1 and some scraps, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's not even close to his second item.
Knight just keeps flash out, flash out.
Set up very, very well. 500
I saw
gold
the
first strike gained by Knight this game.
LPL finals, every time he gets any, he also plays like this.
This tower's gone for sure, and JDG are really marching ahead in this game.
Yeah, they're just staying cool, calm, and collected, saying, well, you guys can play your fancy little throw-out hooks game. We're just going to win. Is that cool? And they are certainly making it work here so far. 3 dragons.
If they can pick off Knight first, that would be...
And 2 turrets.
I feel like at this point you should pick off Knight.
Control back here in this game.
It's gonna have to be some
Knight's the one with the burst damage for Ruler to reset. So I feel like you need to get Knight first.
Missing is destroying.
Yeah, everyone else is just tanks, and then Kanavi's not that strong yet.
It's a Braum in your face,
Flash
blocking
up.
all the damage from Guma, blocking all the damage from Owner.
Will they get another flash? This time out of Ruler. That is a key summoner spell for the next fight.
I'm glad to see that Ruler's still the same. That's the Ruler spot right there. Only has to give up his flash. Have seen him get caught in situations like
Knight.
that. Time is the hook.
Okay, got Knight.
Connect. That is going to be a second to come through as well. Flayed back. Not a whole lot of damage though, but Carrier is still going to be able to take down 369. It's going to be a massive cyclone, but Lamb's Respite is going to come through. Faker just flashes barely onto the end, but now it's Ruler.
Ruler is free hitting.
And he's getting excited. Zeus down so incredibly.
Oh, that you saw that very last moment that Brom door. When Guma's trying to full combo the door, like block some of his damage.
So he was able to just continue to do damage.
Oh, there it is.
Ah,
Here's
yeah.
the advantage. Oh, never mind, and he'll take the land to safety.
Nicely played for Zeus to actually get out of that. Knight even committed his
The
TP.
thing for
He
T1
actually
is
TP'd
this
down the
fight
bot
doesn't
lane to try to
matter.
wrap around
They
him.
take
They
anything.
really wanted to get that final kill, but again, it is Ruler getting paid, and that is the big difference in these fights. Ruler has
You see, when
not really
Guma tried to
been
full
ready to
combo,
get
some of the
that
damage is
backline.
blocked
Initial hook comes in,
at the
but
very
again,
last
on the
moment.
Gragas, and look at the follow-up here from Knight. He dives onto the backline, pushing them back, stunning both Owner
The
and
Tibbers
Guma.
is
So follow-up
keeping
damage
Guma
isn't
away.
there immediately.
And as we see here, the battle gets elongated by the Lamp's respite coming through. Faker flashes over the ball, but look at what zeus attempts to do here, right? The attempted re-engage, the sidestep from Ruler. If he gets picked up and Guma is on top of him,
he blocked the damage, so Ruler is actually quite healthy.
I think it wouldn't matter though, Ruler was still healthy.
It's just beautifully done here.
I feel like Ruler would be at least like 10 or 20% HP if the door is not there.
They're a tough nut to crack, and it is going to be 40 seconds until a potential
Bomb actually counters the entire team comp.
The big problem is going to be this Braum and this Gragas, who you cannot burst down, who are going to be stacking armor. How are you going to be able to kill them when they got Ocean Soul?
Not entirely sure. We'll see whether we find out or whether it's going to be JDG destroying a Nexus instead. Hook is going to go just a little bit wide here by Carrier in the mid lane as Knight just throws a bear at him, and that is a really dead thresh, guys. I don't think there's going to be any way out for him. Teleport to come forward as well as JDG. 10 seconds on Ocean Soul. Zeus wrapping around, but it's a 4 versus 5. Missing. He's just walking.
Ruler's right there. What?
He's going to land onto
Oh, 369's blocking.
Gets knocked up. He tries to open. It's a double kill for Ruler. And Owner is now going to have to ult just by himself. There is no way they can fight for this dragon, and JDG in such a great spot.
It's a complete blowout here. Again, Knight on the Annie finds a crucial target. And that is going to be a soul point here for JDG. Or rather,
Knight is the MVP. He keeps finding Gumayusi.
And the Baron now to boot. They're going to be able to walk over and grab this Knight. To me, has been such a standout in this game number 1. His engage has made all the difference. Missing, denying everything from T1.
I mean, the only time he's trigger happy is in the mid lane. That's it, I think.
He's going to try to see if he can make a miracle happen, but 369 will be keeping him out of this pit.
Yep, Hook is going to go wide there by Carrier as well, so the Baron is going to fall, and T1 not going to be able to do anything about this as Ruler. Oh man,
his item is MR, but the other people are AD. Yes, actually Wukong and Jinx hitting Faker is actually painful.
Smart play from Knight. He knows there's no flash on Carrier, and T1 will not be able to actually take a 4v5 if they get this free kill at the start.
What you also see is that Carrier is standing there thinking he isn't seen. zeus at the same time is flanking around. They were trying to get backline access, but because JDG identified as start the fight, immediately take down the Fresh, the rest of the front line falls apart immediately. Leads to the Dragon,
that's too clean.
The Baron, and an almost insurmountable advantage here for JDG.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Who's JDG's side of the rift as T1 look to try and defend this inner turret. Ruler just having an absolute field
It's the Braum and Knight's Annie that's the problem.
Backing away from this one right now.
You gotta love Knight in the Trash Talk video talking about you'll just be another stack of my mage eyes. Look what he has purchased up. He's got 10 T1 names written down in the book, and he's gonna be looking for more.
309 for Knight. It feels like a bit of an upgrade over his top lane, the score line at least. As T1 defending yet another inner turret here, but JDG, they have free access to this bottom side.
Faker finally has item.
Move to whichever turret they deem deserves to go down. Hook is going to connect, but missing. He's a Braum.
Because he can.
No, not at all. Flame Chompers go through. Another Hook is going to be there, but what does it actually mean? Not a whole lot, as this inhibitor is going to fall now in the mid lane. What is next here on the menu for JDG?
Go bot, take the tier 2, look for another tower here. They're threatening the wraparound, so T1 is going to have to pull back. They're going to have to look to defend at the inhibitors if they want to at all. But the Braum is even stacking a tremendous amount of armor at this point. 369 has a stopwatch. There's a stopwatch on Knight. So they're picking up all these luxury items. JDG could very well just close the game here if T1 misstep.
See whether T1 have one team fight left in them. Another Hook is going to connect there as they're underneath this inhibitor tower, but immediately
no, it's busted again. Oh, how did Guma get what?
No, Guma's trying to full combo.
Oh, okay. I thought Gragas outed him.
Much like it did in 2022, is going to go to JDG in this
The problem for T1 is that not only Knight is good at engaging, but the Braum is also good at defending. So T1 cannot counter engage. All the counter engage is on the Braum shield.
It's absolute domination here in game number 1. T1 just did not have the answers here to get through the front line. It felt like
they just buy full armor.
Shut them down.
They buy full armor and then Braum shield and then block everything. You cannot engage for shit.
so much damage reduction.
And then Nautilus ulti cannot travel through the Braum shield.
On the initial engages from T1. They don't
If the Braum gets hit first, only the Braum gets hit.
Nautilus is kind of going on this one-way trip. If he takes a hook in, he's just gonna die.
That's why.
Marksman can't really get
That's why the Braum is. The Braum counters their entire comp.
Counter engage on the JDG side. They really made it work to perfection.
Yep, and it started so early on there as well. It all stems back to Knight getting that little
Yeah,
bit
this
of
is
advantage
just
to
draft
Gabi,
gap.
getting that little bit of an advantage in that jungle in the early game. And I'm not taking anything away from JDG. They just continue to build these leads, and they saw T1 trying to flex on them, and it's like they didn't even really notice. They just swatted them away and destroyed their Nexus.
And obviously, you know, on Nautilus, you're not there for the damage, but when you also are unable to get any...
Then again, is there any AP junglers? Nico.
And makes it work very,
Minion
very quick.
Yeah, I mean,
Is Nico even in this new version? Is Nico even in MSI?
Because, you know, while those picks were definitely
Is the version updated to this point?
more dive, if they have more follow-up, potentially they can actually just...
I just remember it's like, what? I remember the new Yumi is disabled, and then there's another champion, I forgot.
I assume that we're going to see some adjustments here in the draft, because
One of them is Yumi, and then the other one I don't know.
Yeah, there's a certain Annie that's standing out in my mind at the moment. But now to break down that game #1 win for JDG, let's throw it over to the analyst desk.
Yeah, I'd even say she was on fire. Absolutely, Knight playing that Annie masterfully. And when we look at what these two teams like to do, that they like to brawl in the early game. They like to snowball their advantage. But what stood out to me is that JDG said, "Come at me."
Double D, double that.
Yeah, and Betty was even talking about this when we were watching the games. Like the fact that they were so slow, they didn't fight for any of the Rift Heralds. And I think a huge portion of that is, what I was kind of joking back was like, it feels like Annie is going to become the LPL Renekton, where it's like, hey, look, we burn our flashes at dragons. We play for dragons. And that's all that they did with this Annie. They were like, we don't care about any other part of the map. As long as we have flash on Annie, and as long as we have control of dragon, that's where we want to fight.
I feel like you have a thing you want to say.
I have visual aids for discussing why it didn't work for T1.
Go ahead.
Okay, so they had good DPS, more DPS, damage per second, than JDG.
Are you sure about that?
They had much lower burst. So
They think that's the problem.
Right there. That's pretty much Annie's burst.
Pretty
so you
sure
can see
they...
Oh my god, Jack. Oh my god.
Burst. What? It didn't work.
Any burst is
JDG,
4
every time
DPS,
they led
then...
CC, because they had burst, they could
Then
remove someone
Faker
from the fight.
already,
I think
man.
because they fell behind early, it just didn't end up working for T1.
When we want...
What is the analysis? It's the bomb.
Every single neutral objective, fight, right?
Dear me, no wonder NA is shit.
Fight for objectives that they weren't actually in a position.
Even their data collection is wrong.
Very scrappy, and I think that kind of
It's Annie and bomb.
impact, especially on me, that like
It's not just the T1 has more DPS.
completely defied that expectation.
Annie has more burst. You shitting me? T1 cannot counter because of the Braum shield. The Braum shield counters everything. It counters the Aphelios out, it counters the Nautilus out. That's the point of the Braum pick.
And that was the big one for me. I was a little bit concerned once we saw like Knight had to give up 1 or 2 waves.
No wonder you guys keep losing to Eastern teams.
Start to shift down to that bot lane. They were like, no, this is fine. Ruler can just continue to farm. We're going to make sure that he's okay. And then when you get to those later fights, you've got to follow up onto the Annie engages that you were talking about, chat. Like, there was just no stopping JDG. And that is
in this case, actually, burst matters more because there's a kindred. So you say they have more constant DPS is also doesn't matter.
JDG, a huge team fight win. I would say every stun counts. Talk to me through this.
I mean, what is there more to say? Knight is just so exquisite when finding these opportunities.
Oh!
That there was...
That's how I talk through this play.
For Blam. That indeed sums up
It's not just for Blam, you see Guma is still up and then the shield comes out. See, he cannot counter.
Was just exquisite.
He fight what?
They think that when they
and
have
no
the
damage.
Aftershock, they have the Cassante, especially with the Kindred ultimate as well, that would be enough to
After engage, just put shield. Guma cannot hit.
Felt like this was a tester game
GG, easy.
About the Annie, right? Because they
Counter what?
over the Annie, which
0 counterplay.
Guarantee ban on red side all tournament long. And the fact that you're now having this problem with the Annie, it feels like you got to let the Ahri slip through as well. But I don't know if it goes much better. Like Knight's Ahri is absolutely insane as well. So I think you're now caught between a rock and a hard place as T1, where your experiment didn't work. What is the adjustment that you have coming into game 2?
Yeah,
Just ban out the Braum. The Annie's not the problem.
Like, Owner not taking a massive gamble at level 1. Like when I look at this whole game, like they pick the Kindred there not because it's good for the team comp and not because it's good for team fighting. It's because he thinks he can kill Wukong at level 3. And when he instead gets killed by Wukong at level 3, the plan doesn't work very well. I do think that is where it started to go off the rails because it was actually pretty close until the Annie started picking up. And like I think once that 13-minute team fight happened in mid lane, the game was kind of over.
Yeah, it was also nice to see because it happened in mid lane a couple of times, and it's almost like watching the Matrix because the hooks kept coming out. They were like, whoa, no, you're not going to get me. And then Faker's so frustrated that he just goes in all the way.
And I think that one of the big things that really stood out, we already highlighted Knight, but he was the difference maker at the end of the
Can
day.
you just out over the wall
every single kill
without
in
vision?
This game. Like, the masterclass performance, we talked about how
What,
the
Annie?
matchup coming into it was very much Faker versus
Can la?
facilitators for their team. And I think that we saw it right there. It wasn't the ruler
It's
show.
a point and click AoE stun. The Tibbers.
Every fight was started
I
on the
think
back
he didn't
of
have
a
vision
Knight
though.
engage, and this was the international.
No, the wall is right there.
Yeah, and I think that's the
They
big
see
thing
him
we're
walk
getting to see
over
what
the
Knight
wall.
can do,
It's
but
only
also not
one.
only in those
There's
fights,
only one
the
place
mental
carrier
pressure
could
that he
be.
was able to put on in the mid game as well. We look towards that third dragon. You had Knight that was off
Ah,
that
don't
side,
make me look at
pushing
that
the wave.
bigger
That ended up
photo
dragging
again,
T1
bro.
around the map.
This
And
makeup,
for
bro.
these moments where JDG could go aggressive and
Someone
yeah,
sue this
that's a
makeup
big
team.
old goal
He's
difference.
clearly
in that
working
lane.
for
What I
LPL.
heard, I don't know who said
It's
it.
clearly
Someone
LPL
said,
makeup
let's check
team.
in with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz because Faker is getting gapped by Knight.
In game 1, he definitely got gapped. Like, Faker made some questionable hooks. He overforced a couple of plays. He made contact with the Braum multiple times, and that was not the ideal target. And while there was one or two good hooks, one or two good
It's not
initiations,
because it's
Faker
not
did
ideal, it's
start
because
off this
Braum is
series
always
with an
in
impressive
front.
performance. That
There's no
says
one else he can
I have
hook.
the utmost confidence that he's the type of player that will brush it off and bounce back just as
You
strong
had
in
a
game
3-1
2.
prediction.
That I
so-
did. That's the 1-3 now for T1. I'm optimistic, right?
T1 did select blue side going into.
I pray
game,
that Bengi and
that's
team knows
stuck
that
in
it's
there as he tossed it over,
knows
but
that it's
like,
Braum.
Just like it happened in 2022 Worlds, he
Just
he
ban
believes
Braum
that
next
it's
game.
Just a test game, just as you guys are saying it. But we're dealing with different members on JDG as well, right, chat? And it is a completely different story.
It's true. I mean, they didn't have to play against Ruler the last time. They played them at the World Championship. I do think, though, that T1 does need to make like relatively small adjustments. Blue side is one of them. It gives them the power pick. If Annie is still up, they can first pick the Annie. Suddenly they have the burst and the engage on their side, and they can better zone for their 80 carries. I really do feel like part of Faker getting gapped by Knight there was his team composition, and his jungler didn't set him up for success because he has a hook. He's trying to use his tool, but there is literally no follow-up, and then you'd say he needs to play as a peeling champion. But you can only peel if you're in a position where the other team wants to come into you, and because they have no burst to threaten, they can never take space. So he was completely lost in that game compositionally as well as the way that he played. So I do think, to Vedius' point, we have a lot of series left.
I think it boils down to a stronger mid-jungle for T1. I think that when they look the best in the early game, it's when Owner and Faker are working well together. This game we didn't get it. I'm hopeful we get it next game.
Golden left hand is too strong. It's going to be JDG all the way.
Okay, let's see. JDG is on the lookout for revenge. Let's see how T1 will react in game 2 right after the break.
Navi trying to fight back, but already Owner is going to get the flash. He's into the brush, though, and Knight, he comes round in first blood for Kanavi.
Again, that is YT1.
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbers, massive wombo combo, and immediately the thresh is going to go down as well as the Kindred. Knight takes out Faker as well. Hissing is just walking towards them. Cyclone is going to land onto everyone as Gumayusi gets knocked up. He tries to open. It's a double kill for Ruler.
It's absolute domination here in game number 1. T1 just did not have the answers here.
I'm a peep. A song. What? They've detected copyrighted audio. Ah! How do you...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2023. We're up to game number 2. JDG, absolute destruction in the first one, Azale.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing you have to remember is it's a really poor format for T1. This is a tournament that has been designed by Riot with 3 finals in it. There's an upper bracket final, a lower bracket final, and a grand final. I mean, how much more LPL bias can you get?
We get a Zale Unleashed. That's what's actually happening here.
I can't handle bias in my broadcast, Azale, okay? But look, all jokes aside, I think T1...
I believe in the bounce back.
Happy to try and bounce back in this one because they get to move over to a different side of the Rift and try things once again. They have dropped game 1s before, and in fact, that's what they do most of the time, domestically at least, and they did it the last time they faced JDG as well.
And to me, the biggest thing about this, why I'm not like, oh god, it's going to be a 3-0, is because it didn't look like it was a play issue. It looked more like a draft, a compositional issue. Once we saw how JDG were really playing out that draft, how many answers they had for what T1's composition really wanted to get done, it just kind of felt like they had been absolutely checkmated. JDG were playing it out perfectly and had drafted that perfect comp to really answer what T1 wanted to do. So now we're going to see those adjustments here on blue side.
Yeah, I think it was also a situation where
even if,
say, the coin flips the other way, owner does get that kill, they snowball early. I think they would have ran into a lot of the same issues, particularly with how good JDG are at team fighting. T1 also seeming to note that the Wukong not going to be available to Kanavi, has used it throughout the entirety of playoffs with great efficiency, and the Annie not going to give over here to T1.
Yeah, this is what I was calling for towards the end of the last game, because of course Annie has just been so incredibly strong in the hands of both of these mid laners. Knight not having played it thus far.
Man, bro.
Proving that it's something that
oh god.
As well. Ari taking off the board. Of course, Knight, phenomenal Ari player. As the Maokai left up, locked away. The Cassante being the final ban is kind of curious.
Oh boy, it's gonna be.
It's gonna hover some stuff before he gets a champion.
Yeah, very big swap away here. We saw Owner on the Kindred, wasn't really able to get anything done. Early played it.
They're gonna get cop blocked again.
And I think that Maokai, very similar to what we saw previously with the Brom.
Maokai's a bit
makes
better.
it really easy and straightforward to play around your AD carry.
Now, I'm really interested. Is JDG going to try to
Maokai's
T1
like
with the red side Zion here? Because they do have it. Will they try to look for that draft setup? And if T1 sees it coming, will they have their own response prepared, right? Because
why are they going Zyra Khan?
And the Zyra Khan here,
they're gonna just pick
Zyra Khan as a combo, specifically when it's into a fellas. I think in Jinx, the range advantage plays such a large part. And
look, they don't even look confident.
Particularly when we get to the
they're like, ah, shit.
Once we see the rapid fire cannon come through, we've seen Zayas really struggle with actually getting in range.
Yeah, just take a train.
Yeah.
Pretty much is how you're supposed to do it. Maokai will provide some space here for T1. I actually really like Maokai at the moment. I think him and Bai are absolutely far and away the best junglers at this tournament so far. But let's have a look at what these next round of bans are going to be. Because like you say, the T1 bot lane camp strategy that 369 could employ is certainly looming. And there is the Gwen ban. This is the way I like teams to play into the Sion, is to pick something that can carry from top lane that can benefit from that empty lane in the early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm such a fan of the Gwen ban, because I think not only can you win in that 1v1, but you can actually bring that power to a 5v5, unlike some of the other picks that are actually considered to be good carry picks against Sion, which I do think things like the Fiora are much more difficult to actually 5v5 on, right? Sure, you can create that individual advantage, but can you actually turn that into a 5v5 advantage where the games are decided these days?
Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the Gnar personally.
Do you really play a Kazakh if you are picking Maokai?
You already have frontline. Do you think that's the type of
the thing is, I think T1 is identifying they're using... JDG is using T1 strat.
Without being matched by the Sion, but hasn't come through so far. And we also do know, particularly with the Jace already banned away, the Cannon and the Gnar are kind of Zeus's mainstays. Expected to see him pick up either of those here.
Yeah, if it was Bin, I would be like ban the
Damn,
Jax
Ruler
away
has
as well,
pimples
but
on his
I
neck.
think the Jace in Zeus
Must be painful as shit.
Of sense. It's final ban from T1 to come through. They are thinking about this one quite
What? How far in are you?
To get rid of. I expect another
He just showed Ruler.
pull out ever further, but no, it will be Knight.
Oh, now it's Knight.
Syndra. An understandable ban away. You can see
yeah,
Knight
okay,
pretty
Knight also.
happy about the respect
Yeah,
being given.
right
I
now
mean,
I
that
can
is
see.
his signature pick, right? You know, this guy is unreal on the Syndra.
Oh, we've seen Belvet
Yeah.
a whole bunch of times, so I'm not expecting zigging and zagging. Just a bit of
Sejuani is much better.
as Ruler is hovering the Sejuani, and we'll lock that one away. So not as
That's
exciting,
two
I
beefy
guess,
fat
but
boys,
still,
and I don't think Guma can shred through
It also
them.
does set up for those potential, you know, mid lane kind of aggressive picks, to some of the melee picks that can come
Faker
through.
needs
So we need to see where
something.
Faker
I
makes
think the
it.
Sandra will be
That is,
good
you know,
here.
available that he's played so far.
For
Or
Faker,
is
I
the
mean.
Fox, right? You know, the Casante's gone. The Tristana mid would be interesting. You know, RT1 going to be going towards Marksman again. We do know that this can be flexed towards top. I know that I think it was Doran actually played Tristana top as well, so there is potential for that to be flexed around, but you definitely are expecting it to be mid lane.
I don't
So
like
we
the
really need to see
Tristana
what
here.
The answer is there from Knight, because I don't think Tristana is always going to have the easiest time. You know, especially when it is.
Like who's gonna go to Jinx?
Or I guess on theoretically
What?
flex. Gonna have to go back a few years to really find it, but
At least Lissandra.
Zeus has been putting a bunch of time into the Tristana top as well, like you were talking about. So theoretically, Faker can be on the Ornn in the mid lane if he would like to.
Yo.
But, oh, Knight. Okay, considering the Cassiopeia for now.
Well, this is actually a really tough matchup for Tristana. It can be very difficult to actually win out in this. Cassio can just harass the Tristana very heavily in the 1v1. You can win a lot of the all-ins. If Tristana's jumping in with the rocket jump, it's very easy to actually just drop the miasma on her, drop the Q on her, and you can win out.
The thing is, Faker is like one of the best players to react to Cassiopeia out.
For Cassio, it's how are you going to play it out in the 5v5 where there's a lot of engagement, there's a lot of CC from that T1 side. But I think this is a great answer. This is something I've been seeing a lot of players go to in solo queue as an answer to that Trist mid. So excited to see
Knight
bring
is
it out.
feeling
Want to see
himself,
how he can
man.
perform.
What the fuck?
Also puts
Keep
a lot
smiling.
more attention towards the mid lane. I do think both Tristana and Cassio can really struggle and put behind, right when you can't hit kind of damage thresholds
Because
that you're
like,
looking for. And even though it has been a very bot side focused meta, it's still kind of
Faker's familiar with Cassiopeia lah. I think it's fine lah.
AD support, right? When it was basically dive.
Unless he's just gonna do the Annie engages again, but instead of Annie, it's Cassiopeia instead. Cassiopeia can also flash out, you know.
You know, it's tank versus tank. I think you might see the signs trap, but outside of that, don't expect.
They all go into a bush, flash out. Wow.
Go down towards there.
You also have to remember that, you know, Miasma as a
Oh,
follow-up
God.
to other CC, you know, like if you
No,
can
Zeus is not in that form
you can
anymore.
Drop the W onto someone like the Trist, onto someone like the Rakan, the Maokai, all these champions cannot actually get out of that very easily. You can even disrupt the
Zeus
Ornn
is not a
ultimate,
god
if he
anymore.
actually goes for the arm,
Yeah,
you can
two
drop the
fairly
Miasma on him
big
as he's looking to
ultimates
R2, he
in
can't actually
Maokai
redirect, so there's
on.
a lot of annoying little
Can't tell me
interactions
you cannot
there.
catch
I think
someone
Faker's
now.
job in this lane is really to not interact with the
If they just
Cassio,
stand
actually
behind
try
the
to
tank,
avoid all his
the
Qs and just
Maokai
arch
out
and just try to
won't hit
scale and try to not fight that guy.
won't hit Ruler.
Because I don't think it's gonna go
And then
well
Ruler
for
also
them.
has
They are
the
trading back and forth.
No,
the cleanse.
Just fire minion waves into the Cassiopeia as often
Look
as
at that
possible.
cheese.
Let's see how it goes as we are onto the rift here for game number 2. T1 now on the blue side. JDG on red. Gumayusi going to spot them out, give them some feathers there. And 369 already where a Scion belongs in the early game, and that is bottom lane very close to a turret.
You can see the response though from T1. They are going to be potentially moving up into this topside jungle. So where will they start? T1 obviously having done this strategy themselves. Really curious to see what the response is going to be. Obviously the early information is so important.
Yeah, Faker still hasn't seen any of JDG there, as all of them just sitting in this one brush. I really hope that Faker decides that this is the time where he doesn't want to venture into the river to ward. But I'm still nervous. Okay, spots all of them out, walking towards that bottom side red buff.
T1 are positioning like they want to fight this. Faker is moving down. Maokai is actually starting on Wolf, so are they going to try to harass here and try to delay?
This is very interesting. They spot them out immediately. Ward goes over. They clear it out as Missing is just trying to keep them at bay. And T1 know exactly what this strategy is going to be, but JDG playing it out pretty comfortably so far.
Well, also, Guma used his ghost there, right? And into specifically Jinx and Lulu, actually fighting for early prio is going to be extremely hard.
Look at Owner. He's coming. So they want to try to position with 4 members bot to try to actually harass here.
Owner's level 2.
Yeah, they have full information. There is the grand entrance. The knockback's going to come through. The flashes to come out there. Owner's going to get stunned up with the permafrost, but it's first blood going to Faker, immediately answered by Knight here. Both mid laners walk out 1-0. Oh, Kanavi maybe in a little bit of trouble, but no, it's just going to be a feather or two. As now Knight is going to come on over to Faker here. These twin bangs just layering on top of Faker. Knight is going to go down, and it's going to be an extra added assist for Missing on top of it somehow.
Oh, and with no flash on either mid laner now, that mid lane, I expect to see more attention towards her. Also do note, T1, yes, they're able to get a kill, but Ruler was able to get full experience, whereas the bot lane for T1 gonna be put on the back foot right from the get-go, right? Guma and Karya were, I think, missing at the very least the first, maybe a wave and a half worth of experience here, where Ruler was just shoving without a care in the world.
Absolutely, and Guma had to use his potion for this fight as well, which is very problematic. But T1's answer is really we're just going to fight. They're actually just going to battle for this. Owner started Wolves, pass down, gets level 2, comes to actually fight, and yes, they do get that first kill, but Knight gets a kill of his own, and then this is what I'm talking about. If you connect on the Q, he gets that early level 2, there's just nothing Faker can do in this situation. He's on an E-Star, he has no flash, the Q follows, he flashes through, lands that last Twin Fang, so 2 kills early to the Cassio. Knight gonna be feeling really happy. Yes, it is 2 kills on Faker's side, but again, I do think I really favor the Cassio in this 1v1, and if Cassio can get those scaling items in quick, looks like he's building towards a Catalyst. You know, if you can get that Roa really early, have that stacking up, it's gonna become problematic.
Accelerated game potentially for both of these mid laners. Of course, Tristana does like to get to those spikes a little bit earlier as well. As now 369 does still have flash. He's going to use it right now. Is slowed down by all of these saplings. Bramble smash to push him back in. Kanavi's going to come up 50% health. Decent Q there. He's going to knock up one. Is now T1. They're desperate to try and find one of these. Permafrost is going to keep Owner at bay, but Faker is moving in now. There's the immediate flash out as well. Double knock up from Zeus as they take the first one, and Faker is going to look to try and take down 369. He's knocked up though as Zeus tanked the turret for as long as he could.
That's a nice dive.
With the explosive charge.
It starts out as a wet noodle fight, and then Faker shows up and then you say, hey, this isn't fair.
How dare you bring a gun to our wet noodle fight?
What a roam though from Faker, getting up towards topside there, changing everything, because if Faker was not coming, JDG just can continue to fight that 2v2, and I think they win it. So instead it is a 2-for-0 clean for T1 on that top side, thanks to the roam for Faker, who gets another kill. And Missing is just being so annoying here. He couldn't break the shield there, unfortunately, not quite enough AP.
Yep, Zyra can't OP at getting back, as it turns out. And check this out one more time, Chronicler.
And it starts off, 369 is able to flash the initial knock-up from Zeus, and this early on in particular, cooldowns are still very high, right? But the moment that Kanavi arrives, you do see T1...
Zeus's base damage is very high.
Skirmishes can get a lot done, but because Owner is able to weave out, get away, they can prolong the fight until Faker shows up, and
that Q cancel
from Zeus comes up huge.
Yeah, pixels for 369 there. You saw him thinking that he was just out of range, charging that Q. Could have been a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, that was really close to being able to hold on there for 369. He lands the knockup.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you could tell you're feeling stressed. You already lost one game. If you start to fall behind in game 2, you really start getting nervous here. But JDG...
Oh, if they lose game 2, they mental break.
To take first dragon here once again. It's a very early one. We're only 5.5
If T1 loses game 2, they mental break. They're like, ah, shit.
And they are really prioritizing these early dragons.
Also want to highlight, although we might get
there's no way he can steal this.
a steal here. Looks like Missing.
Light is right there.
Want to highlight that Missing being able to
what? Owner doesn't want to steal dragon?
was actually really big because they were actually caught
It's
up.
Maokai what you want, man.
Yes, they've been able to kind of equalize.
Actually,
They
he
were
got the
backing on the
ball.
cannon wave, but then with Missing getting the
He's a Maokai, man.
shove out the subsequent wave, and a lot more minions were denied, and now as a result, Ruler back up in the CS department.
Yep, also half a level in lead as well, and at this particular moment in time, that is going to be a big deal. No Featherstorm.
Just be like, okay, I'll proxy your wave.
369 tidying up some minions underneath this turret here. And as the dust is settling, T1 do move away with a slight gold advantage.
Against the
JDG
bows.
shouldn't be too worried about it for
Against
now.
the bows.
As, yeah, okay, that's quite aggressive positioning there from Zeus. As in goes Faker, Knight, taking a bit of damage, but offering a whole bunch back there as well, even with Owner in the area.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look at that Zeus flank.
That when you jump in, he just drops the miasma on you, you get slowed up, it's a guaranteed Q generally from there, and as long as Cassio has that poison on you, you're always going to win on the trades with the Twin Fangs. And
oh dear, okay, Kanavi going to get Faker to rocket jump over that wall. Permafrost was in the air as well, but he's just going to be able to walk it out, no flash required for this one. T1 do rotate out of that bottom lane to try and potentially defend.
Yeah, Big Zeus was also already halfway through the river, right? So he's been able to keep pressure on 369 thanks to that gank that was found by T1 as Kanavi with the invade.
Immediately they do spot him out with that sapling there though, and looks like Owner is going to be able to secure it. There it is.
No way Kanavi gets
that
steal
smite
that.
fight and will be able to
The Johnny.
his Bramble back intact.
But they lose Prio on bot side, right? They lose control of their
they're not level 6.
Here, Knight does have flash and he has ulti. He could look over the wall.
Yeah, there it is. Not going to be able to get
Oh, nice. Nice stun.
to come through from Carrier there, but he's going to tank up the turret for as long as he needs to, and now
Oh,
Carrier
it's reset.
sitting duck underneath this turret. The poison is going to connect. There's the permafrost, and Ruler gets hand-delivered a kill.
Beautifully done there from JDG. That bot jungle pressure. Yes, it did not give them the red buff, but they push out T1.
What, Faker don't have demolish?
They get the 2 for 0. Faker's going to get
still
some
want to
plates
take
back mid. Going
demolish
to be able to
on
deny some minions, but it is a bigger victory on
Where's
the
the ding,
bottom side
ding,
because it is
ding,
getting
ding,
Ruler
pong?
ahead of Gumayusi once again.
And crucially, the only one that has teleport here and can join the play is Zeus, and he's not able to. It's still laning versus 369.
Oh, he has the
After the invade, not necessarily working out, the immediate
bone plate thing.
coming through, and as you point out,
Yo, bone plate thing is broken though.
There's no way for T1's bot lane to survive this.
Exactly. I mean, Faker had already been chunked earlier, right, previous to that play. As that one got a little bit dicey, but T1 do strike back on the top side. They take
Ruler's like, I know they're there.
That initial play where Kanavi is getting that chunk on Faker, pushing him down in the jungle. Then they can't take the 2v2 because they're down HP. Then they can't defend the bot side dive because they lose control of the jungle. And it's this play that you really love to see, and it's been signature here at MSI. Getting control of mid is not really always about getting your mid laner ahead. It's about being able to transition that to bot.
Yeah, the really cool thing is it all comes from that level 1 play as well, because Ruler has that slight experience lead. Gumayusi's being denied, and then he's level 5 underneath that turret instead of having the Feather Storm. It is just so cool that everything is sort of coming back to these. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to comprehend, and I just can't quite get there, Isaac.
I do want to highlight that I do think that one of the big advantages that we see for Faker, there's a lot of champions. Nautilus is an example where if your opposing mid laner roams and you don't get any, and you get time alone in lane, it doesn't mean anything. With the Herald going over and the mid lane already being this low, might be an opportunity for T1 to take that with the Herald when the next Drake rolls around. But they do need to actually make that work, because the last few team fights, as we saw in the previous game, definitely all going the way of the JDG.
Well, and again, they're faced with similar issues to last time. You know, they do have some AP from the Maokai, but an AP Maokai is not going to force a Scion to build magic resist. It's going to be an armor stacking Scion here. And Cassio becomes a tank once you actually do get to those later stages. You know, you do get Gargoyle Stoneplate generally as a 4th item. People are going Rylai's, you know, they're getting Roa, and they're grabbing, you know, they're tier stacking that up. So you have the tier shield, you have the Roa for HP, you get towards Gargoyles, you actually have some real tankiness. I've even seen against heavy comps like this, some Cassios go towards Frozen Heart, which can also be pretty effective. So there is armor stacking capabilities on multiple members on the JDG side.
And I think Chronica and I have exactly the same idea, because you don't see the Sunfire Cape.
And Ornn.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Ornn is a mage, assassin. We
he
know
does
this.
do damage, but he's still not forcing an EMR, my friends.
Well, that's the whole point. You don't know how much damage he does. No one's going to build the EMR.
We're going to check the numbers at the end on that Sunfire Cape, Azale.
We absolutely will.
We'll check the numbers on the Casio as well. We'll see which one's out.
Hey, ho, I don't know about that.
What tank Casio?
I think
One
you're
cape or a
absolutely
stick
right.
in your boot.
Certainly far more balanced is the JDG composition. Faker's Draw a Bead is going to take a few levels to get the range up, but does mean that he is going to have that range to go toe-to-toe with Ruler. Zeus just doing some alcove gaming. Like to see it. 369 just going to walk towards him with his shield activated. Look at this. Just so much gameplay here towards his top side, but it is going to be Zeus finding a few angles. He's not quite brittle. That's when it gets a bit exciting in the Ornn matchup. Instead, he's just hitting him with his small hammer. As JDG now looking
Oh,
for this dragon.
Knight really likes to hide ambush, huh?
After this,
Okay.
as Kanavi, Glacial Prison going to come down there. T1 standing their ground, only 50% health taken there from
At the
Ona,
top
but
are
they do
just
get them
fighting.
out of the river.
It's actually so important though. 369 is trying to stay on top of Zeus because Zeus has TP and he does not. So if they lose track of Zeus, JDG will have to give up this dragon. And I think that's the situation that they're going to find themselves faced with. I don't think they're going to be willing to take a potential 4v5 if Zeus is able to join with that Ornn ulti.
And now it is going to be the Rift Herald completely denied in this mid lane. T1 do use it to
they
get
don't
some
smite.
control of the river. I don't know whether that's exactly worth it.
Yeah, I think T1 was trying to make
What, level 10 to level 8?
Ruler and Missing were able to get prior
The fuck is
so it's
the
not
fuck
like Owner
is
and Faker
369
just run
doing?
to where Dragon started because JDG would be more would have more than enough time to respond. So the one other thing outside of some plays for Faker that T1 got completely negated here by JDG.
Finally,
it's towards the make their way. Sorry.
There's 2 ADCs, it should be very quick.
No one denies T1 Cloud.
Wow, there's 2 red wards
Experience, and I do keep
on that entrance. What the fuck?
a little more than others. And they are going to collect that one here. So it is going to be Infernal Soul as well. This is going to be huge.
And I'm really looking forward to the first actual 5v5 because we haven't really seen, we saw in the previous game, whoever, or JDG winning the first 5v5 kind of snowballed it from there. Both compositions with the amount of hard engage and front-to-back team fight that they have available, definitely a big threat. I do think Faker needs to get to a Mythic as soon as possible and try to accelerate him more because I do think that Tristana is one of the picks where if you do get ahead of the curve, right, if you're able to pick up an early LDR, you can actually shred from front line, but you need to not just take this lead as Kraken Slayer comes through, but build upon it further. And I think that's why that Herald mid was such a costly
I think
opportunity.
this game comes down to who kills the other team's tanks faster.
You can take that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And extending that gold lead, I do think is really important. JDG, I don't really feel like there's any pressure on them to really get anything done. You know, take the fights that look very good to you. But when you're playing Cassio Jinx with multiple frontliners and an Enchanter support, you're down to go 50 minutes. You're down to play this as long as T1 want to. We'll have to see, you know, if Team 1 is going to be able to push the pace of the game, or, you know, if I'm wrong and the physical damage is not really going to matter. If they can just outplay in the team fights, utilize Keria with this explosive engage, you know, find that follow-up from Zeus, and really eliminate one of these DPS right off the bat, and then all of a sudden, the damage doesn't really matter.
Because I think that's the
Ruler has a full item.
If we do go to stalemates, T1's ability to start off fights is a lot stronger.
They're just waiting for the Cassiopeia to scale.
We've talked about a lot. They are really
They're just waiting for Cassiopeia to hit something.
He bought the freaking scaling items, the broken SAP scaling
and be
items.
important as we get to the later stages, particularly with objectives being very evenly spread thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, they have really all the good go buttons this game. Yes, there is Sejuani ult, yes, there is Sion ult, but it's not nearly as reliable as something like Keria or a Flash Twisted Advance or even that Ornn ulti.
Faker is right there. Oh god, Knight.
Yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Oh, great
Now they're going
buffer.
to go for the point-blank ulti, but yeah,
Knight,
right. The
Knight.
buffer is going to be there. Nature's Grasp going to come down. Miasma
Get Knight, what
causing
the fuck?
a few issues, but it's not going to be the greatest petrifying gaze. Is now Knight taking so much damage.
Why is
here from
nobody
Faker.
hitting
Oh my
Knight? The
goodness,
fuck?
The AoE Ruler taking matters into his own hands here. Still has Super Mega Death Rocket
the
available.
miasma? I don't know,
T1
man.
are going to back away. In the
He put
meantime,
down
though,
the miasma and
369's
T1's like,
chilling
oh
on the
no,
top
no,
side of the
no,
map, just smacking down
don't
the top.
touch that poison
Someone's
machine.
going to have to respond to that, but it is going to be T1 moving into the top side river. They're going to be starting up this Herald, utilize the chunk they got on Knight, utilize the ulti down from him and Kanavi to be able to start it up. And that's really all thanks to Faker. It's a great buffer on that ulti. Is able to jump out, then get a chunk down on Knight. He doesn't get stunned up by that Cassio ult. As a good attempt at a steal from Ruler, but T1 well aware of it. And will be able to extend their gold lead.
He was aiming for Zeus there to win out that top lane matchup. Knows how important that is.
High five.
So, yep, you can understand that one. Knight here towards his bottom side, though, is just taking this out of turret. In the meantime, and this is what we've been seeing sort of all tournament long by the Eastern teams, is being able to know exactly where to be to maximize the amount of gold earned on these maps. And Knight continuing to do so here on this bottom side.
Do know, if there's no cross-buff from T1, like, you're going to give over first turret blood, going to be a huge influx of gold here with
Radiant
no real
Virtue.
counterplay, right? You see 369 holding the top wave.
Radiant
there isn't really an
Virtue.
opportunity to dive
Said
inside
John.
at this point in the game. Ruler and Missing holding down mid lane. As a result, gold now, 60 minutes, basically dead even.
Yeah, dead even, but again, you know, it is that gold right where you want it for JDG. It is Ruler 1,000 gold up on Gumayusi.
JDG
Slight advantage there for Faker.
gonna
about
give up
400
another
gold,
dragon.
But the
They just
real
gonna wait
edge is
until
on the
that
top side for
Rock
T1, which is not
Aegis
going to be
is full.
as impactful here, having it on the Ornn, having it on the Maokai.
Yep.
Oh, Cassiopeia has the slow now.
The Rod of Ages now stacking, looking towards that Seraph's Embrace for
I think they're willing to give up one more dragon.
as all these synergistic items come together.
The
Usually feeling a little bit in danger here.
Archangel staff is still not bought yet.
Waiting in the wings.
And that's why Cassio is so frustrating to play against at times, because it is so difficult to burst this champion down because you can build so much HP. You get that Seraphs, you get the shield from that as well as they're going for the engage.
There they go. Yeah, the quickness going to charm up. Kanavi does land the ultimate, but not going to really get too much done as 369 is going to teleport in. JDG going to be able to get out of there.
That's both thumbs off Ruler though, and that is massive here. We'll see if T1 are going to be able to find any sort of a fight.
But Knight and Kanavi are here. They can counter engage if T1 plays wrongly.
T1 members in this mid lane trying to hold on. As JDG move on in 369.
Zeus also has ulti
here with what remains of the brush here around the red buff. Infernal Rift does make things a little bit bare.
And JDG also doesn't want to just give T1 free access, right? If you go all in on that dragon, T1 with Herald can possibly get 2 turrets right from the get-go, particularly with the pushing power they have as Herald comes down.
Yeah, T1 still trying to hold on to that bot side river, but JDG now 5 members strong, want to stop Shirley from getting towards this turret, but there are so many ultimates flying towards JDG.
What?
369 gonna have to flash immediately to get himself out of the way. The turret.
God, Zeus!
The stun is just massive. Low health bars absolutely everywhere.
Fucking Zeus, you have one job. How are you stunned?
Wait, what happened? The Rift Herald like
Zeus got stunned.
By who?
As the T1 front
It's probably by Cassiopeia, man. Like, fuck's sake, he had one job. He could have knocked out 5 people, man. And then he got stunned.
Look into the abyss.
Bruh. Oh my god, Zeus.
Fair bit of damage, like we said, as they're not going to be able to take this dragon. JDG, now can they find the fight as Featherstorm goes in a direction?
Zeus, you just need to press R.
And it is JDG picking up
He
the
did.
win there. T1,
He just didn't press
all they
the
get
second.
is a mid lane turret. Think really big there.
Oh my god, look at this.
Did get interrupted.
How is he in range of Knight?
369, yeah, on the Scion.
Oh, it's Scion Q.
If they can
Bruh.
another set of riddle procs, I think
Wait,
they
And then he goes into the Jinx trap into the Knight stun.
Knight is so tanky.
Whereas the backline, look at Ruler.
Fuck, man. No, Zeus just keeps getting stunned by everything.
Much damage as they want.
And that's the power of the miasma. Zaya steps forward, all of a sudden there's a miasma behind you. You cannot walk into the miasma.
It's not Cassiopeia, my god, these casters.
There's no way you can walk through that. So there's just this massive zones of control created by the miasma on one side, the Scion as well as the Sejuani on the other side, and they're just experts at making space for Ruler and Knight here to really max out
Well,
damage.
the Zeus effect is already here and it's only game 2. It's not even game 3. It's not even the final game. And he's already tilted.
One highlight as well, Faker also clearly realizing we need a way to chew through these front lines. Yes, we have Demonic Embrace, but as you highlighted, the Zil, it's never going to be enough damage to actually get through the JDG front line. So that Lord Dominic's that'll be something that T1 is going to rely upon if they do actually want to win these front-to-back team fights.
And then we'll see, can Faker actually have enough time in these fights to free fire and knock through those? Because there is going to be threat of that counter engage. There is going to be Knight that's in the mix, this mid-range champion who's going to be looking to fire on you anytime
To be honest, that could have been amazing.
Here on the bottom side once again, it is
And then Zeus just gets stunned.
Throwing abilities at one another, so a perfect time to take stock. It's 20 minutes. And last time around, we were very denied when it comes to the Baron attempts. It took
Of course they lose because of Zeus.
Get there. This time around, Purple Worm is going to spawn. Faker in the area, but
Faker's
JDG
gonna get
the
caught.
most attention right now. Faker has rocket jump. He's going to be fine to get out of here if JDG do come on over, and gives Baron a bit of a parting gift.
Something we also haven't mentioned, in addition to all the other stuff, is that Ruler actually got a call early, right? And Guma never did. Guma wasn't able. That's a lot of extra gold that is in the pocket of Ruler in addition to all the other attention that he has gotten. And it's like you were saying earlier, Zone, I think you can really see it there. in the previous fight is where you want the goal to be, right? Because if you have a little bit more DPS, then maybe the fight goes the other way. The moment that Tristana starts resetting, that you can actually play further forward, T1 might have an angle, but as long as JDG gets to control the ebb and flow, and 369 and Kanavi doing such a good job of providing that reliable front line.
I mean, the fights are really about hitting that critical mass, or all of a sudden the enemy front line can no longer hold up, especially when you're playing against enchanters. It's actually so critically important to be able to overwhelm the front line with damage, because it's so difficult to punch through a Scion.
But they lose game 1 already.
There's a Lulu shielding them up and ulting them and so on behind them up and ulting them and so on behind.
How did they lose?
Well, so far things are
Graph gap.
For the moment, we are moving into
Now
territory. Absolutely.
Now.
As Knight and Faker just move.
Now they're gonna lose too because Zeus is not in condition.
We're back down here where the brawling never stops. So if you're worried about action and things like this, you just always look towards his bottom lane as London understands. This is where the action is.
Atlas, is it a brawl if they're always fighting?
Absolutely.
Still
it's
is?
just a constant
continuous,
brawl.
yeah.
I mean, at some point,
I saw the Zeus is shaking leg.
What? You saw the leg?
Right, so
that's just life.
You see his head keep shaking. That means the leg is shaking lah.
I just
Give the top laner something. Come on, man.
Hey,
Just now T1 could have won a very big team fight, and then Zeus just gets stunned when he casts out.
Support their friends. They want their friends to support them.
He had one fucking job and he doesn't do it.
I just look at it as more value for the
Oh, Faker has demolished lah.
we're going to refer to towards the end of the game. That's what I'm
Gosh.
Tristana having demolish is so weird to play, you know, because the demolish is outside your auto attack range. You need to walk in. That's why it's like very hard, very weird, very like.
So now,
I don't think
Sunfire diff.
Victor is the damage dealer.
It's not really a fair fight because Zeus can upgrade his
Bit off.
Sunfire Cape.
Uma.
Yeah.
tough.
Didn't think about that one.
Tough calculation.
That's true. Never really looked.
Okay, Zeus, do it again. They're all clumped up.
For some action here as Ona throws down the ultimate Zeus.
Oh my.
Flashes forward.
Oh.
Ah, what the fuck?
No one can follow up, man.
Got to get himself out of there as the flash from Missing's going to get him to relative safety. As in goes Carrier, they knock up 369.
Oh my god, Faker.
And he's taken down the knockups.
Okay, got Knight.
Go, 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 go.
Okay.
Yes. Holy shit.
Quad.
What the fuck?
Okay.
What the f...
Nice, just did it, just
Okay.
And then I saw the Rakan also charm them.
They asked.
Why must they win by Zeus and lose by Zeus? Why? Why? Ooh.
Yeah, he can just come immediately towards this one, and I don't think there's going to be much of an option.
Oh my god.
No. They have two ADCs. Okay.
Oh damn.
What the fuck?
Oh.
What an ending out of nowhere.
Oh my god. That carrier.
The engage from Carrier was
Just now in the mid lane, it was also like that, you know, like Zeus got like a 5-man R1 slow. And then he got stunned and then they lose team fight. Thank god this time he didn't get stunned.
Because you know why? Just now he used the Q first, so he not get stunned. And not the Q, the burn, W I think. I saw he used the W first when after he used the ulti.
It's so reminiscent to what we saw, right? You slow the game down and then you just
That means that if Zeus doesn't hit, they fucking lose.
Yeah.
Carrier just finding that angle. Still,
oh my god.
Why must he take such a huge responsibility?
But as soon as there is that slide advantage, and the double 80 carry is certainly working out.
Lol.
Absolutely. I mean, the leak became a waterfall, like everything. All
You know how they lose game 1? They lose game 1, they play all the hook champions again.
That's sort of how it goes. But
And then you know what JDG picked? They picked a bomb.
Oh lol. And then block.
Faker play Nautilus, man.
How about
And then he just picked Braum and blocked the ulti. The ulti cannot go to Ruler.
Oh, Nautilus's ulti can be blocked by the...
Yeah lah, can block
Braum.
one. If Braum is in front, he will just take the knockup. That's why it's a full counter. And then Aphelios also cannot do damage.
I just knew it.
And then you know what the casters say? The problem is their Annie. I'm like, okay, Knight's Annie is good. He has a lot of good engage. But the thing is, T1 cannot counter engage. After JDG engage, T1 cannot counter because of the Braum. The Braum is a bigger problem than Annie. You see C9, you see G2, they have Annie, but they don't have Braum. So Annie's not the biggest problem, it's the Braum.
Really get Gumayusi involved in a lot of this fight, and then once you trade 1-for-1, Ruder's still in a good spot in the bot lane.
I think the other big thing is the fact that, as you rightly said, because they're able to get that kill on tonight, it makes this...
To be fair, in this fight, Knight doesn't have to flash.
We were talking about, is this really worth
Faker's already dead, but he has to flash.
Yes, but from a positional advantage,
Faker's already gonna die from the poison, but he's still flashing in and like, bruh. Okay, well, you just trade the kill.
promising start with Ruler pushing in bot, but then it felt like that this early game was going very
You don't know me, everyone desperate.
That's like you're watching and
Kill
you feel
Faker.
that what Knight
No, Faker's already dead. He's oh my one motion dead.
Yeah, I think his timing is like, he thought he's not dead yet, but he flashed.
Blow open the early game,
I
can
think.
make a difference. I think that ended up neutralizing the early game, what we just saw.
Okay, I have to go eat. Maybe I'm just gonna miss game 3 or game 4. I don't know.
Front to back team fighting.
I go eat for now.
Front to back. And what you mean by
Look at this
is you
fight.
have your front line right here,
It's like,
and then your
oh
back
man.
line right here. So that would be JDG, and then T1 is front to back.
But this one,
That I want to show.
It's this fight lah.
game 1
You see, you see T1. You see Zeus has a very good ulti.
More important is who can hit and who can't hit. And let's pause it here because I just want to be able to draw your eyes to Knight. He's the reason the first fight went well for JDG.
No, it's not him. It's the Sion stun, bruh.
And basically stops
My
Faker,
God.
who's kind of in this clump, from being able to hit. So the main thing that decided this first fight was Knight's ability to get out.
It's not Knight. You shit me?
The caster pissing you.
Everyone is
You see, he got 4 stuns and then the Sion Q hit.
When Knight moves up, he baits everyone to come through, and he actually
Oh
buys
my
a bunch of
god,
time with
Jack, can you
no
shut the fuck up? It's not Knight.
And now, just watch
It's
Faker
369's
back here,
Q, bruh.
unable to get auto attacks off. As the fight
Oh
is
my
falling
god, you
apart
think... Oh.
around him, and this is where it felt like...
No
oh my
wonder
God,
NA is shit.
JDG going to 2-0 the series. It looks like a superior front-to-back team fight.
You were the TL coach, no wonder you're shit.
Against Cassiopeia, but that changed.
It's not Knight. Knight didn't do shit this game. It's 369's 1 Q.
Dagda, but I think
Really?
it's the same thing what Jad is laying out here. The fact that they seem so incredibly crisp.
For 2 games, this guy is focused on the wrong thing. It's like, bruh.
At that point, coming out of the side of T1, specifically Gumayusi, who probably feels like, listen, I don't feel like I can really do anything.
You watch the replay. You have the power to watch the replay, and you still think it's Knight. You shit me.
I think when you've got like the Miasma, the Sejuani, the strong side in the front line, it comes very.
It's like at first I was like, oh, I thought Knight stunned. I thought Knight stunned the on. Okay, well then maybe it's Knight lor. And then when I watched the replay, no, it's the Sion Q that cancelled his R2.
Such a difference in this one, but it was very different when we got into that second.
Yeah, and we want to give
we got the final fight. We got the final fight.
Let's go. We'll take a look at that.
I tried to watch this as many times as possible, so let's put up on the screen. We can roll it.
Oh,
right
you
now.
dare say you watch a lot of times?
So basically, this fight
ass
is
you watch a lot of
because
times.
T1 actually gets access on tonight. Not to
Then-
mention the initial engage doesn't.
Then
get
he used
stopped.
W
The aura
first, so
goes
he
down, and Ruler gets fairly low at the start,
not
which
get
prevents his
any
ability. But
CC.
here, if we pause, it
Immune.
is kind of reset again to a front-to-back team fight, right? Ruler is back here, Knight is over here, Guma's hitting, Faker's hitting. Faker gets a lot more hits off in this fight, so let's roll it once again. And as Knight turns to try and get the damage down, he actually...
Then here,
Faker
oh,
just
Tristana
hits
go
on him,
in.
So pause it.
Oh,
Faker is down. They've killed one front, so there's not many people left
Then
to
the
take
Knight
damage.
flash inside.
Knight is out of summoner spells, so watch the CC chain that can come on through tonight, and also remember that
I'm just gonna finish watching this and then I'm gonna go eat.
Right now to make it
I feel
clear
like
that
he's just
front to
talking
back I talked
bullshit.
about is gone. It's just a line, so anyone can get hit. So let's roll this clip through. Knight
Owner got okay.
kills him. The charm
Yeah,
kills
Honor
him,
got
and
the AD.
access to the CC because the fight lines
Choose
had been
MVP.
broken for JDG. T1 capitalized, got access to both carries. Quadra kill, game. Unbelievable turnaround by T1.
I mean, so much credit needs to go to Zeus.
Hey, Freddy Brion changed name. Do you see?
What?
I was gonna watch that. I was gonna see that later. I think Kadro did a video on it.
OK Bank sponsor Freddy Brion, so now their name changed to OK Bro.
You
Hey, and I thought
You-
I was watching Gen G T1 again, the 5th game. I got such a flashback because remember that was such a long dragged out series that ended on a whim, and T1 saw their chance here and they took it. This does mean that we're all squared.
Bro, are you okay?
Now selecting to go to the blue side, Daga.
Surprise, surprise!
I think their team is right.
I definitely think this would give them those big advantages.
Okay.
They are so tired already.
Like the
So they just pick up
Okay, the
team.
second fight,
I think having the opportunity to actually
the second fight analysis, that's okay. But game one, but that first fight is it pissed me off. This fella.
prioritizing the jinx, which they did get this game.
Which
The
one is
game
the
one
NA?
analysis and the first fight analysis, this guy pissed me off.
First pick access,
This fat guy?
No, Jack, the
Oh.
TL coach.
Yeah, so interesting.
That's
I mean,
not a
it's
coach
World
anymore.
2022 all over again,
And
as
now he's
T1
back as a
series,
caster.
But JDG will be looking to rewrite history.
Bruh.
We'll be right back with game number 3.
As now Knight gonna come on over to Faker here. These twin bangs just layering on top
Oh
of
lol.
it. He's gonna go
What the
down,
fuck?
And it's gonna be an extra added assist.
Flash.
Missing, going to keep Owner at bay, but Faker is moving in now. There's the immediate flash.
Oh.
Double knock up from Zeus as they take the first one. And this isn't fair. How dare you bring a gun to our wet noodle fight? They knock up 369.
Oh, they completely skipped the first fight. Okay, I'm out. I'm mute. I mean mute.
Yeah. Look at the audience. Holy shit. Oh. Love Banky. Funny.
Bing chị lính.
Ting ting tang tang ting. Đang chỉ kịch mẹ. They ban Rakan, Sion. Oh, Cassandra.
It's an interesting read from T1 that the Wukong was the problem in the any Wukong
Oh,
college. As we are going through this very quickly. Cassandra, no surprise, but T1 actually going for the Jinx this time around has been a very successful pick. We've seen the fact that the range advantage you have into Aphelios can be a really big boon, particularly in how it allows you to set up team fights and how you're able to play much further back. The aggressive threat, though, particularly with Aphelios and any like the 100-0 potential, cast your mind back to game number 1, as looks like another Lulu in the works here.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Aphelios Lulu combination picked once again. Do they pick up a support here for Keria, or is it just going to be Nautilus, just to flex it around a whole bunch, much like they did in game number 1? I wasn't a huge fan of the pick into the Annie, but they are still going to go there, and there it is, Faker locking that one away.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like a little bit of a salty run back almost.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was about to say, like, I think as long as we don't go for the Nautilus, you can make the adjustments. I think the Bromben here needs to 100% come through because, although I guess the Lulu's already locked in, so scratch that.
Well, I mean, also, like, you can just change your jungler, and I feel like the whole dynamic of that draft does change, right? I don't think they have to go towards double marksman. If you have something like, you know, a little bit more aggressive that can dive, something along the lines of like a weeew even, who can help to follow up, who can help to actually get that first kill. Things could look really good. You know, getting that first kill with a burst for Jinx, for weeew could be really, really big. Again, it is going to be the Rumble ban in phase 2 here, as clearly are concerned about that.
Yep. Just banning away these magic damage junglers there as well. Of course, the Maokai was the first ban by T1, so you go down that list just a little bit, and the Rumble is going to be there. Nidalee, of course, an option, but first ban going to be the Gragas from T1, and their second one, we'll see what it is going to be here in the second round. Round this one out. weeew taken away.
I like that ban. I do think weeew is really a good pairing with Annie as well. You know, I talked about the T1 side, but I do think anytime you have really high damage burst, pairing with weeew, so easy to get that first reset. Annie just full dumps all her damage into one target.
And I wonder what the angle for T1 is going to be here now, because the Kindred didn't really end up working out in game number 1. We saw how well JDG was able to deal with that. But you do really want to put owner on some kind of aggressive threat here. And Kha'Zix would be in the direction, but it remains as owner, Rise Smile. Still, the magic damage being so heavily prioritized for T1 means that JDG, if they can pick up ways of frontline here, can itemize very efficiently again.
I think we're pretty much guaranteed to just get double beefy boys for frontline, I think, for JDG. Like, they have clearly shown us how they want to play. I would not be surprised about, like, Sejuani, Ornn, or something along those lines.
Or Ornn Sejuani, just to mix it up.
Yeah,
spicy.
Another take on the duo.
Zin's out. Never mind.
So it is a very different look. So we want something maybe with a little bit more dueling power, potentially, to mix things up against this Kha'Zix. Zin can actually perform pretty well in frontliner during the ultimate, so...
Not to mention paired with a Lulu. This is something that we saw at the height of Zin's prowess, was if you pick a Lulu, it gives him so much more longevity in these games. Crescent Guard, of course, giving you a lot of power in that department as well. So, the Ornn is going to be paired alongside I like how
I watched
this
that
draft
Twitch
is from JDG. Once again, they are just cleanly picking into their favorite. That is going to be Gwen insta-locked. No waiting. Nothing like that. Zeus going to be taking that magic damage mantle towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, instant snap up there also alleviates a lot of the issues that T1 have run into when it comes to damage types. I do agree with you though. I think the composition from JDG, particularly in a meta that is centered around teamfight, it has great non-committal engage. If Annie's flashes up, you can go in aggressively, but the counter engage with Zin and Lulu specifically also is quite strong. And when I look at T1, outside of actually getting a Nautilus hook to someone, you're going to be very aligned on picks, right? Someone walking where they're not supposed to, or a flank from Gwen or Cassandra.
But at the same time, you know, it's like for T1, if the engage goes well, Ruler could just be insta-dead. There are so many threats to actually dive into the backline this time. It is not the situation that we had in game number 1 where T1 had this Nautilus mid who's kind of on his own going in. They have the Cassandra to follow up on Keria. They have a Kha'Zix as well as this Gwen to be able to dive back and really threaten Ruler. So I do think it's going to be tough for Ruler to actually find space to sit there and auto against these champions. It's going to be so much about the peeling, so much about the countering, engage here from JDG to keep their marksman safe.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to as well is, can you get Faker away from it? If he's in all-out range, Ruler can just be pulled out into a 1v1 against a Cassante, and in that scenario, T1 is going to be very, very comfortable. It's going to be a lot about JDG and how they can play out these team fights. And that test they've already passed many times this tournament. Their team fighting has been second to none before this particular series. And as we hop onto Summoner's Rift, we'll see whether they can do it yet again. They make their way out. Very cool, calm, and collected composition. The alliteration was unnecessary. I apologize. Definitely a lot of tools here in the early stages of the game.
I do also really like that Zeus is actually playing Ghost. You know, there is some benefit to playing towards the Ignite TP in this sort of style, but this is going to be about 5v5. It's not going to be about the 1v1, and the Ghost is so powerful in the 5v5, and even later on in the game, in those long lanes, can be really, really strong.
Also, yeah, also really like it because I think that particular when you're playing things like Gwen, you can feel very safe due to your E, right, and your W, but if you're too far up in top lane and you have Ignite, it still becomes very easily for a jungler, particularly with really strong ganks like the Xin Zhao, to just take you down early. And I do think that if the Gwen starts falling behind, if we get far enough in the game, you're always going to be relevant, but the actual late game, we really haven't been reaching that much this tournament. It has much more been about like the team fighting between like what, 25 and 35 minutes. Someone gets a decisive lead, and from that point on, you don't really get to play the game anymore.
Yeah, the Glens that we have been seeing though have been, you know, Finn, who's looked fantastic, and Doran, who has never really been our premier Gwen player. And we'll just have to see whether this is going to be some vintage Zeus Gwen towards this top side, because he hasn't played it so far this tournament and hasn't really been favoring it in the LCK this year as well. So I'm excited to see whether he can get back onto the carry side of these matchups. There's been a lot of tanks for our young man in the top lane for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. For pretty much everyone in the top lane, besides Finn, it does feel like, as they're kind of sticking with that carry style. But it's going to be also really interesting to see if Team 1 do at all try to change things up, try to prioritize that early dragon, because JDG have been going towards that first dragon, feels like 5-6 minutes so far in this series, really trying to use that soul as a way to force team fights on their own terms here against Team 1.
Also want to highlight, Guma has gone for Ghost, which the last time he played against any, if I remember correctly, did go for Cleanse. And you're also playing with a Nautilus. It's not like a Lulu, like Keria has been really, really good about his McKills usage. Not going to be the case here, which means a lot more agency for Knight. And as we saw in the last game, he knows how to use that very, very well. And I think in the early skirmishes, that backline dive, it's great, but does mean playing at a much higher risk.
Yeah, it's way higher risk, higher reward here. You know, if you do get caught by that full laning combo, you're probably just toast.
Oh yeah. If you're in range though, oftentimes you're dead a lot of the time anyway. So
I like your optimism.
Yeah, Jinx probably wanting to utilize the rockets as much as possible as we check out this bottom lane for a moment. A little bit of potential action, but not really much going to come from it. As of course, Missing and Ruler just trying to keep them at arm's length. And Keria, being in a melee champion at this point in time is going to be a little bit of a worry as far as the harassment. And Owner is going to come down and try and turn the tides on this one. Potential dive being set up as they are going to try and rotate Faker down as well, as there is the hook. It is going to connect. Missing going down relatively low, finding the extra rocket after the zap. Not a lot of mana on Gumayusi there, as Carrier is just going to glide away. The back is going to get stopped here as Gumayusi is going to get spotted out. So, nothing really going to happen. It was a nice little hook to create some sort of action in this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see now, does Guma actually complete his base? You know, I kind of expect that he will. So he will go right back to base. So it's going to be about JDG just trying to pull shove this, trying to reset the wave, and Keria trying to deny. His mid lane feels much more even thus far than it did in the Nautilus matchup. One of the nice things about Cassante in a matchup like this is that you actually have access to the range champions through the minion wave, right? Like Nautilus to actually look for any sort of engagement to step outside the minion wave. Cassante with the Q3, you can be able to just flip in the ante, gives you some recourse in a matchup like this, and also helps you to poke off things like the first strike from time to time. As we know, Knight in that first game got about 300 gold during the laning phase, purely from his first strike, which was a significant advantage.
Certainly was, and also after level 6 was hit, Knight was just playing 2v1 with Tibbers and Annie in that mid lane, and Faker does have the opportunity of dragging the Annie away from her bed. So Faker now just going to dash past Knight, as he is going to be able to get a little bit of damage back, but not really too much to worry about here for both of these mid laners thus far.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being another very, very slow early game, really outside of Owner going in, right, at level 3 in the first game, trying to get an early lead. It's been relatively low pace as Zeus is going to get some snips in, is sitting on a lot of gold here right now.
So what you're saying is I can take a bit of a break for like 25 minutes and then come back for the team
I'd
fight?
say 15, because that's when Baron spawns.
Exactly.
So if you want to...
Do you mind if I stick around? No matter what.
Well, if you insist.
Yeah, I don't really have anywhere to be or anything like that. I'm kind of happy with this.
Okay.
So,
sure. If you want to.
I'll just be. I'm not all that necessary. But we'll see whether T1 and JDG are going to flip the script a little bit on that one, because it was just a little bit too intense for me. I'm not going to lie. I prefer having like a few skirmishes and things like this, where it's not just game over after one fight. Kanavi here towards his bottom side of the map, though, as Ruler is going to get zapped. T1, if they go in, would be really, really dangerous, but they are playing respectfully for the moment. Now channeling a bit of a back carrier. Okay, I was for...
Yeah, it was feeling tense, but Owner now going to use this time to actually just start up the Dragon. It is warded out, of course. The pink is over the pit, but we can see not going to be a contest here from JDG as Kanavi is just going back to base. So will be T1 who is able to buck the trend. You know, they have the push on bot side.
Yeah, Hook going to connect there as well. Flame Chompers to layer that CC. Polymorph going to come through as he flashes over the wall, but Gumayusi follows him, gets the heal. Rocket not going to connect there, as now it's Gumayusi in trouble. It's just going to get eliminated as Knight turns up in the nick of time. Ruler's going to get kidnapped, though Faker picks up the kill, and T1 answers 1-for-1 with a Drake on top for T1.
And T1 get greedy at the start there. They're like, we can take the Dragon, and even without our Kazakhs there, go for an aggressive play. And the teleport from Knight looks like it will turn it all around. Not actually enough damage available as Owner. Should be fine here. Gonna walk it off. But then, crucially, Faker with a flash isolates Ruler, and they're able to still get the 1-for-1 trade with the Dragon going over to them.
Yeah, both mid laners just going blow for blow there. It was a great TP from Knight, and also a really nice heal bait from Missing. He held that heal for such a long time that I do think really kind of made Guma a bit overconfident. Owner will be forced out. Knight comes on the collapse. They're going to be able to defend the red buff here pretty easily.
Yep, pretty comfortable there. I really loved the separation of Ruler and Missing. We're going to check out the replay here and to see Missing's denial of the Gumayusi kill.
Yeah, I mean, they get the hook, they get the chompers to follow it up, pink ward over the wall here. He waits till the ignite has actually already fallen off, then gets the full heal value. It's nice to see from Missing, no sort of panic play coming through. And then Knight arrives, and you think this could just be all JDG. They're going to get a kill on Faker as well. But Faker finds the flash all out, isolates Ruler, gets the kill, and survives with the same play. So beautifully done from the T1 mid laner.
Absolutely amazing carrier there with the hook for the follow-up as well. But as the dust settles, it's about 100 gold that is in and between these two squads. And it was both Gumayusi and Ruler that died. So not 180 carry getting a big advantage, having access to the minion wave alone.
It's also both mid laners getting the kill, so we're keeping everything nice and even in the early game.
A lot of balance, yeah.
But this feels like really the first time that, you know, T1 do have the edge as far as farm in the bot lane. It does feel like they're really creating a little bit of pressure here on that bottom side with Keria playing the Nautilus, and Owner already taking the Dragon on bot. Is up towards this top side. Kanavi, though, oh, that was really close. I'm not sure if he would have taken it, but...
Yeah, Whim Comes Lightning just going to graze the backside of the Kha'Zix, who's going to now start off his popcorn chickens. Looks like Shelly going to get a bit of a respite for the moment, as we haven't really had a look at this top side of the map. Having a look at the CS numbers, it is going to be the Gwen that is starting to pull out ahead, and she will become a problem as this game goes on. Make no doubt about that, but 369 has a lot more teamfight agency and a lot more engaged potential as this game goes on as well, so it depends who gets to play their game as we move towards the later stages.
Might be looking at a 4v4. Keria now has made his way over. He is level 6 and Missing is not, so I think it's a good call from JDG not to try and flip the game here at a Herald, which I say because I've seen that happen a lot, although...
Missing got 6 now.
Did, yeah, dinked 6 off of the wave in mid.
Still looking for an option to come on in here as the snip comes down from Zeus, but in goes Kanavi. Faker is going to go all out on top of him, though, as he's just fighting this 1v1 isolated. He steals it away, and the Kasante's dead as well. Knockups everywhere. 369 doing everything that he wants in this moment, and Zeus finds the kill in the end, looks to try and get out. I have no idea how he survived in that moment. T1, though, they lose out on the Herald. JDG finding the fight.
And crucially there, you see the value of a Lulu in these longer fights, right? With T1, the initial engage not clean enough, 369 buys so much time with the continuous knock-ups, and it means that if the T1 burst up front isn't enough to take someone down, particularly this early in the game where Gwen was still sitting on a lot of golds, you're not going to win the longer fight.
Well, they don't really have any easy targets. You can see Zeus, you know, up on this top side is winning out here, but 369 just flashes over the wall, rejoins with his team. You have Kanavi in the front line, but he has his ulti up. He gets wild growth, he gets shielded. You can't really turn on Knight because Knight was sitting on a stopwatch, so T1 can't
yeah, Jinx ulti mystery.
And as you say, Maurice, as the second and third shields start to come through, you see it arriving there, delaying so much of the damage from T1. Knight has just been pounding them the entire time.
That Super Mega Death Rocket had have landed, maybe it could have made some sort of difference, but it was a 1v1 there towards the bottom side of the map. Ruler just making sure Gumayusi no ability to actually roam up there, and it is going to be Rift Herald secured. So JDG can now utilize that to get even further of an early game advantage.
And you have to be concerned about where those kills went. You know, Knight getting another kill now, had an incredible Annie game in game number 1, and is going to be off to the races here a little bit once again in game number 2. I'm going to be interested to see where he goes with the build, though. Is he going Rocket Belt in this one?
We did see a Rocket Belt.
Yeah.
Faker's first game, I think, was Rocket Belt, Annie.
Yeah, particularly with Guma having no plan, I think getting on top of him is really big. Do want to highlight the... Ooh,
okay. Faker taking a bit of damage from Kanavi here, but Kanavi just going to give him some auto attacks.
One I'd say is hitting his Riftmaker is really big. I think that Gwen doesn't really work as a champion until you get Riftmaker. The moment you can start stacking that together with your Conqueror on every single ultimate, you're going to become way stronger. Might have a collapse on him here, though.
Potentially. He's just trying to get some shellfish here in the river, but it is dangerous. Knight going to move in. The bear comes down. The Gwen just dashes out of the way, puts up the mist, but is it going to be enough? Azaeus is going to get knocked up into the air, not immune enough. And now Faker's going to come in, look to see what he can get done here as the flash forward. Hook is going to connect as well as Kanavi will be taken down in trade.
Oh, they on time to save the day.
And T1, they do manage to answer. They get the Drake as well.
Yeah, it's important for T1 because they already took the objective. They're able to answer the trade there also. Up 2 dragons to 0 here, even in gold. T1 really looking good in this third game here.
Oh!
As well, trying to keep Knight busy as he goes all out. Missing ulted himself and will be able to flash away. The Incinerate's fantastic. Knight will flash away this time. Oh man, JDG limping out of that moment.
Yeah, big here. 41.
Faker doing all the shit.
Do get away with their lives, but the trade when we look,
he stacked the third kill so fast again. He tornado 2 times, man.
This early on, when it's a Mountain Soul on the cards, is big. It starts
yeah,
off
he
with
didn't see
JDG looking to trade cross map as they know that T1 is doing Dragon.
But they use like
they're doing the Dragon, but it takes them so
3 ulti on, 2 ulti, no, 3 ulti on the Gwen.
He does go down, but only
yeah.
Faker arrives
the
here.
on ulti, the Zinzao ulti, what the fuck? 3 ulti on
following up there from
Gwen.
Area owner gets in, and T1 are able to trade one back after taking the objective.
Oh.
And you said it, 2 dragons to 0, Mountain Soul on the cards. T1 definitely going to be wanting to try to get towards that.
Absolutely. Opportunity for JDG if they can turn this game around to stack up 4 of them, which is a terrifying prospect as well. Very high value dragon in the mountain. But that is down the line a little bit, 3 minutes on that next Drake. Soul point available for T1. They can keep hold of things.
And it was in fact the Rocket Belt, so interesting build here from Knight. You know, definitely not something that we see in NA as much. And we saw him go for Leandries last time when there was multiple frontliners. This time, there's a lot more squishy members. So 5-pan passive.
Oh, missing. Not going to get hit by that one, but the ulti's going to be there. Exactly that. And Gumayusi says, thank you so much. Gets a bit excited while he farms up these minions.
That was perfectly done. Setting up Guma for the kill there.
Look at the watts there.
Left on the hook. But it didn't matter.
Ruler looking for an opportunity here as Carrier is just trying to be the bodyguard. Gumayusi wants to use that range, but Ruler will not be deterred. T1 not going to be able to find that. As we are going to find the key in the mid lane. Knight pulled back there as well as Faker dealing with this bear now as well. But Zeus is wrapping around. Faker relatively low as he flashes in the queue though as the all-out comes down.
Oh, they're stunned.
He's going to have to get out of this one. Tibbs is being frustrating as well as Knight will just recall.
Great sidestep there from Knight, and defensively on the bot side, The chompers from Guma really denied the follow-up. That was huge. As those chompers placed between Kanavi and him, Ruler couldn't really go forward because there's no angle for Kanavi to keep on the fight.
I also think that Carrier was able to hook Kanavi out of his dash. So as a result, don't actually get on top of Guma. No trade opportunity. Faker there, though, getting way over eager with the flash forward. Doesn't have the damage. If Zeus is a little closer, then that might work out. Not going to be the case this time around. And second Herald about to comp, and wouldn't be surprised if we see a full-on 5v5er, although Knight still in bot and doesn't have his TP available.
Yeah, so I don't think JDG are actually going to contest for it. You know, it has been largely T1 that have been making the better plays around Herald throughout this series. But this time they're kind of getting the best of both worlds. If they're able to grab this Herald, they have the Dragons as well, so they're going to be really sitting in a pretty good spot. Gold slightly in the favor of JDG. But it is Gumayusi who has the advantage, and it really has been about which marksman can get the most ahead, which marksman can have that big effect in the 5v5. And there are about 10 wards here for Knight to pick up.
And man, this is looking like just money.
Owner punya vision score always the highest.
So much value, basically a minion wave in that tri-brush. You love to see it. T1 though, they're going to move over and look for Shirley. And over the wall goes 369, and he's looking like he wants a rumpus. We'll see whether he does get one as Kanavi moves on in here as well. Zeus on the flank angle. T1 are going to back away. Shirley gets...
Faker got TP.
Knight doesn't quite have his flash, so I'm sure JDG would love to delay for that. It's only up in a few seconds.
Well, now missing in that brush. Knight off to the side. Does have Tibbers at the ready. Teleport to get into the back of this pit. Faker is going to turn up now as Owner just over.
He's still...
presses the smite button. Faker now looking to try and get out of here. He should be able to do so, or maybe he doesn't have to because he's so tanky. Zappy's going to connect onto Kanavi as they're just having a battle 1v1 in this Baron pit. 369 wanting to escape. There's the knockback from Faker. Double knock up to come forward on the wombo combo. Will connect. The Kha'Zix's going to go down Carrier.
Don't fight already.
Takes missing out of the fight, but now it's Ruler he has to contend with. And Ruler should be able to land a couple of autos. Gets the kill. And JDG win again.
JDG bide their time so incredibly well there.
Owner always steal this
shit. At the beginning of that fight, they wait until the exact moment it comes up. He finds the two-man stun. They have the knockups to follow through. And again, JDG's team fighting around this Annie has been immaculate.
And although T1 is able to pick up the Herald, look at what JDG is getting.
I think they no need to fight. Pick up ready and then.
They cannot pick up because they're defending the thing.
Gonna be picked up for them.
And it's all about the flash. Again, JDG don't want to hard commit to the fight until that is available here. Yes, Owner is able to get in, get that smite. They do secure the Herald for themselves. Faker eventually was able to pick that up. But in the meanwhile, the timer is ticking. Just now, the flash is available for Knight. He comes around, he steps forward into the speed shrine, and he's going to find an angle here onto multiple members on the T1 side.
And we see Ruler...
he dual force.
And then the moment that combo comes through, look at this. They don't even need the second activation. Owner goes down right from the get-go, and the moment...
Just now, Carrier almost got him already.
Right? If you can't see someone, you're going to get taken down.
Dual force.
And T1, they already got the objective, right?
They all
Maybe
poker face instead
that
of one
would have been
guy.
the end of the world, but instead, cost them a lot more.
Absolutely, and despite the fact Guma was clearly very well aware of the threat from Knight, he was positioned very far back, but Owner has got to pay respect on that Kha'Zix as well. The Kha'Zix is extremely squishy, and if you get caught in that combo, that is a juicy pick to get as well here for JDG.
Coach Ohm looking pretty happy with how this whole situation has gone. Of course, his entire career as a coach has had Faker standing in the way at quite a few moments. So, very interesting seeing how he's going to feel after this game. Because JDG could be at match point, or T1 could get there themselves. Knight just standing his ground, feeling pretty happy. Zeus still looming in this game, and I feel like the Gwen could be a huge problem, or couldn't, or may not be that factor as well. We'll just have to see how things continue, because if they find a way to mitigate Zeus, it could be a very, very difficult game for T1.
And I do think as a lot of how the fights have gone, comes down to Knight, right? Because if you are able to catch the Gwen, either in the Shroud, which if Knight is in there and you can hunt it to zero the Gwen, you're going to be completely fine. Or just zone them away, force very aggressive Shrouds just to walk up. A lot of the impact of the Gwen is going to get gone. I think the main thing here, though, is that unlike, for example, game number 1, neither team has been able to decisively get map control. And that means that for specifically champions like the Kha'Zix and the Gwen, there is still space to operate. There is still space to try and get around and get on top of Ruler. Because I do agree, once we get past like 2-3 item marks for this Gwen, if Zeus ever gets on top of Ruler, even with a Lulu, he might be in deep trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of deep trouble, this turret is in exactly that. Is now Kanavi off to the side, possibly going to get caught out. Avoids the zap, but like you say, Knight is looming off to the backside. The dredge line not going to connect. He throws down. It's not exactly onto the priority target, and the flame chompers are going to catch him. Knight will fall to the super mega death rock. Can Ruler find this team fight is the question, but he can't really get too many of these autos as Faker is dashing absolutely everywhere. With the Q, and Gumayusi will take down Kanavi. There is one kill there for missing, but Ruler sidestepping. He will it's going to be the shutdown, and Gumayusi will find
Knight got B. Yeah.
Wrong gang.
Two alive though, so I think this game will continue. Bellow's breath is good to mitigate the CC.
Carrier
barely stays alive. Keep knocking
and T1 find a win this time around, though. JDG not routed. Still able to hold on.
Yeah, and critically able to get some back. Otherwise, that could have been a Baron angle there. That was 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Faker MVP.
As we can see this one more time, but Knight doesn't
Look at the
Knight play wrong. Look at him. What is he doing?
But he knows there's no choice but to just drop the hammer here. Has to pop down Tivers. Does go into the stasis, but Zeus is living on the other side. So they can't actually just full commit with Reckless Abandon. If everyone goes forward and leaves Ruler alone with Zeus, that is not going to go well. So the Chompers come down and they finish up that first kill.
And like in the previous play,
that
T1 could have just
look at that Faker
out, right? In this play, maybe you just let Knight, the moment he gets spotted, two people mark and immediately let it go, because now you try to salvage the play and you always further behind. And crucially, Guma gets a big shutdown there, and now getting very far along towards that third item.
Yeah, already has the LDR working towards a Hurricane here. You know, nearly a full item up on Ruler, and that is massive at this point. And Knight really taking a pretty big pit stop in his build. He's going for a full Morelos here, which I don't love. I mean, it's really just Zeus who's going to have much healing on the other side. Yes, it does have Spell Pen on it, so there's like a little bit of something there, but I just don't think it's the play. There's so many other items that I feel like would be way more effective.
Yeah, not my favorite either, unless he is going to turn it into a Shadow Flame instead. Just keep the Oblivion Orb. Maybe that's an angle there, but we'll see what does actually happen. As Kanavi moving on up, and Ona off to the side, looking for that flank angle. Zeus here as well. Faker just standing in the front line.
Ruler?
Doesn't get that Q. One there onto Ruler and missing, and they will be able to sidestep it. Now Carrier is the one looming in the fog of war.
Remember, there's no flash on Guma now, and Knight has his flash back, so...
Well, Hex Flash going to come forward. He finds Knight in the backline, gets the knock up onto Ruler, but Ruler is going to be safe for now. The Ram is going to come down. Kanavi gets into the backline as Gumayusi is just trying to kill him. He does die. For the Jinx, the Sap's going to make it a triple, and T1, they
faster end lah.
Just over. I don't think they can end this time. We'll see.
Wait, this game so fast though.
It's not double marksman, so it could be tough here, but at the very least, they will get the inhibitor. And the CC chain on Knight was so critical. Knight used his flash, didn't even get his Tivers off there as T100 is 0, and I think it's over.
Again, Carrier finds an engage, and it goes from team fight victory to destroy Nexus. 2 games in a row. Faker is going to execute.
They don't want to aim Ruler anymore, they aim Knight.
For the Nexus damage, and once again,
Ruler what the Knight is a threat
The Knight is the
for them.
I'm speechless. This is a
this one is so fast.
Ruler is useless.
Hey, they win already, then you come back.
This game they aim
I saw the engage lah. I ngam saw the engage.
You're like, screw that ADC.
You know the Faker like
no, Faker still able to stun 3 he's still able to stun all 3 of the backline.
Like do so many airborne so many times.
And it's working for them.
I mean, they played out that last
his
team
Q
fight
like
so
knocks up at least 2 people per team
going
fight.
into it, looking at the situation, there's no sums on both the ADs, but Knight has flash,
Faker
he has his
bro,
rocket belt. I thought that was
That's why I said the bomb is the
edge,
problem.
But Guma played so far
But it's
back,
not like they're
hitting
picking
front line
Braum.
without ever
They
being in range
didn't
of
even
Knight.
ban. I don't
And
think
then
they
as
banned
Knight starts
Braum.
to move forward, everyone from T1
JDG
just goes in
themselves
on this
doesn't wanna
guy.
pick
They
it.
CC him up, they burst him down before he can even get his ult off.
How was
It
the
a complete
pick ban?
non-factor.
Like how?
That was the
And
difference
later
in
you
the
see-
T1 is
final
still
fight.
playing
T1
Nautilus
just
again,
crushed
then
not only did they
It was
dominate,
pretty
they end the game.
normal.
And I want to highlight something. Carrier
No,
has
just
played
now
so
they-
oh, that is Carrier.
But deep in
Carrier,
his heart,
Carrier
he
is
just
Carrier.
wants to play Nautilus and hook people.
They
That
just
final
now
fight
third pick
was a
is
perfect
Nautilus.
example.
It's exactly what he did.
And then
Hats off as
we
well
thought
to
is
Bengi,
Faker
and
Nautilus
the coaching
again,
staff
and then
right there as
not
well,
it's not lah.
identifying that they can get that Annie first pick, and then if they
Yeah,
want
Zero
to
towers.
an answer, then maybe just switching over to the Jinx side of the matchup is the way to make that one
And
work.
then game
Utilize
4,
that range and
Zeus
find those
Nautilus.
opportunities.
Yeah, boy.
Do or die now.
Hell no.
JDG
I
towards
win.
the
That
other side
triple
of the bracket.
Nautilus.
Of course, they're not out of the tournament, which is absolutely fantastic.
It'd be like play
Man,
out
I really
JDG.
hope they get 5 in this one. So we're going to need JDG to come back, and if the analyst desk could make that one happen,
JDG gonna be confusion.
I have some powers sometimes, but it's just insane. Have you ever gotten a door smacked in your face? I think that's what JDG feels like. And it didn't just happen once, it just happened.
I want the expert
Yeah,
analysis.
That's demoralizing.
No.
Because those games were very competitive.
Huh?
A couple fights go differently, it's a 3-0. And now they're like, well, it's 1-2. We're in big trouble, and they're just losing fights in the worst spots.
Yeah.
If that fight happens at any other part of the map, they're not able to push to end both times.
With the Herald.
I think the biggest thing is just the number of people that stay alive from T1 in both instances. And like, we may as well just bring up a replay of that
Last
final
fight,
fight,
yeah.
because really the biggest thing is all 5 members of T1 survive.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes the big difference here is that the fact that you're able to get access
Carrier
here
be like,
onto
"Fuck
Ruler
that
here
kid."
with Owner on the back line, as Carrier does get a great hook to start things off. But you can see again, the kind of front to back is deteriorating here. Owner managed to sneak into the back line. Carrier's able to set him up, so Ruler isn't really able to get the damage onto the carries.
But Navi doesn't have
And
the
that's where he now has to flash away and just sets up nicely. for
isolation damage. He cannot kill Guma.
Just from Orin Zin, if anyone can just
What
sneak
isolation?
through with any little bit of damage,
He's the
it would be
Kazakhs, man.
completely different, but that's League of Legends. Like, that's the margin of victory.
Oh my god, Crunchyroll, we noticed a new login. From fucking New York. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I was pretty sure owner was Kazakh.
25 minutes, 28. So, you know, they talk about the
Hold
T1
up.
Baron. I think we're going to have to talk about the 25.
I have a
T1
Crunchyroll
and
account. When was
no
this?
matter what the circumstances.
Well, I mean, so coming into this series, my expectation
This was not
that
me.
T1 would be the stronger early game team. They'd be able to.
But it was Saint
not
Zhao
even
that
give
was on
those
JDG.
proper late game
What
team fights.
isolation?
I wasn't expecting
Maybe
the
owner's
team
gonna
to have
kill
those
Guma?
late game
Holy
team
shit.
fights 22 minutes into the game and then use those to end it.
But I think one of the things that was done really well by JDG in game 1 was the fact that every time T1 were trying to push sides and quickly collapse onto the mid lane, they weren't actually giving anything over. We saw Knight being able to walk back, get away from that. But we're actually seeing in game 2 and game 3 is that they're falling victim to these more often than not. Like when T1 had taken that our Dragon, they're immediately going mid. They're catching Kanavi and everyone as they're trying to get on towards the Gwen. There's so much more activity from T1 that's going successful in these early stages that's actually letting them go into an more even spot come these team fights.
And I think that when we look at the first major replay of this game, when JDG find a fantastic fight around Herald,
Crunchyroll, how long do you send your fucking email?
like beautiful team fight. And as we start this one off, you can already start to roll the
Reset link has been sent. Please check your inbox. Where?
This flank.
Where is the link?
Kind of collapsing on two sides.
There.
Two sides even as they come in through the top side, they come in through the Herald, and then they come in through the bot side, or rather mid lane. It's this three-pronged
I feel like
collapse that looks
Lulu's
very
doing nothing,
not
man.
good for JDG initially. Now, if we can pause it here, you'll notice that what Knight is primarily doing is he's keeping track of what Zeus is up to. These guys are having a staring contest as to who can actually find this engage, but T1 feel more confident, and this bot lane, well, I say this bot lane trio, I should say, are going to get collapsed on very quickly from Knight's beautiful
Why, they
engage. So let's
going to
restart
Faker?
this
What?
fight once more.
Didn't
and just
T1
keep your eyes on
lose
Knight.
this
He's
fight?
zoning
They
Zeus
got the
away,
rift,
zoning
though.
Zeus away. He
Oh,
finds the
Ruler
window
juke away.
where he can quickly flash in.
Oh.
As this one fight is starting with
Oh.
Faker, and he finds
Oh,
the bot lane.
he did.
It's 369 and Knight acting as these cornerstone pillars. Jack was highlighting it at the beginning of the day. Every time JDG find a good fight, it's because this top and mid lane are able to find those beautiful engages time and time again.
And it's also just great positioning coming into River from JDG as well. You can see
Why
River
are they
has an exit.
still
He's able to
praising
sail force
JDG
away
when
from
they
Carrier.
lost?
He has his squad set up around him. It means that he's safe to go for these fights, but that's not necessarily...
What is this? LPL bias?
Is it a case where now 2 games in
Yeah,
a
they
row,
won.
Yeah,
as
they
the first
happy.
fight happened to them, they say, okay, Let's write it down. What happened? What happened?
When T1 lost, nobody looks at T1's team fighting and be like, yep, they are a good team.
What, they are going to do it now? Aya, why you so stiff?
And the team comps are going to vary by little bit, and I don't necessarily think that anyone's changing their idea.
Just show the scene. What are you talking about?
Been a little over eager at times.
Okay.
In this series, but other than that, like the way Ruler and Guma.
What reset lane?
Very close to perfect in my opinion, actually. So we'll have
Check
to just
my
see,
inbox.
Like,
the inbox is not here. What?
I think that T1's adaptation in this game was Knight is the problem. For so long, we've been talking about how the AD carries are what make these fights, but T1 came into this game and said, no, Knight is the problem, and we're going to shut him down. And
now this is the analysis. They aim Knight this game. This is proper.
Yeah, as we start to go through this, as we can play it on, the big thing that you want to notice is the amount of vision that's actually set up on this top side.
They remember that Ruler is a pussy.
Keep your eyes on where Zeus is coming from too, because
they'd be like, oh, it's C9, I'm getting your head.
This one is a nice mistake though. He wanted to.
Yeah, like, he's too far. He's a bit too far.
As this is going forward, JDG
No,
he
didn't have vision of the enemy team. He just TP behind because there's a wall behind. He doesn't know who's there. And I mean that's how sometimes Faker gets caught. It's like he TP into a wall, but he doesn't know there's anyone there. And then he gets surrounded by 4 people.
Despite the stopwatch, and then without that, just make it incredibly hard
Faker TP.
for Ruler to replay these fights. The fact that you get this barely surviving Gumayusi for a little bit, who's then able to turn this around, is just absolutely crucial.
And you can see how quickly JDG collapsed the second that Knight disappears. That Annie stun was so influential in game 1. It was so influential in that
so
initial fight around the
influential.
Herald, and the moment that it's eliminated, so many of the resources
Damn, his
that
neck
JDG
is white
has
as
by
shit.
power get eliminated.
It's crazy, and we talked about Worlds before and kind of how that series played out and how it was a very successful first game out of JDG that then gets turned into a very successful 3-1 out of T1. I mean, if you're JDG, some of the members, of course, are thinking about that. And if you're T1, you have to just be so confident that even from a deficit, you can get these moments.
Yeah, and I'm trying
Actually, why do you guys hate Crunchyroll so much at the end?
Right? And to me, the biggest difference between the two teams
Or at least Hama's the one that doesn't like Crunchyroll anymore.
I never liked nor hate the shit. I've never used it.
Nautilus, Tristana,
Nina.
So
back then I used it just to watch Naruto.
So like, Faker can be much more aggressive because he has a bigger health
supposed to
in the
be
majority of these fights, and it's
I mean back then lah.
that they approach, and like this game did turn actually with Knight.
All I know is like, oh, Crunchyroll is gonna be like a few days later than the actual release date.
I think JDG are just going to remove Cassante.
It's like 2 or 3 days later on, and then the new episode comes out on Crunchyroll.
What they could do with it in the draft as well. So I think that's going to hit the ban table, and JDG.
That's what I remember.
Wait, you say you used it to watch Naruto?
Naruto back then.
Or will it be another 3-1 between T1 and JDG? Don't go anywhere.
In the NARUTO. It's not the PORUTO.
Look at this, look at this. What? The confetti.
Faker is the final boss this game.
Yeah, this one they lose the team.
Yeah, so cheeky for what?
So excited for what? Look at this, they fucked up.
That voice crack. That's
the Faker laugh.
I don't know why JDG picked Xingzhao. Like what? It's a tank jungle, dude.
Block the ADC ultima, the rocket man.
Block this, no?
hey yo. Are these guys just trying to be metal, but they're not?
Yeah. Oh my god.
They're screaming. No.
They're screaming. Oh, sex. Oh, sex.
Didn't you used to like metal? Or you still like metal art?
I'm like between rock and metal.
You mean you are Pellet?
I'm Pallet Town.
No, I mean the YouTuber.
Who?
Pellet. That guy with a very thick vein on the neck when he sing.
Oh, you mean the anime singer?
The skeleton anime didn't continue, man. It was so good.
It's probably shit if you said it was good. I mean, what was good about it?
I mean, the story isn't that boring. It's not that typical. To me, he does that OP trope very well. It's not boring. It's like, oh, you know he's OP, but he's not completely OP. It's like he's still human. He's not like a immortal god.
Human.
It's not like, oh, you go into every fight, you just know he's gonna win. It's like, bruh, I'm looking at you, Overlord. I was like, okay, Overlord has a lot of good characters, but my god, the story is boring as fuck. Every fight he goes into, he just wins. Then what? It's like, oh, you see the opposing enemy trying his hardest? Like, oh, the power of friendship and everything, and then he just win. And then for what?
Overlord, you watch until where?
I don't know, man. I just know I was just bored.
I watched until the end of season 2.
Even the new seasons, I watch some clips here and there. It's still the same thing.
Yeah.
I think it's like the story. I think this is like it's kind of like slice of life, you know, because it's, you know what I mean, right? It's like there's no like point to the plot. It's like there's no end goal. Like when you watch Overwatch, what is his plan? What does he want to do actually? Like, does he like want to conquer the world or some shit? It's actually like slice of life. He just do random shit every episode.
Bruh.
When I watched the Overlord, I'm like, the fuck you doing? Every episode got some random ass race come to your land and then do some random shit and then you fight them. And then it's just
and then it'd be like, oh, their history, they are very powerful, or they have a very nice record. And then to him it's like, eh.
It's like I would rather watch the everyday life of high school boys. That's a better slice of life.
Like, okay, I give you an example on that skeleton anime. Like, it's like, okay, it's like it starts off the same premise as Overlord. Like, oh, they both play like a fantasy game, and then they get sucked into the world, and then they become their OP character. But at least this main character, he's like kind of dumb. He's like an airhead. And then there's like some points there's one point where he meets like a sensei. It's like, oh, you are OP, but you do not control your power good enough, something like that. It's like the sensei beats him in speed lah. It's like, oh, he's only powerful, but he's not speedy. He's not fast, so he still gets hit. And it's not like he goes into every fight thinking like, oh, he's OP. He's just an airhead. He's an airhead gamer. He's like, oh my god, I can use this skill and this skill and this skill. It's like he's talking like he's a gamer. He's not like a fucking Overlord.
right? Like it must have been a 10K gold.
Okay, T1 clean up.
Games,
then we can close the stream.
You look at the series we saw yesterday, it couldn't have really been more one-sided for Gen G. They were beating Cloud9 in what, 28 minutes?
Yeah.
These games are like 4 or 5 minutes faster. It's just nuts.
I love the adaptation here from JDG. I think the Cassante is such an incredibly annoying champion to deal with. We saw how much impact Faker had on it, and it takes away so much of the space that an AD carry gets to have in team fights. You were actually pointing it out, so the amount of like flash Q freeze that Faker was lit was huge. A lot of adaptations here because this does mean that the Rakan will be open.
They choose any again.
Taken away here as well.
Yeah, likelihood as well.
Annie, are you okay?
Oh, now they ban. You see, now they ban Cassante.
There's an opportunity
Pick
for Knight to
Pantheon, pick
hold on to his
Maokai,
mid-pick
pick all the
and
point
just
and
put
click.
the Annie on
Go,
the
go,
right
go.
side of the map.
Maokai ban already,
Not
Maokai.
likely because Knight has been
God dang it,
so
why
good
always
as
no
a champion.
Maokai?
We'll see where T1 are going to go.
Broken.
Lissandra is open.
And obviously, you know, the last fight didn't go well for him, but
Pick
prior
all
to
the
that,
point
he'd
and
been
click.
having
Go,
a
go,
really
go.
good game on the Annie as well. Faker, though, was outstanding.
Oh, Lissandra.
We were kind of talking about it. Feels like he's warming
Oh, but it's fire versus ice. Oh
Not
shit.
so good.
Type disadvantage.
And game 3 was really impressive from Faker on the Cassante, to the roam bot,
And
finding the
not
angle,
the-
getting a trade kill, surviving, finding these Q3
Ah.
where he's flipping in, where he's threatening Ruler.
Why
He's
is
just
Knight
making it really
a
hard
lolly
for
player?
Ruler to actually find space to get damage out. We talked about that range differential between the Aphelios and
Oh,
the
point and click.
I just feel like that has been critical in a lot of these fights
Wow,
where you
Wukong,
have to be so
man.
far back
Is
to
Knight,
not be
is
getting
Knight still
pressured.
laughing?
Well, now once again,
Are you
we're
still
going to
laughing,
have
bitch?
that Wukong available.
Yeah.
It's been banned away from Kanavi in so many of these
Gun.
games. And the
With his
engaged
flipping
trio of
it.
Annie, Rakan, Wukong is going to come through. It
And
does
and
mean
then you
that
see
Zyra is
TY
likely
be
to
like,
away, so not
"Ha,
going to
you
have
think
a
it's
lot
mid?
to
You
it.
think it's support side? It's top. It's top Nautilus.
Towards the bottom side of the map.
Oh.
Oh boy, is this a
Oh,
salty run
boy.
back?
Hench.
Oh, boy.
Is this a salty run back?
Showing their first 3 picks are all dive, right? It feels like JDG.
So is
after that
Faker
game, they said,
Nautilus
the
again.
problem is we haven't been able to get to Guma.
Unbenched.
We need to be able to threaten the backline. We need to be able to put
Zuck
pressure on
Kench?
him that they're putting on Ruler.
Oh!
Tom Kench kind of denies a lot of what they're looking for here.
I mean, you saw even in the previous
Of course they
ban
ban Poppy.
between the damage
Because
that
they
Kanavi
need the-
Oh,
and,
dive.
69 were able to
Zeri
output,
ban.
Guma was
Oh.
like at like 10% HP, right? They were very close. If he goes completely different.
Zeri, I saw a Zaya.
But now this is
No, Zaya
so
and
much
Zeri.
of the pool taken away here.
What? How far in are you guys?
Oh, Twitch, man. I watch Twitch.
I also Twitch. Okay, I reset.
Absolutely, no enchanter,
You
no
refresh.
field that has been drafted thus far. You know,
Douyi.com.
where will Ruler go? Will he risk something like an Aphelios? Will he go for a much
Who
more
plays Rumble on T1? The fuck?
Like Ezreal, you have seen paired with this
Oh,
a lot
God.
around the world, but like
No?
such low damage, I don't think it would really.
Oh.
He wants to do it again. He saw
Oh,
me
no,
coming.
you
Like,
want a
oh
team fight?
my
Oh my
god.
god.
Oh.
Right, and particularly now with
Oh
the Kindred
my
engine,
God.
looks like we're going back straight to
Oh.
Guess the one with the salty run back is owner.
Like Ruler and Life together were just unstoppable with these two champions, but nope, it's not going
He
to be
saw
that.
Callista and be like,
200 years himself, and Ruler
Knight is like, yeah, boy told me.
at the moment,
Tonight's
pretty
gonna
high
be
stock.
12
I mean,
a.m.
we'll see
Tonight's
what
gonna
they
be
do
until
after that
12.
last game.
And to be
Ah,
fair,
shit.
there's not really any guys on the T1
The salty
side.
run back is on owner, no?
The problem that T1 ran into with their composition is
No,
the
it's
first
a
game,
triple
obviously
tank,
not a
baby.
problem.
Oh my.
Oh, this is a 3-2.
That's a good
As-
dive.
He needs a dive buddy. Like there needs to be so
Really?
much with Faker, or
Tom
Faker
Kench.
will just be
It's
on this
3 tanks and 2
No.
ADC.
You
Oh
want-
shit.
Oh
Yeah, I
shit.
would say it's actually quite good. It's quite a good
I
combo.
love the team fighting core from JDG, and I think
How many
Everyone
knocked
is
up?
point
1,
and click.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 knocked up.
That T1
Technically, you can still miss Malphite out.
Get anything done with, right? Also,
Don't say that.
so good luck with that.
Just don't stun the tank and you're
Not
good.
looking too hard. Specifically, the way that they were able to stack CC on top of Owner and never give them the opportunity to land Respite. They didn't even need to use your cask to knock people out of it because Owner barely got to use it.
Yeah. He just wasn't allowed to press his R button in the majority of times, and that is going to be even more
That
essential in
Kanavi
this
face
particular
is
game. You've layered a Rakan on top of it. Once
Really?
again, you've got Kanavi there
Really,
with
nigga?
to pair with this Tibbers. So, I mean, Theoretically,
I'm
Ono's
streaming.
just going to spend his entire time in the sky.
Oh, you're streaming?
I think I don't care anymore. I don't know what it does.
Kind of how it's
I
going
just
to
don't care.
look. But we'll see whether JDG can have a repeat
You're gonna
in game
get
1, because that's
copyright.
precisely where they need to get back to in order to bring us to some silver scrapes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think, you know, with that Malphite coming
Riot
through,
at this
not
point
only
just
does
remove
Malphite
this
put a
rule
lot
and then
of
it
pressure
shows a
on
biscuit.
Felio, so there is not a Lulu, there is not a
Pray.
Ah, shit.
not any of these traditional pairings that you would normally have with it. It is going to be Mr. Khan, and
What?
it's going to be all about the engage. It feels like these fights are going to be decided in the first moment.
Do you have people
JDG,
watching you?
They have so many forms of engage that are so powerful, but if you
Nope.
miss
Oh,
the
nobody's
player
watching.
perfectly, if Owner is able to
One
apply a
watching
lot
now,
of
and that's
quick
me.
control, if Carry is
Yay.
able to pre-devour someone like Guma as that Flash Timbers comes through, all of a sudden it's going to fall apart really fast against this double marksman comp.
Yeah, and as we walk out onto the Rift, we will also get to find out whether it is the Jinx versus Aphelios that was that big difference maker in that game number 1, because that is the big change. The fact that it's Gumayusi now on the Jinx, and it's Ruler on the lower range, more volatility of this Aphelios.
Also,
More amount of Jayo is gonna help you lah,
play
dear.
tank when you're playing in a Malphite, you want to try to force them to build some MR. That's kind of what you're hoping for. If he's not going to build any MR, then you're just going to try to be able to punish that lane a little bit more. Obviously, Malphite loves to be stacking armor, but there is double AP soul laners here on the
Hey, you saw
side, so they're
you
really
saw the
hoping that they
DRX
can't just completely ignore
DRX
the
skins.
One thing I do want
Ash
to
has horns.
game number 1 is that without
Pharaoh be like, I want Ganyu.
Gragas going AP as well. Like Gragas still is fairly tanky, but there are
Why I heard TSM what the fuck?
T1 to actually engage on. Right, this time around,
TSM is always here.
looks like they are going in for late engagement.
Look at the chat TSM.
Immediately, Zeus going to be spotted on that ward. Kanavi and Knight waiting in the wings, so it will be that cross-map start here for JDG. As long way around, it's going to be taken here by Zeus. Should be able to get to the minion wave before it does fall down.
Wait, then they go invade low.
To give a bit of elation, then head towards that bottom side.
Yeah, I'm just so interested to see where Owner is going to go from here. You know, obviously taking that red buff away from Kindred on the first clear is going to take away a lot of your skirmishing power. But he may just go straight down to enemy red. I do like this a lot. You could just level Q.
Got one.
It will be spotted, but I don't think they're really in a position to actually contest this at all. Bot lane is both just level 1. If they peel back now, they'd be losing so much XP. Faker is clearly trying to shove mid. Kanavi's going to come through, and they're going to try to look for Faker.
Well, Faker could be in a little bit of trouble here as he does have the passive, puts it down onto Knight, but not going to have much more afterwards. Level 1 as Faker is going to try and
new
get over
device?
Owner. Into the brush they go as first blood goes to Knight, and Owner just needs to get over this wall. He's going to get
Wow.
up, and it's a repeat of game number 1. No, it's not. Owner gets himself out of there. Not quite out of the woods just yet, but should have another dance of arrows to get himself to safety if he needs it.
But this is an amazing trade for JDG. They're able to take down Owner, get him down on camps, although...
Hold up, wait a minute.
Hold up.
We were talking about before as Ayla's Knight looks to try and answer one back on
Yeah,
Owner, but not this time.
Oh.
It's 1-1.
He get back the buff though, I think.
Making all the difference, because I agree, it was such a good start for them there. But now getting that kill back, very, very nice.
Because they were able
you
to
sure want to
trade up
fight
a
Tam
kill,
Ken,
they
huh?
were able to trade up a camp as well, because Owner immediately
Area
had to
Tam
rotate
Ken
over,
is
only
built
got the red
different.
buff, whereas Kanavi also was able to get the Raptor.
It'd be like you think I'm Tom Kench, I am Alistar, bitch.
Somewhat still advantage to JDG, but means that the game doesn't get blown open the way I think it did in game number 1.
Yeah, the difference is that it's not Owner that falls down as well, so this Kindred can start to get some advantages around this jungle as we check out the path here from Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting, right? Going Red Raptors, he sees that they're actually going to be going for this counterplay, so he just goes straight towards Faker mid, crosses the map, wants to defend his camps, and wants to attack Faker. The level up from Knight is really the critical thing. And he had the presence of mind to actually turn around and finish a minion as he was walking out, so he was very clearly tracking his XP bar. And then the flash,
double
flash across, the W not enough to actually finish off Owner there from Knight, as Owner's able to flash out. And then Carrier is already on the move here. You can see him on the minimap moving up, is spotted, but Knight
He's so
doesn't
dead.
want to walk back into
Does it
Faker.
flash?
Faker has flash after having
Yeah, they double flash, man. So happy.
Carrier hits the Q, they're basically guaranteed the W, even if Knight moves upward, will walk into the rest of T1. And they get the trade off.
So still very intense here in this game number 4. Kanavi will be able to grab this Rift Scuttler. How did the flips go as far as these scuttles are concerned? It is going to be that one stack picked up by Owner, so did do well in that front as well. Now we'll be moving up, looking for Kanavi. He gets out of the brush, but right as Owner is here. Good timing from the T1 jungler. as Zeus could still be in a little bit of trouble. 369 with a lot of control up here, but Owner is going to keep him alive.
And you can see how different this mid lane is already going compared to game number 1. When you lose your flash as Annie and you're up against Nautilus, anytime you don't know where Owner is, you have got to be terrified. It is so difficult to actually walk up in those situations because Nautilus has such powerful gank assists. So, you know, it's a massive CS advantage there for Faker.
And you also see there's actually significant amount of warding in the topside jungle from JDG, trying to make sure that Knight does have a little bit more safety. Post 6 though, particularly with flash down, like it doesn't matter how safe you play, it's almost impossible for you to circumvent it as long as Kanavi isn't there to catch and hold off any engage that T1 might try to throw out.
A bit of biffo here towards his top side as Zeus. Not a whole lot of mana available. 369 winning out on the trade, but there's a full minion wave for him to slurp up. So Zeus is going to look to go home and use his teleport to get himself back up here. So, as it turns out, not actually a massive amount going on there, but it is going to be a wave in advantage for the Gragas. Missing has been in that brush for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's really waiting. Kanavi going to be spotted there by the vision plant, but missing, you have to think he's going to look. Kanavi is down here. They're going to go, almost certainly.
Oh man, Gumayusi doesn't know as there's the grand entrance. Immediately the flash does come out. I think he smelt that something was up there, but no flash on a Jinx is absolutely massive as 369 in a bit of trouble here. Explosive cast is going to come through. Both of these top laners have teleported back in. As now 369 evening things out. It was almost exciting up there between these two top laners.
Yeah, Zeus just spending the ult aggressively. Owner is here though, missing in trouble.
Carrier not going to be able to quite get there as Missing just battle dances his way out.
Damn.
No abyssal dive to be able to pick up any more knockups, and that is going to mean that.
Where are you going, bro?
Meanwhile,
Where are you going?
Why you not walk back to tower?
Some barrels and a belly, and we'll be all right.
Oh, he want the fruit.
Don't want give.
Tried to abyssal dive over the wall. When the play on Guma was coming through, wasn't actually able, so he had to walk around, which means he was just...
All that first strike damage is on that shield.
And then as a result, Gumayusi was forced to flash.
So now T1 still going to try and look for this first dragon, will be the mountain. So pretty high value as far as just single drakes are concerned, but the dragon stacking once again, as it was in the last game for the first time in the series, going to go over to T1. And
What is that
will
smite?
be the next one. Wind fire available.
And another scuttle mark spawning there, it looked like. So Owner going to be able to grab his second mark pretty much for free. It's always such
a mountain drake
to be in there. As the Kindred, 2 very early marks here for Owner.
Do want to bring back the first fight that we saw where Knight did have his flash available. I'm looking to see what is going to happen when we get to the first actual fight as Faker.
Oh, could be in trouble here as Kanavi only level 5, no Cyclone available. And Faker is going to be able to
Malayla still have flash.
The popcorn chicken will get back to lane unscathed, or relatively unscathed.
Yeah, Kanavi not able to get between him and the wall and try to block that hook. Not sure if they would have had enough to actually kill him off or not though, because we do see Carrier and Owner. We're heading over to that side of the map. And Carrier has now been spotted up towards that Herald spawn. And T1 is going to send Zeus towards bot. JDG are matching the move here. They're sending their bot lane up towards top. So they clearly want to look to contest. And with Zeus having no TP, this is a temporary 5v4 on the top side of the map here for JDG.
Yep, looking for a Rift Herald potentially here as Shelly's been up for a few seconds time. Faker teleporting back into the mid lane, but mid control is important for taking these Heralds, and you can see Owner not quite in the pit just yet.
I think Kanavi's trying to get 6. I have to assume that's why he's going to his red buff right now, because he is on 5. We'll see if he actually hits 6 as he does get this, because that would be massive for the fight, and that would make sense. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He gets 6. They're trying to delay for this, but no one has gone down towards bots. He would have already leashed this. JDG will have time to get Kanavi up there, though. So Kanavi shows up, level 6, and does have the red buff.
Yeah, Unstoppable Force available here for Zeus as well, as the hook is going to go wide onto Missing, who is just looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity into this one. Doesn't have quickness available, as 369 just...
Wait, they are stuck together.
Belly flop is going to come through as Ruler is going to...
The ward is right there.
It is going to be Rift Herald.
Zeus is in front.
But JDG still in position if they want to go for some sort of fight, but it's looking like a bit of a
Oh,
pincer.
they don't want. So
Those don't
peaceful.
generally work out. T1 just grab the eye and they'll walk away.
And even without the Devour available from Carrier, there was no opportunity. It's 369.
Yeah, he is going to flash in. Doesn't manage to get the battle.
Oh,
Body slam
God.
on both of them,
Quite
but it's
clean,
still going
actually.
to be fine. The Jinx is taken down and Carrier just going to vacate the area.
Carrier's not
T1
6.
get caught completely off guard Amazing play there from 369. Slings back into the boat.
Guma dies in mid lane quite a lot.
And there you see that lethal combo. Knight ready to collapse.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost Nice's flash, which is actually really critical there.
Yeah.
So he will still be able to hold on to that. It is a trade of flashes between Carrier and 369, but they get the kill. Owner now looking for the dive here. TP comes in response immediately from Knight.
Yep, Faker holding onto the depth charge actually, not wanting to use it preemptively, and Owner is just going to skip by. And Tibber's just going to do some reconnaissance here towards the top side.
Just a nice little bit of pressure there from T1. You know, it's always worth looking for those types of plays. I love that they didn't overcommit. They're clearly tracking the fact that Knight has TP. That is now down. It will potentially give them a little bit of tempo if they want to play through sides.
With the kills that they picked up, though, and with the Herald not yet being dropped, JDG is currently ahead on gold. We've seen that these early game gold leads have been of fairly insignificant importance depending on who they're on. When we look at the gold lead, we do see Ruler actually substantially ahead here of Gumayusi, currently sitting on about a 500, 550 gold lead. And getting an early mythic on your AD carry can be the difference maker when we get to, I assume, a fight over the Infernal Drake that's spawning in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, Infernal pretty powerful here. Will even out the Dragons if JDG can utilize this advantage to get themselves over there. Zeus just taking some barrels.
Yeah.
369 having a good time here.
The audience scream for what?
This game is continuing.
For what?
AP variety, like you guys were saying, has been confirmed. That lost chapter now in his back pocket.
Oh, monkey, so many
I
monkeys.
like this. We've got some birds here in the waterfall. Kind of broke my brain for a moment. Thank you very much, London. As Ruler here towards his bottom side, we'll just push another minion wave in. So, anything you want to talk about, guys?
Well, we do see it's Sunfire Cape again for T1.
Oh, there we
lane.
go. Do you want to talk about who did the most damage in that game that we were discussing? Sunfire Cape? It was, in fact, the Sunfire Cape wielding on the top side of that.
He did have the upgraded Sunfire, so.
He did.
Maybe that was the difference maker.
Cam, level 6 cam. Oh no,
What's your
level 6
favorite
cam.
Well, I only know
Oh.
because, like, I don't
That'll work.
know.
We'll just nod and smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. You can just say the Dutch word for the bird.
No, but I feel like that won't make any sense. No one will know which bird I'm talking about.
Well, the Dutch viewers
But
will.
you will. And that's the main thing. Ruler, he also knows the plates are being taken away from his bottom lane outer turret. Rift Herald's going to come down here as well. It's missing. Does get himself out of there. And Shelly will be able to claim some money here for T1. So that one gets
money.
better than their one from the last game. As Gumayusi down to 50%, but just looks to push the rest of those minions towards the turret.
Do note, as we are about to get into this fight, Knight has flash available. Same for Missing. Same for
Oh,
Knight
Knight has flash
available here. And you see T1.
Knight has flash. Oh.
To respect, at the very least, for now, might wait
They're
for
really
JDG
giving
to
it.
actually start up this objective.
Well, Guma just has too much gold. I don't think they want to fight without his Mythic. He was sitting on 1,300 gold there. He did cash out his call. They got the tower charge, so they're at the very least going to wait for that. We'll see if JDG do try to rush this. Doesn't look like they are. They're just establishing some vision around that dragon area. And Kanavi now looking like he may head over towards the pit.
This is what we wanted to watch, though, which was top laners taking some damage left and right. It is going to be
the ADC waiting for the money.
Everfrost done as well for 369. So battle items at the ready here for Malphite and Gragas. Faker could be in a little bit of trouble here as Grand Entrance does come down.
Oh, that's a nice hook.
Mitigate some of that CC.
Oh.
Gets missing out of there, though, and Owner's not going to be able to follow up on that one. And so in the end, not a massive amount of
Oh no, there's no ulti for Ruler. Oh no.
They are trading out the Nautilus ult. If Missing can get back to this fight, he still has his ulti available. I feel like it would be
Zeus is here.
for T1 to try to fight this.
Oh god, 369 is hidden. Oh no.
369, actually, I think he's been unseen getting into this brush here. This cast could be absolutely massive as the Drake is going down low. JDG biding their time. Kanavi gets himself in there. Huge ult to come through.
You shitting me?
They just eviscerate the Kindred. And Zeus is going to go down as well. It's a double for Kanavi.
Oh, it's a game 5.
Taking matters into his own hands, but no. They are going to back away towards this.
Yeah, boy, T1 on game 5.
Pick a Kindred into Annie again.
To go for a flash play.
And yeah, you okay?
Again, the setup and the amount of dive that JDG have with this Wukong and Annie combo.
Yeah, Zeus. I mean, Owner really needs to just press R as soon as he sees the Annie flash.
But not going to be able to find the knock-up onto Missing. Ruler could be.
Oh,
Zeus
shit.
just gonna like get popped like
Oh.
Here comes Yeet.
Oh, what?
Manages to flash to try and get out of the way.
Oh, never mind.
Boom.
Gets excited.
369 wants to try and clean up. Gumayusi does have the flash, doesn't need to use it, but the Abyssal Dive is interrupted still. Gets devoured over the wall, and the Mega Blast Cone is going to deliver
Get wrecked, boy.
Yeah, beautifully done there from Carrier, getting him out to safety.
Got 2 kills and got 2 teleports. That's very worth.
Flank coming through from Zeus. As 369 and him will continue to scrap, but JDG commit both their TVs down towards bot. Can't actually.
Wait, 369 is going full AP.
Both of their bot laners here. Ruler trying to sidestep the zap, cannot do it. Goes for the R, flashes away from the Malphite ultimate.
Oh, the ult is a bit too early.
Does heal him up a bit, but it's just too little too late. Gumayusi gets the first reset, and you're never getting out once he gets that.
Yeah, at the moment, Guma gets excited, makes his way over with the movement speed. Zeus standing guard, devour over the wall, and it's a straight-up heist, right? They were able to get the kills and get on out. And as we saw there, actually, that's a big gold swing because JDG was looking to pull decisively in the lead after the play that they found around Dragon with that wonderful engage. Now,
they didn't replay the Dragon fight.
And Guma pulling out to a lead here once again here on the Jinx, getting those 2 kills.
Oh, now they're just
Yeah, the shotgun skill force I've never seen.
That Gale Force is beautiful from Ruler.
He got shot a bit, man.
It didn't need a lot of distance to cover there, but able to just kind of squeeze himself against the wall with the Gale Force. T1 moving up towards that top side. The Herald has respawned. They may be looking for it. JDG, though, posturing for a fight again.
Yep, 369 just looking beefy, moving towards
369 got flash.
So Faker is going to deliver himself once again.
Serious?
But just going to walk away.
But remember, there's no flash on Ruler, and Malphite has ulti again now, so this is so tough to fight. He has no Gale Force, that was forced out,
mocking Knight.
So I feel like if JDG try to fight this, it's going to be a lost cause.
Yeah, particularly with Faker still having his depth charge. So as long as that hits on Ruler, you can't fight. Unless JDG can
Faker is level 11.
Backline of T1, it's not going to work, but Carrier has Devour available again.
Oh man, it is very, very tense. Second Rift Herald up and available.
What is that mega flank?
Is looking for the deep flank. Kanavi also in that Pixel Brush. Knight poking his head around as well. JDG understanding if they do manage to get these angles, find the wombo combo, they can do it again. T1 just staying together. Gumayusi and missing, firing shots at one another. I think I know where my money's at for that particular 1v1.
Kanavi has started this. He's trying to pull T1 into this area. He wants T1 to move into this area before 369 comes in. 369 has the flash, but they haven't spotted him, so they know he's looking somewhere. Zeus is going to try to mark.
Yeah, and it's actually Zeus thinking that he's unseen. Moves towards the back of this pit. 369 still not seen by them. As Kanavi looks for it once again. This time Lamb's response.
Nice.
Very early. The Devour comes through as well as Gumayusi is kept alive with that huge shield as well.
Okay, Guma is safe.
Okay.
Guma is safe. GG.
Again, but it's a huge bear that he has to deal with. And Carrier's now lumbering out. He's not going to be able to get that. Ruler delivered yet another kill as he collects the catfish.
It's a beautiful ult there from 369 who just disengages Gumayusi from the fight. He knocks Carrier back in. He knocks Gumayusi away, so he's not in position to really follow up on the play. It bought so much time there for Ruler, who we were worried about being the one engaged on. 369 finds the angle. Watch him over the wall right here. Body slam, flash, right in onto Guma. Everfrost comes down, Carrier has the Devour.
And yeah, Guma gets away, but that's so much damage that you're missing, right? Kanavi already fed, able to take down Owner, and you see without the crucial damage there, if Guma gets like 2 more orders off, that fight is lost, and 369 makes sure that that is not the case. The most fed member from T1 by like a mile isn't in the fight, and patience pays off. JDG get a big team fight win.
It's just beautifully played from 369. You know, he has the disengaging ult. He drops his Q in between them, so he has to actually walk through that for the slow. And yes, he loses his flash off of that, but this is going to mean now next fight is in JDG's favor. Ruler will have his flashback. Guma's going to have no sums. There will be flash on Knight. There will be flash on Kanavi. There will be flash on Missing, which is going to make this next team fight a nightmare potentially for Guma or even for Owner.
See what they're going to be able to find here as the decoy is going to get collected by the dredge line, and Faker is not going to be tricked by it. On the bottom side of the map, you can see, picture-in-picture, Knight is just farming out these minions as the Drake is what T1 are looking at. Chemtech Soul, not exactly the most high value, but a teleport is still going to come through. Could be another 5v5 hook. Connects to Ruler.
Oh!
The Aphelios is taken down. How did they manage to find the angle? Messi is going to be taken down. It's a decent cast, but there is no follow-up.
Shit, Knight.
Kanavi is...
And Kanavi can
Knight.
Oh my god, JDG, what are they doing? routed. And by the end of it, even though they get Ruler, it costs them everything. The turret is going to fall down, and now JDG with Tibbers in tow,
doing the thing.
not going to push any
But actually just now it's very
Low
good
buzz on the
already.
tanky members, but T1 lose the fight.
T1 had the perfect engage, but it was the counter engage from JDG. Knight and Kanavi get into the backline, and sure, Ruler goes down, but the Wukong is wreaking havoc in the backline, and JDG will walk away with the Dragon as well.
Shedding some light on why T1 banned away the Wukong and not the Annie. Kanavi, the amount of damage he's able to consistently output in these fights is absolutely disgusting. It starts off, as mentioned, with what feels like a perfect scenario because immediately Ruler goes down. But just like last fight, Guma, even though he stays alive for a while, doesn't get to play the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Kanavi was already on 2 items, and the man has 6 kills at this point. Faker
Yeah,
is out of the
Kanavi,
fight completely.
so full
Knight
health.
is running just wild in the backline there with the Wukong as well, putting so much pressure on. We're right back to live.
Yeah, in the meantime, another battle is going to ensue, but this outer turret stays alive by the skin of its teeth, if turrets had teeth. And I need to apologize, gentlemen. It's been team fights here where the 80 carry, if they die, you lose the fight. And that's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm going through the motions, but the real carry on JDG this game is Kanavi. He is just absolutely gigantic. And with Knight and his bear, they are getting the work done. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and we'll see whether, as we tick towards Doomsday, which is 24 minutes in this game, whether it is going to be a moment that we can surpass and actually have a longer game of League of Legends.
True, yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, JDG now with a significant advantage, they're up 4K. But yeah, it's difficult because if you send Malphite and Nautilus into the backline, yes, they can threaten Ruler as they did in that fight. They're able to take him down. But the problem becomes, sure, Keria can actually use the Devourer to buy some time, but Owner and Guma were both being threatened in that fight, so no one is really doing damage. And if no one is actually killing off Kanavi, if no one is killing off Knight, they have so much persistent damage, they have so much persistent threat in that backline. When they're in on top of Guma, he can't really do anything about it without sums, and he didn't have any for that fight.
Just been answered by JDG so far. Knight also now with the Void Staff in hand. 4 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. We'll see whether he creates that into a book. Could be another option here as T1 towards the Baron Pit. It's 22 minutes, so it is one of their favorite places, but not so far this series necessarily. JDG have been keeping them honest, forcing them to win team fights in order to win the game instead of taking Baron. And 369 is just taking down objectives around this map. JDG with so much more control than they've showed in the last couple of games. And
JDG are playing the side lanes way more heavily than T1 in this game, and that's kind of why they're opening up these gold leads. You know, you look at the itemization between the solo laners, it's a full item up for both. Zhonya's is done. The luxury items are well and truly in the favor of JDG. They have a stopwatch in mid, they have a Zhonya's in top. It is really kind of all on Guma, as all eggs are in the Gumayusi basket here on T1's side. Everyone else, I think, is a lot weaker than their counterpart.
Yeah, it's about a 1,500 gold deficit for everyone in the top half. Obviously, Kanavi even further ahead, almost approaching 2K. The only one with a gold lead is Guma, and as JDG is showing, you don't even need to kill him. As long as he isn't autoing, that's enough for now. And I think the one exception is if T1 is actually able to start off a fight, but JDG isn't letting them. And considering the comps, that makes a ton of sense.
But I mean, can you even look for a fight right now? Stopwatch, Zhonya's, like, it feels so hard to really go into this next fight with confidence as T1. You know, the only real target there is Ruler, who does have his sums available now.
We'll see what JDG decide to do with this advantage that they've created for themselves right now. And this mid lane teleport is going to come forward.
Take the TP. Oh, shit.
It may not have necessarily been the best for T1, so Faker going to miss that one. We'll never know as Knight towards his top side, clearing out vision. Back into Fog of War is the Annie.
No.
And JDG looks like they don't like it. They don't like this
Annie is top side.
We'll wait for another one before they start.
Like just now lah, just now.
Ruler is very far from the rest of the team, so
Wukong is going in.
On that top side. 369 is wrapping around, he's nowhere near.
Now the hook is
they see Wukong.
Not taking too much damage though as T1. They have set
They need to
themselves
care
up
the
in this
Wukong.
death ball, but JDG able to get themselves back into position.
Yeah, and if T1 are going to play as 5, they've got to be so clean on their engage. They have to attack one side of the flank from JDG.
Okay.
There's the flash, Tibbers comes down yet again, but this time he manages
okay,
to
finally press.
The charm is fantastic.
Okay.
They take down
Okay.
the Khan, but there goes the Kindred as well. Double kill for Knight is now Keria trying to save Gumayusi, and he does. As Faker is now keeping everyone frustrated. Zeus
just went down as well. Another fight for JDG.
Faker will cut the waves. There's no chance of an end. They're just going to go straight to the Baron here and look to take it. T1 have been devastated by Knight. Once again,
extra
this man
300
has
HP.
been the difference maker. Finds the multi-man Tibbers. Despite Owner living to actually get off his ulti, it just didn't matter.
No, and even when you get the Kindred ultimate, you're not able to output any meaningful damage, but Ruler is, you see the issue, right? Because as you point out, they start up on top of Zeus, and Owner here, Zeus, yeah, this was a knee damage.
Wow, instantly.
Not the case this time around, and even
The health
though
is
both
suddenly
Owner stay alive for so long,
disappear.
this thing draws so much time, so much attention, and there's just no way for T1 to match the damage output.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much space created for Ruler. He's even flashing forward, Gale forcing in onto Gumayusi, trying to pressure him out. Credit, though, to Carrier, who actually repositioned to get his locket off on Owner. That's the only reason he even got his ult off in the first place. Didn't make a difference in this fight, but it's those little things that can change these games. We've seen so many fights decided by the smallest of margins. It is JDG, though, now extending their gold lead further and further. They will move to Soul Point. They will collect some of these tier 2s. T1 is trying to trade back top.
Owner is effectively useless.
And JDG
Yo, why he chose Kindred low? He think what, NA ah?
Yeah, this is taking Dragon and 2 inner turrets in trade for an outer on the top side of the map. I think I have an idea about who that favors. 6,000 gold now the lead for JDG, bearing down on T1. Not one of the last 2 games that we've seen, which just seems to be over in the blink of an eye. This is just JDG suffocating T1 out of this game.
And we talked a lot about Knight, right? And
it's almost like 4v5 because Owner cannot do anything.
Particularly at this level, it's not like Zeus can start a fight unless you are only doing it to force a summoner. So it's up to Faker to go in for a flash hook, a flash ulti, a flash auto. But as long as that is not available, you see the JDG with how much confidence they just move up inside, move up on the map, because they know very well
he doesn't even play Lee Sin.
Yeah, I haven't.
I saw him play Lee Sin with the balls, and then it's like, where the Lee Sin?
You don't want to play Lee Sin? I don't understand.
I thought he got a pentakill with Lee Song.
What's so difficult about it, right? Because we talked about, in the
or Viego also
can. Your composition here. There's more angles for T1 to find those fights. There's more targets that are viable.
Why?
But at this stage, it's no longer really.
Is he getting banned out?
They're completing all these.
No.
No. Side, when you're down in gold, you cannot afford to go defensive.
Remember,
you
even
maximize your damage. You have got to be able to try to find a pick, and it's Faker.
Faker's not even tanky.
Oh shit!
Flashes away the abyssal dive's going to get Carry out of there, but Faker
Oh my god!
Just turn it immediately into this inner turret, and maybe
T1 needs to win another game 5. Oh boy.
JDG are closing in multiple angles, missing, threatening the dive, so T1 will have to back it up. They will have to.
Why is that salty run back, Owner?
Lose double inhibitors off a beautiful pick from JDG.
And all with 369, as you were saying, just destroying this bottom side. So that is
when the
another
chat
minion
also
wave
say
conga
jungle
lining
gap.
forward. Knight gonna have to try and get out of there as
It's
T1
definitely a jungle gap. Owner is completely not in the game.
So incredibly low. And
It's just 4v5, man. How to fight.
In T1 space at the end of this game.
And why would they? There's no need for them to risk it, right? We've seen teams at the Nexus turrets not be able to clear the final hurdle if you just play it for the Dragon, the Baron that are coming up in about 2.5 minutes. Just suffocate T1 out of everything. They can't leave their base because they have 0 map control with 2 waves pushing in. You can even just run it down mid, right? With the amount of gold that you have right now, just make sure that T1 doesn't get a flank. Clear your vision. JDG should bring us to a game 5 here in the upper bracket final.
It's exactly what we wanted. The other thing as well, Owner, only 3
exactly what we wanted
for hasn't been able to find the marks that he's been looking for this game. This is what it feels like when you're a Kindred that hasn't been able to find your style of game, and JDG have been playing around it so exceptionally well. 8,000 gold is the lead. As you guys are talking about, we do have the Chemtech Soul available pretty soon as Faker.
They're going for the kid.
Okay, can they get this pick? It could actually be big for delaying this one as Gumayusi coming down with the hook is not going to land, and Knight says not today.
He could have just
Doesn't
flashed.
he have to use the stopwatch? Just walks it off.
Or it's
I think they don't want to trade that.
I'm a little bit surprised how easily he got out of that, but I just don't think T1 were willing to full send it on that play. They weren't sure exactly where everyone was, and 369 TPing in is going to be spotted by Guma, so we'll be aware that that is down up on this top side.
Killing Knight there wouldn't have done
Okay, so
anything.
a little bit of action, a little bit of something, but it is just going to be Knight heading back home. Ruler hitting level 16 here as well. 3 items and a stopwatch. Feeling fantastic. Gumayusi does have 1 full item in advantage, but just hasn't really been able to play the game so far.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does find that angle, if he does get excited, we could have another one of these moments where a team fight goes their way, but there is just so many other variables this game. The base is in absolute shambles.
And there's so many threats over on the other side that it's so difficult for him to find space because, you know, we've talked about Kanavi, we've talked about Knight. 369 casually has a
Don't know what
death on his
Owner is
as well.
gonna
So,
do.
you know, there's really 4 members.
It cannot
that he's gonna
DPS
be
like
so
Guma,
afraid
and
of.
then it's like
You know, so
he
it's really
just gets
difficult to
popped
find
by
that
Knight
time
every
to
time.
maximize damage. He does have a stopwatch now, so you know, Guma is prepared for this next fight. He's going to have double sums. He's going to have 4 items and a stopwatch. And there is that option. There is that angle if he can find it, but it will be very difficult because
Both ADC
JDG
got
are gonna set up in the
stopwatch.
topside jungle. They're going to deny vision. They're going to play around this Baron. And if T1 commit to trying to deny a soul, you could just lose a Baron for free. JDG have that luxury of not having to actually go to Dragon if they don't want it.
As we like to say in the LCK, it's a rock and a hard place type situation because when you have soul, you have so much extra control of the map.
Oh no.
As it were. Kanavi
Knight is flanking again.
He is so scary.
Kanavi also.
6 on this monkey.
But T1 is moving in.
Gumayusi is very...
Wait, Knight, the top lane Knight.
Knight is just shoving. Knight is teleporting as well.
And Kanavi.
Oh!
Gumayusi! He's gonna have to go into his stopwatch, and now Zeus finds an ultimate, but these Nexus turrets are going
Why is Carrier so far away?
Gentlemen, I think it's just over in this moment. We're not gonna get another team fight because JDG will deny
Owner's gonna die to Tibbers, bruh.
What the fuck?
The Annie was pushing bot and the Gragas was pushing top. They're forcing T1 to back.
Yeah, lah, but where was Guma?
Silver Scrapes again.
Why does he walk like that?
We bring 5 games of League of Legends as JDG looking to grab a few kills here towards the Nexus. Owner and Faker just looking on their fountain, watching as things go on. Owner is going to be able to get
Not Honor, engaged champ is ass lah.
after they get a couple of kills, will go down and JDG stay alive in the series.
And yeah, give us that zoom in on Kanavi because that man's Wukong was a force to be reckoned with in a game or in a meta that feels like it was about the 80 carries. In this series, it was about the...
Why is that salty run back on Owner?
That even with that Kench, the opposing 80 carry could not play at all. It didn't matter who it was. Always Kanavi or Knight found their way, found access to Guma.
If Owner plays a tank, Guma would be much safer.
It's just so expertly played, right? And I do think these compositions that JDG are drafting can be difficult to make work because
I still think T1 doesn't take this competition seriously.
This beefy front line that T1 did draft, Guma's gonna go crazy, but they always seem to be able to find that angle, to be able to find that
Just
surprising
kite for Guma and let him carry the fucking team lah. That is the meta right now.
From these elite teams, the best of the best.
And it was like T1 taking
What's Owner thinking he wants to carry? The carry play or Lee Sin lah, there.
They banned in the last game, but they leave up the Annie.
Where your Lee Sin?
1-2 punch that we've been seeing that has been so good. And look at this, just everyone was a threat. It's what you guys were talking about, and Gumayusi just had nowhere safe he could stand.
That's one of the most equally divided damage shares that we've seen in this meta.
Synergy.
Unbelievable here. Yeah.
I mean, all 4 members outdamaged Guma. You know, all 4 of the damage dealers, right? And that just shows this is not, you know, an attack on his play in this game. It's talking about the difficulty with which he has to navigate these team fights because there are truly 4 members that can threaten him. There's 3
Owner's
divers
ulti is
support as well who's
useless.
flying back in there. It's just really, really tough to navigate those fights, and I'm so excited to see what T1 are going to cook up for game number 5 in the draft because they're going to have choice. They're likely going to go blue, and they'll be able to dictate.
Yep, and in the meantime, we get to enjoy
T1's gonna cook.
League of Legends. So let's go to a short break, and when we get back, that game number 5.
Let's hope it's not fucking raw. No, he needs to tell Owner to stop. And then dun dun dun, Gumayusi driven.
Oh, JDG 加油加油，也不是给一个要给一个韩国人来，每次要给一个韩国人来 carry。
What is this figure meme that I'm seeing on Facebook?
What?
You go look at LOL esports on Facebook. What's right? Ain't no way he's gonna pick Kindred again. If he picks it again, he's fucking trolling. Oh, Zeus finally stabilized, and then Owner wants to smoke weed. Oh, game 5 T1 mental, let's go.
JDG biding their time. Kanavi gets himself in there. Huge ult to come through once again. They just eviscerate the Kindred. The tongue lash will connect. Zap's going to come down as well. As Zeus is just barreling towards the turret ruler. Manages to flash to try and get out of the way, but it's not going to be enough. Gumayusi, he gets excited. Well, but Ona,
Wait, does Guma have presence of mind? Oh, yep, he has presence of mind. After every kill, he gets mana. Guma. He has presence of mind on Jinx just now.
We've been dancing here the whole break, and now we gotta cool it all down, and that's exactly what the teams have to do as well. This was so much fun, everyone, in the Copper Box Arena. Thank you for your energy, and I'm really happy that we're getting to a game 5, and I'm really happy that it's delivering, even though it's been very, very different kind of angles in each game.
I mean, this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted for T1 versus JDG, LPL versus LCK, the regional rivalries coming out of MSI, the winners final. It's delivering all 5 games.
And apparently Vedi has a fun stat.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
Okay.
So, T1 in finals with this roster are 0-2, okay? But when it comes to game 5s, not in finals, they are 3-0, undefeated.
And this is not
with
a
this
final.
roster.
This is
not a final.
Bracket final.
So again, to reiterate the stat, so game 5s in finals with this roster, they are 0-2. But when they are in game 5s, not
It's the whole narrative coming into MSI.
And 0.
Both are true today. Like
3-0 against who? I know one of them is Genji.
How many is LPL won,
But I just think it's so awesome, like, because there is that curse that
Oh, there's one can missing.
Look at T1. This is a team that people expect to dominate.
You see that can? There's one slot.
Returning back back
Yeah,
to
they
that
didn't
former
finish the
glory.
10
The
in
fact
game
that
1.
T1 hasn't won a title since 2017 is miraculous, especially when we look at their most recent history. But aside from finals, this team always makes it to the grand finals.
But it does feel like they've met their match in JDG, a team that was basically built to perform on the international stage. A team
Oh
that
no,
made it to
stop cooking.
semi-finals of
You
Worlds
can't
last year,
cook.
lost to T1 and said
You want cook, let Carrier cook.
They're coming in, they
What
need
you
to
cooked
perform,
was
they have
fucking
been
raw.
performing
Rubbing
up
his
against one of the
lips.
best
What
LCK
is
teams
that?
and proving that the LPL
I don't know
still
anyone
can be
that rubs
such
their
a
lips.
dominant force at these international events.
And I think that when we
What
look
he
at
cooked was
the
fucking
LPL,
raw.
they produce so many different successful rosters. And I think that for JDG, it's an organization that is
If
trying
you see
for a very
Kindred,
long
it's fucking
time to
over.
not only dominate domestically, but to translate that success internationally. And how many teams
Oh, look at all those
have
bananas.
started by finally being able to take down T1. Today could be the day at the beginning of a long journey for JDG and this super team that they've cultivated.
I love the way you put that. And
Oh,
is
wait, it's
great
not one
going
can,
into
it's
game
2
5 like
cans.
that. Let's take a look at a couple of things that have transpired if we look holistically at the
2
4
cans
games
from the
we've
same row.
seen. One of the things is that Kanavi is
Disgusting.
an absolute beast on Wukong.
I bet it's one of those guys that like to take the one behind and not on the
dominant in
front.
the LPL as well, and now the fact
Just
that
like
he
me.
gets to show it again in this game 4.
And then you say what disgusting, huh? You're calling yourself disgusting.
Very quickly was 5-0.
Because in front of the people, most people touch
the
on
back line of T1 and making sure that it was
It touched the
absolutely
troll a lot.
unplayable. The patience that he had in some of these fights was so good.
A little bit of a Wukong gap, and there's also just the fact that he's taking on 2 people, and they have to just run away.
Wukong
They just have to leave
ulti
him
is
there.
longer
This
than
was something that was
the
repeated again and again in this
Kindred
game.
out,
He got too strong, he could apply too much threat on the back line, and T1 just didn't
Yeah,
have
just like the
ability
caster said just
to
now.
deal damage
He
to
picked
Wukong.
Kindred only to beat
This
Wukong in the first 3 minutes.
Really about Kanavi, right? It was more about the solo laners and how they team fight. No, I know, Sean.
Zeus was like, ah shit, I'm not.
Coming into
Zeus was like, I'm not Tom Kench.
He's a beast, he's nuts, and you guys said, no, take it out, that's not important today.
Frankly, I didn't think that Kanavi would be the story or the talking point. So, Shocks, all credit to you. You're 100% right.
No, to him.
When their backs
that
were
pose?
against the wall, when they were down in a situation and what looked like...
Oh, look at the jungle diff.
Kanavi really did step up on this Wukong, and eyes will be on him and his agency if
Oh,
he gets
that
his
pose
hands
ah.
on it.
What is that hand?
He's holding the nut.
Credence to JDG
What?
when they were looking for these flanks.
Holding the
We saw
basketball.
Game 3 was Knight TPing on the Annie, trying to see if he could get access to the back line, but there was no one there to really support him. Now when you've got Kanavi in the picture alongside him on this Wukong, you could see how well they were setting up as this 2-man unit to consistently dive onto the Jinx. And no matter how much range you have in this Jinx, if there's so many different flank angles that are coming through, it's impossible to get away from
Just
JDG.
let
We know how hard it is to pull off a successful flank in games from
Owner
this
play
teams
the
are so good at
tanks.
sniffing it out and warding
Tanks.
against it, and that's what I think was a great adaptation.
He's
They
better
did
on
have a
tanks
lot
and
of
engage lah. Stop playing
369
carries lah.
loads of patience on some of those flanks on Gragas as well. It's a good adaptation coming out of JDG.
Yeah.
I don't even see him play Wukong anymore. Like what? Only the enemy teams play Wukong.
They've selected
Owner doesn't play Wukong.
to start the series, so they actually played successive red side games in 3 and 4. The draft we need to look at is the game 2 draft to see the way that T1 would adapt here. And the Annie, I think, has been a big problem.
Agreed.
The Nautilus mid by T1 hasn't been good whatsoever. So part of the reason for that, I feel like, is the access you're able to get to the back line. So if you look at the draft here, like the Cassante and the Annie can be banned by EDG, but this opened up to that straight up front to back team fighting for both teams where neither team had great backline access, right? I just do feel like it's harder for JDG to get maneuverability where they can actually get.
Do they need another banana?
And therefore, that's why we're seeing Blue Side get.
No, they need a good notebook.
The reality is that this whole game is being...
That notebook better not write some random bullshit.
in mid lane specifically, right?
Yeah.
Later, what to eat?
As you rightly said, Annie has proven
Shit.
setup, but now that T1 are on the blue
Hey,
side, they
food.
have the ability of either first picking it or forcing JDG
They always
down away. So
discuss,
that's
man,
one
when they
problem
win
for
always.
T1, which then
If
brings
they
more
after
pressure
they
to
win,
JDG.
where to
How
eat?
do they have that same agency in mid? Because so far, the only success
McDonald's.
they found is with Knight being the actual primary engage and facilitator, and this is when you then start looking at the support role. How valuable is this for Khan? Do you still want to prioritize it so that you as JDG have more engage options? And if you're T1, where does the Cassante fall? Can you get Faker on something that isn't a beefy frontline tank that can disrupt the chaos of the fights, or do you move him back to the control mage?
You say only Knight on that primary engage, but now you have to also think that Wukong is unkillable and also gets the engages
Oh,
off,
true,
right? I
very
think
true.
there's definitely
Really?
also that to think about now, which is why Game 5 specifically are so interesting, Dag, because you
at least Guma is being chilling. Oh, Carrier looks stressed as fuck. Oh no, he's gonna throw.
Momentum-wise on the back foot, the ghosts of Game 5's past or finals past, maybe.
Carrier is gonna throw in Game 5. Ah shit. Ah shit.
If it's the Wukong, whether it's something even like the Zinzao.
No more Kindred, you dumb shit.
A facilitator again in the mid. Annie will probably be gone. Ari will probably be off the board as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back towards something like
Fake it to smash. It's like I've been here. It's like I've been here before.
Can spread out these fights into skirmishes, and they're not front to back.
Where the
There's so many different angles that it just makes it impossible for teams to try and take those big tanks into that front line.
And as we have 1 minute
I think they just wear the jacket lah.
Prediction-wise, we have Jat who said 3-2 T1,
cloth
and Daka who said 3-2 JDG. So Jat, how does T1 win Game 5?
So I feel like they do win Game 5.
Oh.
I'm not convinced that they have invested in this series. I don't think they've actually played that well so far this series. If they can have a stronger early game, and if Keria can be on something that can start team fights and be the go button for the team, that's enough. Cassante banned, I like the Tristana for Faker. I'm actually okay with Faker being on a control mage yet again, but just leverage their experience. They've been in these situations several times.
They need Faker Lissandra back.
Solid game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Play back and pay
Oh, what happened to Azir?
Make sure that you're playing through that strong mid jungle for those.
Azir is completely gone.
Wasn't it enough to
spot
shit?
in the MSI 2023 Grand Final is on the line. Can T1 stay undefeated in non-finals, or will it be JDG successfully taking their revenge? Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shocks. And here we are, game number 5, the moment for one of these teams to reign victorious in the
into KFC
of MSI 2023. Normally, I'd be saying it's T1, right? It's not a grand final, so we should be fine, right? But I am nervous as the LCK representative, and I am just loving how these games are going. The team fighting and the prowess of both of these squads, absolutely amazing. And I felt like the suffocation that JDG demonstrated in game number 4 is phenomenal for momentum moving into this last game.
Absolutely. It did feel
Uma
like
and Faker is like being chilling.
The team fights were
the other three looks nervous as fuck.
I think Knight's Annie was a massive part of that. Of course, JDG is going to be on red
oh,
side.
No.
Red side last, they did ban out the Annie. I'm expecting that to happen.
Okay, let's see what they're cooking.
The big question is, you know, what are
now they
Can you smell what T1 is cooking?
Taken away? I feel like
now they ban
Wukong needed to happen after how good Kanavi was.
Can you smell what T1 is cooking?
Yeah, no surprises there. Don't think you can let that one go over. Also saw that owner was struggling both times, even with the Kindred coming out.
Yeah, pull out the fucking Lee Song.
Early flip, not going his way.
You played Lee Song in solo queue, you might as well pick it now.
And in both games, really, even with the respite being used, which didn't happen half the time, not the impact that they were looking for. Cassante, love that ban here. I think that Cassante is such a big part of what makes these teams lethal.
Okay.
The broken gem is out.
On the Maokai.
It's been so interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Both sides. It will
it's back to like game 2?
Yeah,
game 2 draft.
Yeah, game 2.
And Jinx, you know, with that engaged, they're hovering. Oh, they're actually just going to lock it in. Wow. So it is just going to be their Rakan. They're really highly prizing this engage.
That is a lot of priority onto this Rakan.
Aphelios Lulu
Lulu not banned. And so now the Aphelios Lulu that has been a premier bottom lane here in at MSI.
Or are they baiting for Aphelios Lulu?
But it's interesting because it just feels like they're practically 9 this away from Keria more than like the 2v2 for themselves. Rakan, not that strong of a laner, let's be honest. It's much more about the explosiveness in that 5v5. And they're, again, potentially just going to be going towards all of these threats, all of this backline dive to really focus on Gumayusi. All of a time in last game.
I think they're just
they need on.
Yeah, read.
It's gonna pick all.
Zeus needs on again.
That is how you do it. But, all jokes aside, it is just a lot of
Lissandra
JDG able to win these team fights in the previous game. They're just gonna try and do it on the red side, and the Jinx, I think.
Ben looks tired as fuck.
Ruler is so good at any sort of champion.
He's like, hey.
And his spacing with the biggest range in the game is devastating for a lot of teams, but he's going to have to try and find a way to stay safe, because there ain't a lot of peel with a Rakan who wants to be going forward.
And you do see JDG also pivoting away, or rather denying the Tristana to T1. And even though Tristana itself wasn't really the focal point,
Jace?
I do think that JDG have shown that
Zeus has not played a single game of Jace this season.
They are able to
JDG is gonna
out-integrate.
pick
They're able to
on.
out-team
If
fight,
not, they are gonna
and
lose.
I do think it'll be a little bit harder without the Annie, but you already have a lot of the tools with the Rakan and the Gragas to ensure that Guma isn't in the fight. So taking away power picks that allow Faker to also have a bigger impact when it comes to damage is really
I have a feeling.
And I do like
Oh,
that
they
they
ban
early picked
Viego.
this Gragas here, you know,
I have a
potentially
feeling that they're
very
gonna,
effective 369, but
that
potentially
T1's gonna go
easily
Karma
you
and
know,
then
could
swap.
be that, option 4 flex here towards Knight, but this is going to be
Hey.
really interesting. Or are they going just full dive?
It's actually the same
Do
comp.
that. Sejuani feels like it has been the option with all of these AD junglers getting banned out. Sejuani
Or they ban Tristana and then pick Sejuani. They think it's because Tristana can buff the stun.
coming through.
That's what I'm looking for. But no, what we're actually looking for is LeBlanc versus Syndra. That's what everyone wants. That is what we want to see. Faker's LeBlanc versus Knight Syndra. That would be the ultimate matchup in the mid lane. And what
Or Lissandra. Come on.
So I think
boy.
watch that 1v1, and that's how we decide the series.
Your
That is going to be a
thing.
Gwen
Oh, what?
locked in a lot of magic damage.
Oh
And
my.
that is once again
Why Gwen?
Nautilus. Now not going to be heading into an Annie, so maybe that helps it.
I mean, you can hear the
Huh?
crowd react. They are not happy about
Huh?
the Nautilus pick here. The
Yeah, I was
T1
like,
fans audibly
oh my
disappointed.
Oh, Yasuo.
Do it?
They're hovering. They're hovering.
Oh no.
Silas is actually so good here.
Yeah,
I think
Why
this
Gwen?
is a good matchup into the Nautilus. There's great ults to steal from the Nautilus as well
There's
as from
no-
the Mount.
there's
Those
no
are two of the
tanks
really
on the
crucial
enemy
ones that you can take
team.
away. I love this pick. Also pairs really well with the Sejuani. It's a double melee pairing. So there's
Ugh.
tanking options here now for Kanavi.
Oh great, Zeus is smoking weed now.
Not only that, but one of the biggest powers
On is open,
also
what?
just having the ability to either deny your opponent's dive, which, to be frank, that will still be good against JDG, but even with zoning off objectives and trying to force fights on your terms, it is really valuable. But if the opposing team also gets a Maokai ultimate, so much of that value is lost. As you mentioned, amazing matchup into the Nautilus as well. Nautilus doesn't have the damage to outtrade Silas if he can get multiple Kingslayer procs. And I think for me the breaking point is what is going to happen here with this Gwen, because Zeus actually was able to get so much damage done in the game where he did play it, and it does solve the issue that T1 have been running into, which is not enough damage in team fights.
Yeah, not enough threats for sure.
Silas.
But I do have a little bit of a question about like how is it going to go for him, because it's not into something like the Scion where it's just an absolute free lane. I do think the Gragas can kind of trade a little bit more effectively, especially pre-Ripmaker before you have that spell vamp.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it
I
is
mean,
AD
then
Gragas,
again,
you can
it's
get a Pokemon
Johnny and
there.
there's potential to have a Yasuo, I guess.
Likely will be a
So maybe that's why you don't want to pick on.
And I do think the 369 is going to have a much better lane compared to what he had last time against Zeus when he was playing on that Scion. So it's going to be
You
a
see
really
them
interesting
hover
one
the
here.
Yasuo and be
I do
like,
think Faker in some of the early
oh.
levels definitely trade the Salas, but as Salas starts to get more levels, and as you say, starts to get more rotations of that Kingslayer, it can be really difficult.
And late in the game, if he gets rotations of these ultimates that he can hijack, depth charge, wild growth, as well as Nature's Grasp, it could be very, very scary. Here we are onto the Rift for game number 5. Which team will be going to the final of MSI 2023? That's what we're looking to find out here. Which team will have to fight through the...
Oh shit.
Zeus and Keria needs to calm the fuck down.
Being Spider-Man is a sacrifice. You have a choice between saving one person and saving an entire world.
The Chinese fans are so damn noisy.
Send everyone to Spider War.
It's like they're in China again.
Begins.
I'm just as much a Spider-Man as any of you.
All stations, stop Spider-Man.
You know me.
Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, exclusively in cinemas, coming soon.
And they have a prime opportunity now.
And have so many times been favorites for so many international competitions as well. JDG have been lurking for so many years. This would be massive if they can get there, as Zeus and 369 just fighting one another for a moment. And the body slam going to
Your body slam, play war, hiya.
Very close, wanted to get that ward down. You know, Zeus is trying to
And
defend
they
on
just
that
shut the
push,
fuck
but
up.
not quite able to do so. He has resolved secondary, so
He plays everything first strike, this guy.
Wind, to help deal with this matchup. He has started D-Shield. I'm just going to check on that.
Oh, finally the
Yeah, so he
ADCs
is
have
actually
like
second win,
different
so D-Shield
rules.
second win is going to help to deal with a lot of this poke. 369, as we saw, is going E-start here, which can be really effective in these early levels.
Yep, Faker finding a decent little trade there on tonight, but nothing really to worry about at level 1 between these two. And on the bottom side of the map, you saw T1 standing on a ward. Thought that that was going to be potentially dangerous, but they are going to step out and try and take some control here of this lane.
And this is one of the major weaknesses of this 2v2 bot lane. You know, Ruler and Mid
That comet is broken, though.
As well as the Aphelios. So they're just going to have to kind of cede control here in this 2v2, and we'll see if T1 can use this as a major point of power, because the Rakan is so much more about the 5v farms, about these skirmishes, than it is about 2v2 laning prowess, where I don't think they're going to be able to get much of anything done.
Oh, and then he's not on the...
Kanavi setting up for a gank onto Faker.
He'd be like very sus. Where is
he?
he?
Right now, so see whether Faker can get out of this one or whether he's going to
Faker's like, what the
potential positioning.
He has to wait for his Q cooldown though. He queued over the wall there, and the cooldown is so long on these
It's
early
like, hey, yo,
levels, so
especially now.
the chickens are not getting chicken.
Do note, as we have seen, if the Nautilus in particular falls behind early on, makes it so much harder to play out. You are going to be one of the main forms of initiation, and now with him spotted, Kanavi might go more aggressively here.
Faker's like, yeah, boy.
so much time. If Faker just backs up and
Faker's like, hey, wait a minute.
3 games ahead. Kanavi has waited like for 30-40 seconds here on this bottom side and gotten literally nothing. They know because they have a ward on red. People are saying, why are you not farming around? Because you must be looking for something. He did the 3-camp spot.
Faker's like, where are you?
From Faker, sussed out the fact that he would be looking for a gank, completely denied it. And now Maokai is 3
He
games
is
ahead.
sussed out.
Now they know T1 able to see that Kanavi was indeed wandering around the map.
So that's why he always was there.
There's going to be a level lead to come through it. There is no prior.
Faker's like, that's very sus.
And mid, so Kanavi still be fine or should be able to pick this up thanks to the help of his team.
Oh!
Yep, Faker actually trying to find a bit of a
Oh,
trade here
damn.
tonight in the mid lane, but just
Aftershock is completely broken, though.
We'll have to see. Can Kanavi actually cross through mid and got double scuttle? Because that would be a way to kind of bail himself out of the situation, but it doesn't look like it with T1 having bot prio.
Double scuttle.
T1 grabbing the bot side scuttle.
Especially with Ono now being able to move around. So Kanavi,
You can see that.
there is now Faker could be in trouble.
Shit.
He's going to flash, gets the E off to make sure that they are slowed. And the present going to be delivered over to Knight. He says no, but it is still going to be Ono with control of this scuttle.
Big win for Knight specifically. No flash on Faker means that he is both a lot safer, gives him the opportunity to play around, but it does not solve the issue she pointed out.
Oh, Ruler is half health.
Pretty far behind when it comes to jungle farm. Owner now also going to start his second clear here and going to be pretty substantially ahead as Kanavi still has had his red buff and his Krugs up this whole time.
Yeah. Good bit of pressure here from T1 towards bottom side, but Azale, that's what you've been talking about this whole time. Very difficult for a Rakan and a Jinx to get control.
The Gragas is just standing there.
Has been dominant so far this MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the top side, 369 doing a really good job in this matchup again. This is not silent. You don't just get a free lane.
31 to 37.
It's really difficult to
How does
actually lane
Gragas
against those
win,
early
Gwen?
levels. Once AS gets towards Riftmaker, gets his leeching.
Have you seen that Arcane Comet is completely broken, though?
To actually deal with this,
And
but
Zeus-
in the early
Zeus
levels,
had the
369
counter
is
pick,
really
right?
going to be able to create a pretty good.
Yeah!
What?
That's why I say I don't like the Gwen pick. There's no tanks to share. I would rather him play on, man. Like on Maokaila is like good for team fight.
Utilizing his minions, utilizing his depth charge, pretty cute there to make sure that
Yeah, I also thought they were gonna pick on that.
Well, either Keria is going to have to go towards Mikhail's, or they're just going to have to be incredibly careful with their positioning, because if Sejuani ult connects onto Guma, no cleanse for that. Stolen Maokai ult can also be problematic. Of course, there are ways to deal with it. There are frontliners to actually block it for him, but if they're able to get into that backline, it's going to be a problem.
As we see now, T1 hasn't really been able to make use of the early lead that we did find on Owner. He does have an experienced lead, but it's very minute, right? Like maybe a camp. I don't think that with the pace of how these games have been going, that is really going to be the main difference maker. And that means that as we move towards that inevitable Herald fight, because Dragons, I think, have been pretty low stakes, at least the first one, often given up.
So JDG can actually just scale. They got two guys that can buy raw of AG.
Right on the edge of the cast there, as you can see, Zeus now dealing with a bunch of minions and 369, losing out on that trade as Faker engaged upon once again. Permafrost is fantastic, and Knight steals away an ult he doesn't even need to use for first blood.
Nicely done. Kanavi has been spending so much time around mid lane trying to get Knight into a good spot. They know they had forced out that flash earlier, so they go right back to it. They don't even have to commit the stolen Nautilus ult. You can see Knight is actually moving down on the main map.
Jungle diff.
They're going to double blast on over and try to use the stolen Nautilus ult to threaten a dive, but Faker is wise to it. He's running straight out towards bot. Is going to bail out as they now see them warded on the dragon, but a nice look and a nice response from T1.
Actually see the immediate pivot from JDG as well. Use the blast cone to just get on top of Dragon.
Yeah,
Really
just give them
and Kanavi actually
Owner is level 5, he can't do anything.
Summoner that he blown as
Faker still has his depth charge available, but no flash.
Ooh,
Get over that wall, so it's just going to be a Drake.
6 HP.
T1 just defensive posturing will be able to deal with this mini break.
He was over the wall.
and right now
Tom.
able to get the early lead kill going over tonight, particularly on picks like the Silence.
No, they need Gumayusi Varus.
When you're aggressive, when you're able to skirmish, when you're in the thick of things. Snowballing the early laning phase. Extremely powerful. Do see the top lane matchup slowly starting to equalize, and as expected, I think once Zeus does get to the Riftmaker, it really evens out. pleaseeee should still be able though to dictate the pace of the lane.
Well, Knight can't use his ulti.
That might mean that JDG, when we get to this Herald setup, could have an advantage.
Absolutely. And T1 is going to have really good Merc Treads value on the top side.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's Gragas, it's Silas, and it's Sejuani, right? So you can see Merc Treads already completed by Faker. Zeus going to be going towards that as well. And T1 already onto this Herald. Looks like it will not be contested. Ruler still staying down towards bot. So T1 should just be able to trade this back for that early dragon that was grabbed by JDG.
Yep, just a gentleman's...
Gumayusi is very far ahead in CS.
And as we can see on the top of your screen, about 600 gold going to be the lead for the LPL representative. JDG just giving this one up, and it should mean that T1 can also just get us to complete parity when it comes to the gold.
And we've basically only seen 2 games. One is it goes even, T1 wins one team fight and it's over, or JDG gets an early lead like they have now and keep accelerating, and making that lead larger and completely choking T1 out of the game. And I think the first fights, as Kanavi is here towards the top side, are going to be the big difference maker here.
Interesting thing is it feels like it's JDG that are playing the game for these Baron timings and utilizing the Baron to win the game, which used to be the T1 game plan, but T1 just haven't really been worried about it. If they're going to win, they're going to win a team fight and then take a Nexus instead of a Baron.
And I think it's just because they won those team fights so dominantly, right? You know, it wasn't like it was a close fight and they have to limp their way over to Baron. They are just getting 5-0s out of seemingly nowhere, and then they can just end the game. They can look for that more aggressive play. And T1 is definitely not a team that is afraid of risk. You know, we saw in that first game where they got the team fight win. They go towards the Nexus. That was really close. Zoner's flashing the wall. They want this.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp going to come through. The flash has already come down, and in he goes with the Twisted Advance. Nowhere for 369 to go on this one. And
hey, ganking for Zeus. How long was that ago?
This Gwen was one of the pain points, with 369 doing a great job in the early laning phase, keeping him on the back foot, and making sure that Zeus has an impact on this Gwen, can make or break team fights down the line.
Well, Kanavi just fighting Faker.
Does Faker not call that Zeus is...
Faker just looking a little bit miffed by the whole situation. There is the Rift Herald down towards his top side, though, as Knight comes on in to try and deny, but it's not going to work out. And it is going to be money in the back pockets of Team.
Gragas has TP and he's not using
This is
it.
a great ulti angle there as Knight.
No, he doesn't.
Very confidently against those two. You know,
He's
Honor
like
had
5
just a great
seconds
mount
off.
Angle where there's not really any
okay.
that from 369. It was never really going to be able to get out. So really well done. They moved Knight up towards topside though to hold that wave. They actually had Kanavi soaking the mid farm in the previous wave. Then they'll send 369 out to collect this one. They can push out top and then they can actually just swap.
Oh wait,
back
never mind my graphics, but
continue in their
full.
normal lane.
Oh wait, what?
So nice map.
No, now it's full. Just now it was on
I
cooldown.
saw right. Okay. I was like, hold up.
Maximize what they can collect. Ruler and Missing do manage to get a crash towards this bottom side, but that plate is going to elude them for the moment. Speaking of plates, one going to go over to 369 as Zeus makes his way back up. Leeching Lear in his back pocket, and the most important item, the Merc Treads, are going to be...
Now they swap
Was
mid.
he just sitting on that pink ward the whole time, or did that actually just get placed as he came up? It looked like he was...
I didn't know the range was
sitting
that
on
high.
it. Yeah, I think he was just sitting on the pink ward. It was there the whole time, so just elected not to actually clean it up. Wanted to go for that play. Does get
He stood right on top of that ping wall and he didn't see it.
Moving up towards top, but potentially, you know, T1 could maybe deny a couple minions off that mid. Not going to happen though, as Knight will just now use his TP.
Yep, teleport comes back. Ruler does manage to pick up that plate that was on offer. And a few more minutes before those plates are going to go down as Ona with the ultimate back available once again, lurking in this mid lane. They've got a lot of CC, but not a lot of damage with this duo. But if
All
this
missing?
face check could be
What?
dangerous, but no, he does have the grand exit. Gonna get himself.
Why would you queue so early? At least let the plant hit it first.
Flip side, Ona does have demonic embrace done, but no mythics for the mid laners, right? Gumayusi not able to finish his item yet, even though, although Ruler actually on this back, able to get the Kraken Slayer. That is a big spike.
And Roa just got completed by Knight
What?
as well. So,
How does
he also bought a
how does Ruler
so
get
that is actually pretty big. He
get Kraken Slayer but not Gumayusi?
They want to go for this 5v5 at this dragon that has now spawned. T1 are obviously first to the area.
JDG got better items.
Through mid, does have the stopwatch available. We'll see if he can find a good stolen ult.
Yeah, double teleports
Are you
available for
sure
these
you
top
want
laners
to
as well. We'll
fight?
see when they're going to come.
Knight's gonna steal Faker out.
Ocean Drake being started by JDG down to 50% health as Knight off to
I
the
think
side.
he's still
Spotted
Maokai
by
out
the sapling.
better.
It looks like T1
Oh,
they
they're
want
giving it.
none of
They
it.
know.
They've lost control
They
of
know
the
they're gonna
area and
lose
they will
this.
just give it up.
But it's 369 the TP down. Zeus did not, so he's actually going to be able to get a plate top. There's no TP to answer top.
Gumayusi
So he's
must
gonna
be like,
able
how
to
the
get a
fuck
plate.
does he have Kraken
Potentially,
before
no,
me?
instead he's just going to actually base, but it will be at least...
That's what I see now.
Going to be losing about, I don't know, 3 melees maybe.
Yeah.
So not the biggest of deals, but at least they do have Prio now to play through sides with Zeus.
Yeah, I think when you're JDG, you're also not too unhappy about it, right? You get the 369 in particular.
But remember, I said they got more items first, so technically I said it first.
Very close to even, about a 200 difference, so not going to be a big issue there. And I do think if you have Riftmaker, might expect Zeus to play a little bit further forward there, but at this point, not going to win that 1v1 against 369 just yet, and if you're too far up the lane, might just get blown up. As do see, when we look at the bottom half of the map, even though Gumayusi is up, went for his Berserker Greaves, and as a result is behind on the Mythic time.
Yeah, I do think Ruler...
Oh yes, Berserker's Greaves, okay.
This lane, as relatively
I was like, yo.
they did lose one plate, but it was traded back for another on the other side. Ruler is going to be quite relevant in these fights. The main advantage does kind of feel like it is around mid right now, where Knight has had more pressure. He has been getting that jungle assistance from Kanavi.
Oh,
They're really trying to attack Faker, who hasn't been as impressive on the Nautilus, it feels like, as some of the other picks in the series.
Oh, they both swapped at the same time.
When playing this particular champion, but at least to go back to some previous points, they have both Zeus and Gumayusi. That's what you're going to be looking at on the T1.
Oh, they're getting ready for hero fight. Yeah, boy.
Kanavi as well sort of gave up his carry boots that he was wearing in the last game.
Hero fight.
And so it's him and Faker that are taking it back.
Hero burger flip.
Yeah, and Knight is almost 1k gold up, right? So he is going to have to make a really big impact here.
Oh my god.
Abilities, but that is a key flash now on cooldown for T1.
Yeah, and remember, he had no cleanse, so he had no choice but to flash there. They committed the heal and the ghost for move speed. Saw it wasn't going to be enough, had to use flash also. And now JDG is a great spot potentially to look.
They cannot fight lah.
And 369 is flanking here with his flash, so a tough one to enter for Guma.
Yeah, you can see Zeus trying to mark
It's actually T1 cannot fight actually.
Potential location in this fight. Faker is going to go in. That is going to be Knight's.
Oh, Zeus did not see him.
Could be in trouble.
They need to.
Not going to find too much value. And now the re-engage is going to come forward. It's a huge knockback on a Gumayusi. Stays alive for so long.
Zeus, this is Zeus. Oh, okay, Zeus.
Zeus is massive in this fight. That's through Faker.
Oh, what the fuck? Faker? What is that?
And it's a double kill now for Zeus.
Oh!
Engage is gigantic. And with Ruler and his auto attacks, it's
Kaboom.
JDG to win the fight.
Oh, JDG taking over as Ruler.
No, they didn't saw the hook behind them. What the fuck?
No, they didn't see.
Yeah.
Get in front. He gave us in front again.
And Ruler just headshots him with the ulti, gets the reset, and they pile through. They'll take the objective as well.
And again, 369 is giving T1
369 is a flanking god.
Those Gragas flanks are insane, right? Completely splits up the fight.
Oh, Oblivion on.
Staying alive somehow for a lot longer than expected, but it doesn't
matter.
Oblivion actually get to do damage.
There are so many flashbacks, actually, Chronicler, because there was an LCK final in summer of last year, and Ruler did a lot of these things in that one as well, as we check it out again.
I think he was
Uma's in front.
Oh my god!
Ni pom pom pom.
Everyone gets in on
Got caught lah.
Uma
be like
A red gun ulti there potentially from Guma trying to heal him up, keep him alive. This hook from Faker makes you think maybe something can happen. But Ruler's
that Faker hook actually hit now. What?
For the double kill comes through.
How did
Ruler
Kanavi and 369 coordinate those abilities so well in the middle of the team?
Oh god.
He's pumped.
Ruler and because of the placement of the wards, 369 was actually never.
They don't happy too earlier.
Never at any point, and I think
Ruler is 4-0.
T1 seemed to have an inkling that something was wrong, but it was too late. And then that combo between 369 and Knight with the stolen ultimate, beautifully done. And now they're in a great position for this upcoming Drake fight.
You have to say though, it was very
if Zeus is on, would be better.
Trying to fight this with no sums on Gumayusi. You know that they have these tools to get in on him. It looked a lot closer, honestly, than I thought it was going to once they had that initial engage. But Guma with no sums, it's so hard to survive against all of the engage tools that JDG have. And now Ruler is really ahead of the curve. You know, we're going to look down towards the bot lane. It is a 1,300 gold lead down in bot. It is a over 1,000 gold lead in mid. JDG just always get their carries fed, it feels like.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Their money in exactly the places that they need it as well. Knight and Ruler are so imperative to what JDG want to do as this game goes on. 18 minutes into this one, a couple of minutes away from the first Baron spawn. As T1 moving down towards this bottom side, but they have to deal with Shirley marching up this mid lane. Mushi standing forward. I don't know whether this one's going to get a charge. The hook is going to go wide.
Already see the teleport coming through here. Knight on a flank angle.
They want to try to potentially dive it, but the Herald can't even get the charge. There's no there to actually walk it in, so great
D9.
Because yeah, you called it out. Knight was on that TV. If they can actually crack the turret, they could go over. Instead, it is JDG actually.
Honor still has.
Dragon here, and Ruler has
Honor still has smite.
Didn't have to use splash on last fight.
Vision going to be available here as T1 looks to
nothing.
move in. There's the hook.
Oh, nice.
Connect.
Oh, 369, what?
One out of the fight immediately. Moonlight Vigil is going to do
Ruler is free. Oh,
standing in
shit.
relative safety for now, but they're not getting too much back. It's a fantastic
Okay.
from 369, but
Okay.
can actually get anything. Another hook. He's going to come
got
through, but 369 gets himself out. Faker in a bunch of trouble as Zeus trying
Oh,
to
what? Kill him.
He's going to get excited. They managed to
Oh,
take down the Drake, and Ona, can you get over the wall? He doesn't have his flash available for now, and I think he's just dead. T1 going to have to give them
What the fuck?
Honor is nothing.
And I don't think you take that trade if you're T1. I don't think
Why is
you're
that
happy with
button?
More gold going onto Ruler.
Yeah,
He
red
didn't
smite or
even
some
have to blow his sums in that fight. And you see, Zeus at this point just doesn't do enough damage with the needles. And as a result, the front line from JDG stays alive for too long.
I mean, JDG are just playing around it so well. Zeus, as you say, is not doing enough damage during his shroud. He has that immunity, but he's not able to actually really get it done during it. The initial start of the fight was looking really good for T1. They get this pick onto the Rakan. They're able to burst him down.
If I see nobody aiming Ruler, I know it's lost.
Delay some of the damage, but as they kite back, the ulti from 369 splits them all up. It allows Ruler some space to move forward. He's just spacing so incredibly well with the lethal tempo fully stacked. He's pulling back here, and Faker gets tagged by the zap. And what was it that even finished him off? Was it a corrupting claw? I don't even know what it was.
Not sure, just
Might
some
be
damage
red
to
buff.
come through. Red buff, yeah.
And most importantly, like this type of
Red
ebb and
buff.
flow, we've seen how good JDG is at kind of managing the pace of these team fights. What I want to highlight as well is that even though they ended up taking down Missing, which is a big
he
win,
got to crack
it
his
was,
neck.
I think, 3 ultimates. Owner throughout his, same for
Yeah, you need to aim fucking Ruler.
The last one, I think they were really missing at the end.
Yeah, and get yourself a top laner that protects you like 369. Watching him walk in front of that hook that Faker threw out that was aimed perfectly for Ruler, that's a game decider.
I don't know why Faker doesn't play Lissandra anymore. Lissandra basically does the same thing but better.
Absolutely amazing play.
Better than Nautilus, I would say.
Looking for Missing here, who does have a lot of mobility, so he'll be fine. Does get polymorphed, but gets the grand exit out beforehand.
I'm just so impressed by how 369 plays out these fights, right? When there is an angle, he's going to look for the body slam flash onto the back line.
What
when
is
there
he
isn't,
buying?
he's
What is
always going to use the
369
ulti
buying?
to disrupt the fight, to
What is
peel
that
back.
ring?
He doesn't have
I mean
to
that necklace.
always try to hard
He's
force
gonna
on
buy
the-
that cross.
Always
He
find
wants
something that's
Jesus.
Very, very effective. He knows when to peel. He knows when to dive.
Whoa,
And I think that is the hallmark really of JDG, is their 5v5 and how well they play around
But
Ruler.
technically,
And how
T1
well he
is
is
3
spacing
AP.
that we've gone through some of these really tense fights and back-to-back team fights. He didn't even need to use his flash.
And now he's bearing down on this outer turret in the mid lane. Looks like Gumayusi's going to have enough friends in order to take this one down.
The rapid fire is also now completed, right? So the range advantage becomes that much larger now for Ruler.
Yep, Ruler's favorite item in the game, just loves building it, no matter what anyone tells him ever. He will always build that item. The added poke is so valuable for a lot of these players to maximize the damage. As now Kanavi just bearing down onto Owner. Permafrost is going to stun him up as the hook is going to land there from Faker. They're not hard committing onto this little skirmish off to the side as Gumayusi sidesteps the zap.
Yeah, and they did get the dash there with the Gale Force off of Guma. The Everfrost was coming through from 369. And T1
Oh no, it's not tanky at all.
Pushing it again. It is JDG playing more heavily to the sides. Despite the fact that it is Zeus here on the Gwen, they're the ones
they're looking for it as Owner. He's so incredibly low. Nature's Grasp now picked up by Knight, but they're not going to invest it on the low health Maokai. Kerry goes back, Shirelli is now picked up, and they will be able to claim this outer turret in the mid lane. Full information on the reset.
Yeah, would have been a disaster for...
Gwen needs to flank instead of walking in front.
Actually being just shy of the Shirelias, the Infinity Edge, and the Nashor's Tooth. So nice opportunity, and JDG, even without the fight, they're able to get themselves the mid lane turret, start choking out T1 again, which is very much how they won the 2 games that they've won thus far in the series, right? It's these type of leads just being drawn out further and further.
I mean, I just think there's so much pressure on Zeus to really be the X factor, because Ruler is so far ahead as far as that bot lane matchup goes. Again, Faker is way behind. He's a full item completion behind. You know, it has to be Zeus really making things happen. He has gone towards the Nashers, which a lot of people really do look at as more of kind of that side lane item. But if you can get in onto Ruler, if you can find that connection onto the back line, he's going to be massive, and that's really what he has to look for. He has to find a way to get past all of the bodyguards that JDG have.
And that's the main issue, right? Between Kanavi and 369, it seems like Ruler, even though he doesn't really have anything like a Kench, a Fresh, is still untouchable in every single fight. And it's this issue that...
You know how I think Faker can extend his stunner. Kill somebody that's close to Ruler and then just flash out. Q flash out.
Wait, red buff lasts for 1 minute, right?
Is to permanently CC every one of your opponents.
That's probably a fresh red buff dealer.
He got it like 50 seconds on the dragon timer.
Has worked out, especially in the previous
directly
game.
50 seconds.
Now with all of that extra range, Ruler on so much comfort with this Jinx. Been watching him play it for years now, and he has always been that insurance policy.
Well, our T1 just going to start this up. 5 members top, T1 Baron, this is the signature. They're going to be moving up, clearing out the vision. Will they actually start it? They want to at least draw JDG in. See if they can find some sort of a turn, but here we go. 23 minutes in, Baron started.
Yep, T1
here we go again.
Let's see whether it is going to be nice to them this time around.
Turn Knight. Turn on Knight.
Exactly where everyone is. As Kanavi, he can get into this pit at any time. It's a 50-50 pretty truly as T1.
Guma is not in a good spot. Oh shit, he got hit.
Going to connect onto the jungler as now missing with the
Zeus.
but he's just going to die. Zeus diving into that backline. Missing's going to go
nice.
down. And Gumayusi is just gigantic.
Guma has
golden. And now Kanavi is no damage to offer back. It's another team fight.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like you say, the Zeus need to start the fight.
Will they take the dragon? Will they take the Baron? They're picking onto both. It looks like
all
here as Guma cleans up, and that time Zeus got into the back line, crushes the Ruler.
Guma flashed over the
you
wall
wake up
just to
already.
ensure that the damage backup was there from Zeus. And T1 Baron, it wasn't about the Baron, it was just about finding the one angle that allowed him to fight JDG.
That's the only engage I can think of for T1. It's like Faker go in, Zeus must match. If Zeus doesn't match, it's over. Zeus just going in.
The follow-up from Zeus right back in onto Ruler, and Ruler
and then Guma flash in.
He flashes back, but it creates no space. He doesn't get over the wall, and in comes Guma, as you called out.
Then he stopwatch.
Know their win condition. Get in onto Ruler. They found the pick.
Oh,
look at
dragon.
Back in live. It's JDG who are onto the dragon here. They're going to move to Soul Point.
They will be able to pick that one up. T1. With their Baron,
always
we'll see
picking
whether they can get some
up.
map control and deny that one, but that is going to be in 5 minutes' time. The Red Bull Baron power play moving up towards that 2K mark, but it is barely an advantage. We still have a game
They need
on
to
our
do
hands.
that same engage again.
To the Nexus to see the beads of sweat, you know, as the team fight happens.
Ruler's cleanse doesn't work on Nautilus knockup.
I mean, we were all thinking it. As soon as T1 starts winning that fight, you're like, is it going to happen again? All 3 games. It does not, as Kanavi's able to buy a lot of time, get away. JDG are on sole point here, but everyone is missing summoners now, so the engage has become that much more important.
And what we're seeing now, if we look at the gold, Guma actually even again with Ruler.
Yeah.
We've been going back and forth on this, but the really big thing is Zeus actually able to pick up what is now an almost 3,000 gold lead here over his point, where we can see the amount of gold on this Gwen. Once that death cap is finished, Ruler is going to have even less opportunity to play the game, because even I think a single set of needles.
Oh my god, Faker, don't hook that.
Absolutely, and at that point,
If you hook that, he fucking dies.
Something like a BT to help you to deal with that. And he's going to have the death cap right now, so Zeus is absolutely
Yes,
massive.
3
Knight is
items.
trying to work towards it, but Knight is a couple thousand gold behind where Zeus is.
not
Zeus
gonna
has also
fight.
hit 16, by the way, so level 3 ultimate, death cap completed. If he gets into the back line,
Faker and Zeus needs to do the same engage.
And I think it's actually so fun to watch though, because when the game
Whoa.
has these
Oh
two
my
hyper
God.
carries that are so evenly matched, you have to look to the next rung. And in this game, it's Zeus that is stepping up. At night, he's on the Silas. And you can always find angles. You can always find windows. If you have the access to about 1,500 different ultimates within a team fight, and he is so close to level 16.
absolutely. And if he can get that 16, if he can get his death cap as well, things can
Oh,
really
3-6.
start
Oh
to
no,
roll.
Guma.
369 though, he is threatening over the wall here. I think they're just going to give up the tier 1. It
Oh
is a
no,
big
Guma.
bear in power play
Oh
here.
my
Really
god.
with the
Oh
Oh
my.
my
have
god.
swung in their
It's like a
favor.
fucking horror game.
Paying for itself there, spotting out 369 off on the
They like immediately go to the other tower and like go.
And then he's gonna flash.
3,500 gold.
E flash.
Going to be that Rebel Baron power play here for T1.
E flash,
They just zone them away, utilize
game.
Nature's Grasp, and now look for a reset.
There you see the value, right? Zeus with this death cap finished with the lead he has, and Nashers is going to chew. for
Okay, he's
the
gonna
first
go for
seconds.
what?
And yeah, thank you
Void
very much
Staff.
for pointing out that one, Azil, because you don't have a choice as Ruler, right? I don't even think that something like a BT, which is really good in this poke, is going to help you if Zeus ever actually gets on top of you. And on the flip side, because
The
of
thing is,
fact
Maul
that
doesn't work on
Gumayusi does have access to a BT right now,
Gwen. Gwen does
so
true
much harder
damage.
to take down in
It's
a split
AP plus
second.
true damage.
Something that JDG have been doing have been able
Even
to
if you have
consistently
MR, you're still gonna
so
get
well.
melted.
Naito has about 2k in pocket, so he's only a couple hundred gold away from completing his death cap here. They really want to get him that death cap before they fight. It is such a massive
Yeah.
spike. But T1 are really
Wow,
pushing the
buy
pace
one
now.
more.
They got this lead. They have been heavily
They're like, go get the fat ass.
In trouble. So much trouble is
They're
there.
like, get the fat ass.
Polymorph not able to get himself out of the way. It's going to be an inner turret alongside a
Oh yeah. Get the important guy already killed.
massive amount of knockups as the glacial
Oh, everyone's on.
Owner is just buying so
What?
much space.
Oh.
Oh, Ruler is alone.
Knocks everyone around. Owner is going to be
Ruler's
taken out.
excited. Oh shit.
Finds the hook. Ruler is now able to free hit though. Oh, that's 2 autos on Naguma, and he's just out of there.
No, they cannot fight. They cannot fight.
was so dicey. Ruler got a couple autos on Naguma there, and you really saw how quickly that fight could turn. But that was scary for JDG. 369 dying, and Knight arrives with the TP. I thought he was going to arrive just to die, and we could have seen JDG series end right there, but they're able to fight back. They're able to survive.
Yeah, really big here. 369
He's
stay,
greedy for a Grom.
even though he gets taken down very quickly, able to buy space.
Grom?
With his ultimate.
I
which
don't know what
gives
that's
Knight
called, Crux.
time to rev. And as you mentioned, I thought that this was going to be a problem, but again, look at the position of Ruler here. He is completely unmatched.
What's that cleanse?
And without the damage prerequisite, he gets to get off so much. And the moment that Blast Cone comes through, you think Kanavi's dead, but thanks to the help of his team, actually able to stay alive.
And then these rockets, Ruler stepping forward, getting a couple autos there. That's 3 autos on Naguma. Almost was able to knock him down. Death cap
Must
now
get the
complete.
fleur now.
He has obviously passed 16. He's already up to level 17. We are at soul point here at JDG. Are moving towards it, but it's T1 who are going to be playing through mid, and JDG cannot ignore mid lane completely, or T1 could just go for the inhib. This is going to get a little bit weird as T1 are not being responded to, so you could just send Zeus.
Yeah, they have so much vision available here as well. You can see this
the
triangle
flanks.
of control wards as 369 is going to get spotted on that flank. T1.
Oi, Rakan.
50-50, but missing. He's going to walk over that control ward. They know exactly where he is. Gets himself past.
Oh, nice.
Soul is going to be denied here, but now Owner is in trouble. Down to 50% health. They dive on top of the Rakan. He's now trying to play safe, but it's Owner that falls down. Zayas gets into the back line. Now it's Kanavi. Has to go golden. And now it's
Let's just protect.
Why is that ulti so slow from Zeus? It could have shredded the
only owner goes down though, and with owner down, JDG might try to get a reset in and hard run towards this Baron.
T1 are just starting it without a jungler.
T1 are starting it. What?
Okay, well now full information is there as well because they get the blue trinket down.
Okay, calm down.
All right, I'm gonna have a sip of water, guys.
Calm down.
For a moment.
Oh
just
my
a little
god.
bit.
T1 are just staying in the area because they know that this could be a start here from JDG. T1
This is the final fight.
Respawning in 5.
Well, Hook is going to land here as Faker just says, we're going in. Moonlight Vigil is kind of massive, but Ruler's going to take down Faker. Zeus is huge, but he's dead. And it's a double Jinx.
And
T1 just give them a Baron.
Why did T1 take that fight? It's a 4v5. You have full information.
Why they want fight?
Gives over 2 free kills. JDG take the Baron. And in the critical game 5, they take control.
The overconfidence from T1 to say, yeah, no biggie, we don't have a jungler, we'll start up Baron. At least they recognize, hey, maybe that's not the best idea. But then to hard engage a 4 versus 5.
They were not gonna kill anyone that Faker hooks other than Ruler, and Ruler's gonna stand behind.
Oh, Faker doesn't have ult, even that engage is not good. It should have just waited for Faker ult.
They didn't even have the Gwen needles.
They shouldn't fight lah.
Available there. Faker knows he made a misstep, and it could be one that cost them the series. We'll see if T1 can battle back. It is Soul Point. The goal very even though, so T1, despite the
Faker needs both Q and R to get Ruler.
It's going to come down to the execution in the 5v5 as it feels like it has every single game.
My goodness, the intensity of this game is just absurd. The last game 5 we saw, it was over in 24 minutes in the blink of an eye, and this one, it is just neck and neck the entire
Faker has everything.
With a massive lead though in the fact that they have the Baron. The map control is going to be there and they have the ability to get towards this Drake. But you go back to that Drake fight and the fact that Owner was able to take it is so huge for buying that extra bit of time. Because otherwise, JDG could be looking at Baron push into Elder to get all of that control.
Absolutely, and Guma now missing his
They need to catch the Jinx.
That available. You look over on the other side. The Maw is now down for Ruler. He has the stopwatch as well, and he again just never seems to need his summoners. It's insane how many tense fight Ruler gets through, and still having that flash available. So JDG trying to take all these tier 2s off the map, trying to extend themselves into an advantage here.
5 turrets apiece. Gentlemen, it is 60,000 gold, 500 versus 60,000 gold, 900. There is nothing in it between these two squads. It's going to come down to team fight execution both times. Who has the vision in the right areas? Who is spotting the flanks? And right now,
going for Dragon,
trying to get into position. Zeus could be the difference maker, but JDG could just run down the front door. Zeus, can you make it happen? He's biding his time as now Ruler has to deal with him. Owner gets into the backline, but Ruler
oh, he missed.
Oh my god, he gets excited and Gwen is not immune today. It's a double kill.
GG.
I don't know what the option is going to be here for T1.
What?
They're going to TP back in. They're basing. They're going to use double TPs here. JDG are pushing for the win here.
At 35
Faker has flash. He should have just flashed out.
Just keeping cool. He held the flash after the last team fight, and now they're going to break down the Nexus turrets, and JDG will be waiting to see whether they get a rematch in the final of MSI 2023.
And as T1 falls to the lower bracket, JDG guarantees themselves the highest finish. They will be waiting in
this
the
guy's
grand
crazy.
final.
What a series between these two.
I
A final game from Ruler. 12, 1, and 3 on the Jinx. Some League of Legends played at the absolute highest level between these two teams, going back and forth time and time again throughout this series.
What do those numbers
But
mean?
T1 have got to be regretting that engage by the Baron in this final game. It was that one mistake that JDG needed, and JDG were able to make the most of it.
If it's on that same combo in game 2 is very OP. It's better than Gwen, man.
They had to pick that flank from Zeus, and Ruler flashing into exactly the right.
Imagine if it's on the backside, it would be a 5-man knockup already.
just extraordinary. JDG.
Game 4, why Kindred, and then game 5, why Gwen?
Well. I mean, the two that T1 managed to win, it felt like that was over.
If it's a Scion or a tank, okay, like you pick Gwen. But it's an AP Gragas, man.
We can't take anything away from them. But honestly, it felt like the honest games were won by JDG this series.
Yeah, it really came down to, as has been the story of the tournament, the team fighting, right? But what is most important to me is, again, highlighting, and in the final fight, I think missing came huge as well, actually being able to CC the Gwen for long enough so that Ruler had the space.
Oh, those two Kindred games, man.
The amount of attention and attempts
gonna
from
pull it
T1
out
to get
in
to
the
Ruler,
finals.
only for him to still have his summoners after all
Now lower bracket fight.
again speaks to the test
Fight
or speaks
Genji again.
to the quality of JDG as
Huh?
a
They still got lower, man? I thought they're out.
No, they lower, they go lower. They go lower first.
Right? And that's what is so beautiful about watching these kind of games. I mean, Ruler is
Hey, just now, Faker out who? I just know it's not Ruler. Ruler's just running around.
Almost any other team, he would be
It doesn't matter, it wouldn't kill anyone.
But they're able to, as you say, get that CC down, create the space, and it's just a Ruler.
It wouldn't kill, but at least you will stop. You will stop Ruler for like 3 seconds of damage.
He's given every single time.
Oh, it's insane. And often we talk about these meta differences between regions and things like that. I feel like JDG, they have a different meta that they adhere to, and it's the Ruler meta. It's how many things can we put in
Ruler meta.
to make sure that Ruler can just win.
Ruler meta.
Picking this Rakan into not the greatest
Wait,
of
touch his
lanes,
ass.
it worked out just beautifully in the end because he got to cause so much disruption. And even in the fight that they lost, right? It was everyone on JDG piling on top of Ruler to be like, we can try, we can still keep you alive. Like, they are just a hive mind, and it is beautiful to watch them team fight.
And it's so hard. Like, you come away from this series, and people love to talk about pick ban, but there's so many problems because JDG and T1 are playing so many different champions at such a high level. You cannot possibly ban these teams out. You know, you look to the Andy, it's like, you had to get rid of that. But then the Sylas was problematic. The Gragas was so problematic because of these beautiful alties. There's so many picks. There's so many different ways that they're playing it out, and they're doing it almost perfectly, it feels like, every single time.
Yeah, if you're BLG or Genji, you're looking at the series and going, oh